Section 48 of The History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 48. Chapter 33. New York Statistics. Part 1. Question. For what length of time have you been a prostitute? Table with first column time, second column numbers. 1 month 71, 2 months 49, 3 months 76, 4 months 62, 5 months 51, 6 months 126, 7 months 129, 8 months 17, 9 months 21, 10 months 32, 1 year 325, 2 years 55, 3 years 245, 4 years 203, 5 years 125, 6 years 87, 7 years 56, 8 years 69, 9 years 32, 10 years 26, 11 years 8, 12 years 14, 13 years 6, 14 years 7, 15 years 9, 16 years 13, 17 years 3, 18 years 4, 19 years 8, 20 years 4, 21 years 2, 22 years 1, 23 years 2, 24 years 2, 25 years 1, 27 years 1, 29 years 1, 30 years 1, 32 years 1, 34 years 1, 35 years 1, unascertained 53, total 2000. It has already been stated that the average duration of the life of a prostitute does not exceed 4 years from the commencement of her career. This is 1 year beyond the estimated duration as given by some English writers, but very far below the average as ascertained in Paris, in which city at the time M. Parent de Châtelet instituted his elaborate system of investigation, he found in the gross number of 3,517 prostitutes 242 who had led that life for upward of 14 years, and 641 who had continued their course upward of 10 years. What a contrast to the table given above! In Paris, 6 2/3% had survived the horrors of courtesan life for 14 years. In New York, only 2 3/4% have reached the same period. In Paris 17.5% existed. In New York 3 3/4% exist after 10 years of exposure. Or in other words, where 7 exist in Paris, only 3 have survived in New York. Or where 17 exist in Paris, only 4 survive in New York. It cannot be asserted that Paris is a more healthy city than New York, and this difference must arise from the fact that, while judicious arrangements are enforced in the former, a similar policy has not been recognized in the latter. If this relative mortality were the only fact known on this matter, the economy of human life would be an irresistible argument in favor of measures of supervision judiciously conceived and promptly executed. In the city of New York, 634 women, more than 31%, have been on the town less than 1 year, and 325, or more than 17%, for a space of time ranging from 1 to 2 years. Here, then, is 1/2 of the total number, the experience of the remainder extending through various periods up to 35 years. With reference to those who assign such an extent of duration, it may be remarked, as was done in considering the question of age, that they are, with scarcely a solitary exception, those who, having been prostitutes in their younger days, are now engaged in brothel keeping, and are thus exempted from many dangers attending the ordinary life of a harlot. If the same rule had been observed here in their cases as was done in the inquiries at Paris, namely, to exclude them from the list of prostitutes, the relative mortality given above would have shown still more unfavorably for New York. It may be asked, what peculiar dangers attend the life of a prostitute in this city? There is a frightful physical malady to which all are liable, and which will be alluded to under its proper head. There are other dangers to which prostitutes, in a greater or less degree, are exposed. It is not necessary to remind the reader that at intervals the public is shocked by accounts in our daily papers of cowardly and outrageous assaults upon these unfortunate women, perpetrated by ruffians of the other sex. Sometimes it is an onslaught made by a party of men, for little or no provocation, on a number of females, or it may be an attack of a paramour on his victim. To this latter description of ill treatment common women are peculiarly liable, for, beyond their habits of promiscuous intercourse, almost every one of them, particularly those in the middle or lower classes, has attached herself to some indolent fellow who acts as a protector. Bully or a lover is the common designation, when she becomes involved in any difficulty with strangers, but who exercises an arbitrary and brutal control over her at other times. In many cases, singular as it may appear, an actual love is felt by the woman for her man. In others it is a mere arrangement for mutual convenience, the man taking her part in all quarrels, and the woman providing funds to maintain him in idleness. The intemperate habits of the prostitutes also tend materially to shorten their lives. In addition to physical dangers must be considered the mental anguish they undergo, which inevitably preys upon the constitution. To this even the most depraved of them are at times subject. In the earlier stages of their career is an agonizing memory of the past, thoughts of home, regrets for the position they have lost. As they proceed in their course, they suffer from an anticipation of the future. The grave, a nameless pauper grave, yawns before them, thoughts of the inevitable eternity intrude, and a past of shame, a present of anguish, a future of dread, are the subjects of thought indulged by many who would never be suspected by the gay world of entertaining a serious reflection. It may be said, in the words of Byron, "But in an instant o'er soul winters of memory seem to roll, and gather in that drop of time a life of pain, an age of crime." The period for their nocturnal revelry returns, and, though with a breaking heart, they must deck themselves with tawdry finery, and forcing a smile upon their faces, resume a loathsome trade to earn their daily food. With such torments, physical and mental, can long life be expected as their lot? Can any human frame withstand these incessant attacks for a lengthened period? It would not be at all surprising if the ratio of mortality among prostitutes were greater than it is. Question. Have you had any disease incident to prostitution? If so, what? First column labeled disease, second attacks, third numbers. Gonorrhea, 1 attack, 153. Gonorrhea, 2 attacks, 53. Gonorrhea, 3 attacks, 44. Gonorrhea and syphilis, 36. Syphilis, 1 attack, 395. Syphilis, 2 attacks, 81. Syphilis, 3 attacks, 38. Syphilis, 4 attacks, 12. Syphilis, 5 attacks, 4. Syphilis, 6 attacks, 4. Syphilis, 8 attacks, 1. Total attacked, 821. The nature and effects of venereal disease have been already so fully specified in notices of the various systems adopted for its prevention, given in the preceding pages of this work, that it would be a needless repetition to dwell upon them here. It is sufficient, for the present purpose, to call attention to the fact that more than 2/5 of the total number of prostitutes examined during the investigation confess that they have suffered from syphilis or gonorrhea. The probability is that the real number far exceeds this average. that, alarming as is the confession, the actual facts are much worse. This opinion is based upon the results of professional experience, and a knowledge of the difficulty which exists in obtaining any voluntary reliable statement on the subject. Even assuming that the answers obtained are correct, they indicate ample cause for the perpetuation of the disease, and its introduction into almost every branch of society. 1/2 of the total number who confess that they have suffered or are suffering from this disease state that they have been so afflicted once only. In other forms of sickness, which admit of a perfect cure, this would be no cause for alarm. But in this instance it is a mooted point among medical writers whether the syphilitic taint can ever be eradicated from the system where it has been implanted, and the arguments on each side are urged with great ability. Without presuming to pass an opinion on the question, or expressing any doubt of the correctness of those learned men who think it possible to remove the taint from the body, it is policy to urge, in this case, the views of their opponents that it cannot be eradicated. Upon this ground, every citizen is competent to determine for himself the amount of public mischief resulting daily from a mass of prostitutes, 2 out of every 5 of whom are confessedly diseased. Question. What was the cause of your becoming a prostitute? First column labeled causes, second numbers. Inclination 513, destitution 525, seduced and abandoned 258, drink and the desire to drink 181, ill treatment of parents, relatives or husbands 164, as an easy life 124, bad company 84, persuaded by prostitutes 71, too idle to work 29, violated 27, seduced on board emigrant ships 16, seduced in emigrant boarding houses 8, total 2000. This question is probably the most important of the series, as the replies lay open to a considerable extent those hidden springs of evil which have hitherto been known only from their results. First in order stands the reply inclination, which can only be understood as meaning a voluntary resort to prostitution in order to gratify the sexual passions. 513 women, more than 1/4 of the gross number, give this as their reason. If their representations were borne out by facts, it would make the task of grappling with the vice a most arduous one, and afford very slight grounds to hope for any amelioration. But it is imagined that the circumstances which induced the ruin of most of those who gave the answer will prove that, if a positive inclination to vice was the proximate cause of the fall, it was but the result of other and controlling influences. In itself such an answer would imply an innate depravity, a want of true womanly feeling, which is actually incredible. The force of desire can neither be denied nor disputed, but still in the bosoms of most females that force exists in a slumbering state until aroused by some outside influences. No woman can understand its power until some positive cause of excitement exists. What is sufficient to awaken the dormant passion is a question that admits innumerable answers. Acquaintance with the opposite sex, particularly if extended so far as to become a reciprocal affection, will tend to this. So will the companionship of females who have yielded to its power, and so will the excitement of intoxication. But it must be repeated, and most decidedly, that without these or some other equally stimulating cause, the full force of sexual desire is seldom known to a virtuous woman. In the male sex, nature has provided a more susceptible organization than in females, apparently with the beneficent design of repressing those evils which must result from mutual appetite equally felt by both. In other words, man is the aggressive animal, so far as sexual desire is involved. Were it otherwise, and the passions in both sexes equal, illegitimacy and prostitution would be far more rife in our midst than at present. Some few of the cases in which the reply inclination was given are herewith submitted, with the explanation which accompanied each return. C.M. While virtuous, this girl had visited dance houses where she became acquainted with prostitutes who persuaded her that they led an easy, merry life. Her inclination was the result of female persuasion. E.C. left her husband and became a prostitute willingly in order to obtain intoxicating liquors which had been refused her at home. E.R. was deserted by her husband because she drank to excess, and became a prostitute in order to obtain liquor. In this and the preceding case, inclination was the result solely of intemperance. A.J. willingly sacrificed her virtue to a man she loved. C.L. her inclination was swayed by the advice of women already on the town. J.J. continued this course from inclination after having been seduced by her lover. S.C. this girl's inclination arose from a love of liquor. Enough has been quoted to prove that, in many of the cases, what is called willing prostitution is the sequel of some communication or circumstances which undermine the principles of virtue and arouse the latent passions. Destitution is assigned as a reason in 525 cases. In many of these it is unquestionably true that positive actual want, the apparent and dreaded approach of starvation, was the real cause of degradation. The following instances of this imperative necessity will appeal to the understanding and the heart more forcibly than any arguments that could be used. As in all the selections already made, or that may be made hereafter, these cases are taken indiscriminately from the replies received, and might be indefinitely extended. During the progress of this investigation in one of the lower wards of the city, attention was drawn to a pale but interesting-looking girl about 17 years of age, from whose replies the following narrative is condensed, retaining her own words as nearly as possible. Quote, "I have been leading this life from about the middle of last January, 1856. It was absolute want that drove me to it. My sister, who was about 3 years older than I am, lived with me. She was deformed and a cripple from a fall she had while a child, and could not do any hard work. She could do a little sewing, and when we both were able to get work we could just make a living. When the heavy snowstorm came our work stopped and we were in want of food and coals. One very cold morning, just after I had been to the store, the landlord's agent called for some rent we owed, and told us that, if we could not pay it, we should have to move. The agent was a kind man, and gave us a little money to buy some coals. We did not know what we were to do, and were both crying about it, when the woman who keeps this house," where she was then living, "came in and brought some sewing for us to do that day. She said that she had been recommended to us by a woman who lived in the same house, but I have found out since that she had watched me, and only said this for an excuse. When the work was done I brought it home here. I had heard of such places before, but had never been inside one. I was very cold, and she made me sit down by the fire, and began to talk to me, saying how much better off I should be if I would come and live with her. I told her I could not leave my sister, who was the only relation I had, and could not help herself, but she said I should be able to help my sister, and that she would find some light sewing for her to do, so that she should not want. She talked a good deal more, and I felt inclined to do as she wanted me, but then I thought how wicked it would be, and at last I told her I would think about it. When I got home and saw my sister so sick as she was, and wanting many little things that we had no money to buy, and no friends to help us to, my heart almost broke. However, I said nothing to her then. I laid awake all night thinking, and in the morning I made up my mind to come here. I told her what I was going to do, and she begged me not, but my mind was made up. She said it would be sin, and I told her that I should have to answer for that, and that I was forced to do it because there was no other way to keep myself and help her, and I knew she could not work much for herself, and I was sure she would not live a day if we were turned into the streets. She tried all she could to persuade me not, but I was determined, and so I came here. I hated the thoughts of such a life, and my only reason for coming was that I might help her. I thought that, if I had been alone, I would sooner have starved, but I could not bear to see her suffering. She only lived a few weeks after I came here. I broke her heart. I do not like the life. I would do almost anything to get out of it, but now that I have once done wrong, I cannot get anyone to give me work, and I must stop here unless I wish to be starved to death. End quote. This plain and affecting narrative needs no comment. It reveals the history of many an unfortunate woman in this city, and while it must appeal to every sensitive heart, it argues most forcibly for some intervention in such cases. The following statements of other women who have suffered and fallen in a similar manner will show that the preceding is not an isolated case. M., a widow with one child, earned $1.50 per week as a tailoress. J.Y., a servant, was taken sick while in a situation, spent all her money, and could get no employment when she recovered. M.T., quoting her own words, had no work, no money, and no home. S.F., a widow with 3 children, could earn $2 weekly at cap making, but could not obtain steady employment even at those prices. M.F. had been out of place for some time and had no money. E.H. earned from $2 to $3 per week as tailoress, but had been out of employment for some time. L.C.G., the examining officer, reports in this case, quote, "This girl, a tailoress, is a stranger, without any relations. She received $1.50 a week, which would not maintain her." End quote. M.C., a servant, who was receiving $5 a month. She sent all her earnings to her mother, and soon after lost her situation when she had no means to support herself. M.S., also a servant, received $1 a month wages. A.B. landed in Baltimore from Germany and was robbed of all her money the very day she reached the shore. M.F., a shirt maker, earned $1 a week. E.M.G., the captain of police in the district where this woman resides, says, quote, "This girl struggled hard with the world before she became a prostitute, sleeping in station houses at night and living on bread and water during the day." End quote. He adds, quote, "In my experience of 3 years, I have known over 50 cases whose history would be similar to hers and who are now prostitutes." End quote. These details give some insight into the undercurrent of city life. The most prominent fact is that a large number of females, both operatives and domestics, earn so small wages that a temporary cessation of their business, or being a short time out of a situation, is sufficient to reduce them to absolute distress. Provident habits are useless in their cases, for, much as they may feel the necessity, they have nothing to save, and the very day that they encounter a reverse sees them penniless. The struggle a virtuous girl will wage against fate in such circumstances may be conceived. It is a literal battle for life, and in the result life is too often preserved only by the sacrifice of virtue. Seduced and abandoned. 258 women make this reply. These numbers give but a faint idea of the actual total that should be recorded under the designation, as many who are included in other classes should doubtless have been returned in this. It has already been shown that under the answer inclination are comprised the responses of many who were the victims of seduction before such inclination existed, and there can be no question that among those who assign drink and the desire to drink as the cause of their becoming prostitutes may be found many whose first departure from the rules of sobriety was actuated by a desire to drive from their memories all recollections of their seducers' falsehoods. Of the number who were persuaded by women, themselves already fallen, to become public courtesans, it is but reasonable to conclude that many had previously yielded their honor to some lover under false protestations of attachment and fidelity. It is needless to resort to argument to prove that seduction is a vast social wrong, involving in its consequences not only the entire loss of female character, but also totally destroying the consciousness of integrity on the part of the male sex. It matters not under what circumstances the crime may be perpetrated. None can be found that will exonerate the active offender from the imputation of fraud and treachery. A woman's heart longs for reciprocal affection, and, to ensure this, she will occasionally yield her honor to her lover's importunities, but only when her attachment has become so concentrated upon its object as to invest him with every attribute of perfection, to find in every word he utters and every action he performs but some token of his devotion to her. Love is then literally a passion, an idolatry, and its power is universally acknowledged. But this passion cannot be the growth of an hour. Its developments are gradual. From the first stage of mere acquaintance, it ripens progressively under the influence of tender words and solemn vows, frequently sincere, but often simulated, until the woman owns to herself and admits to her lover that she regards him with affection. Such an acknowledgment, virtually placing her future life in his custody, should inspire him with the high resolve to protect her name and fame, to justify the confidence she has reposed. But not unfrequently is it made the medium for dishonorable exactions, and for a momentary gratification valueless to him except as a proof of her fervent adoration, and fatal in its consequences to her, he tramples on the priceless jewel of her honor, confidingly surrendered to this love and truth. It should be remembered that, in order to accomplish this base end, he must have resorted to base means, must either have professed a love he did not feel, or have allowed his affection to cool as he approached its consummation. Pure and sincere attachment would effectually prevent the lover from performing any act which could possibly compromise the woman he adores. None but an unmitigated ruffian can calmly and deliberately wrong an unsuspecting female who has acknowledged a tender sentiment towards him, thus placing herself so entirely in his power. The crime of seduction can be viewed only as a mean and atrocious perjury, and strangely callous must he be whose conscience in after life does not pursue him with scorpion stings and fiery tortures. But how account for the participation of the female in the crime? Simply by viewing it as an idolatry of devotion which is willing to surrender all to the demands of him she worships, to the intensity of her affections which absorbs all other considerations, to a perfect insanity of love, excited and sustained by a supposed equal devotion to herself. As soon as this conviction of a mutual love possesses her mind, as soon as her heart responds to its magic touch, she lives in a new atmosphere, her individuality is lost, her thoughts revert only to her lover. Devoted to the promotion of his happiness, she thinks not of her own, and only when it is too late does she awake from the spell that lures her to destruction. In such a case as this, a woman does not merit the contempt with which her conduct is visited. She has sinned from weakness, not from vice. She has been made the victim of her own unbounded love, her heart's richest and purest affections. Moralists say that all human passions should be held in check by reason and virtue, and none can deny the truthfulness of the assertion. But while they apply the sentiment to the weaker party, who is the sufferer, would it not be advisable to recommend the same restraining influences to him who is the inflictor? No woman possessed of the smallest share of decency or the slightest appreciation of virtue would voluntarily surrender herself without some powerful motive, not pre-existent in herself, but imparted by her destroyer. Well aware of the world's opinion, she would not recklessly defy it, and precipitate herself into an abyss of degradation and shame, unless some overruling influence had urged her forward. This motive and this influence, it is believed, may be uniformly traced to her weak but truly feminine dependence upon another's vows. Naturally unsuspicious herself, she cannot believe that the being whom she has almost deified can be aught but good and noble and trustworthy. Sincere in her own professions, she believes there is equal sincerity in his protestations. Willing to sacrifice all to him, she feels implicitly assured that he will protect her from harm. Thus there can be little doubt that, in most cases of seduction, female virtue is trustingly surrendered to the specious arguments and false promises of dishonorable men. The everyday experiences of life are amply sufficient to justify this opinion, for it is a fact that these specious arguments and false promises are continually resorted to by many men for the express purposes of seduction, and, nefarious as these cases confessedly are, still they form common incidents in the lives of some who claim to be what the world calls respectable, men who, in the ordinary relations of life, would scruple to defraud their neighbors of a dollar, do not hesitate to rob a confiding woman of her chastity. They who, in a business point of view, would regard obtaining goods under false pretenses as an act to be visited with all the severity of the law, hesitate not to obtain by even viler fraud the surrender of woman's virtue to their fiendish lust. Is there no inconsistency in the social laws which condemn a swindler to the state prison for his offenses, and condemn a woman to perpetual infamy for her wrongs? Undoubtedly there are cases where the woman is the seducer, but these are so rare as to be hardly worth mentioning. Seduction is a social wrong. Its entire consequences are not comprised in the injury inflicted on the woman, or the sense of perfidy oppressing the conscience of the man. Beyond the fact that she is, in the ordinary language of the day, ruined, the victim has endured an attack upon her principles which must materially affect her future life. The world may not know of her transgression, and in consequence public obloquy may not be added to her burden, but she is too painfully conscious of her fall, and every thought of her lacerated and bleeding heart is embittered with a sense of man's wrong and outrage. Memory points to the many bright passages in their acquaintance, and says, "These shone but to ensnare you," to the many tokens of endearment received from her betrayer, and says, "These were but so many arguments to effect your ruin," to the many vows he breathed, and says, "These were but perjury," to the many smiles with which she was greeted, and says, "These were but so many hypocritical devices." She remembers the thrill of joy with which her heart so gaily bounded when he first told her she was beloved, and she contrasts her ecstasy then with her agonies now. She remembers with detestation the caresses he was wont to bestow. But above all, she remembers, and her blood boils with indignation as the thought is forced upon her, that by these means he has wrought her shame. She has learned in the school of sorrow that man's promises of fidelity are valueless, and her future life, whether spent in sorrow and repentance for the past, or in a wild impetuous career of subsequent vice, will be indelibly marked with the remembrance of his treachery. It cannot be a matter of surprise that, with this feeling of injustice and insult burning at her heart, her career should be one in which she becomes the aggressor and man the victim, for it is a certain fact that in this desire of revenge upon the sex for the falsehood of one will be found a cause of the increase of prostitution. The probabilities of a decrease in the crime of seduction are very slight, so long as the present public sentiment prevails. While the seducer is allowed to go unpunished, and the full measure of retribution is directed against his victim, while the offender escapes, but the offended is condemned. Unprincipled men, ready to take advantage of woman's trustful nature, abound, and they pursue their diabolical course unmolested. Legal enactments can scarcely ever reach them, although sometimes a poor man without friends or money is indicted and convicted. The remedy must be left to the world at large. When our domestic relations are such that a man known to be guilty of this crime can obtain no admission into the family circle, when the virtuous and respectable members of the community agree that no such man shall be welcomed to their society, when worth and honor assert their supremacy over wealth and boldness, there may be hopes of a reformation, but not till then. The following cases will exhibit some of the results of seduction. M.C., a native of Pennsylvania, 17 years of age, was induced to run away from home with her lover, who promised to marry her as soon as they reached Philadelphia. Instead of keeping his word, he deserted her. She was afraid to go home, and had no means of living except by prostitution, which she practiced for 8 months in Philadelphia, and then came to New York to reside. Her father, a physician, died when she was about 10 years old, and her mother subsequently married a hotel keeper, in whose house the girl was reared, and to the associations of which she probably, to some extent, owes her fall from virtue. In one of the most aristocratic houses of prostitution in New York was found the daughter of a merchant, a man of large property, residing in one of the Southern States. She was a beautiful girl, had received a superior education, spoke several languages fluently, and seemed keenly sensible of her degradation. 2 years before this time she had been on a visit to some relations in Europe, and on her return voyage in one of her father's vessels she was seduced by the captain, and became pregnant. He solemnly asserted that he would marry her as soon as they reached their port, but the ship had no sooner arrived than he left her. The poor girl's parents would not receive her back into their family, and she came to New York and prostituted herself for support. A.B., the child of respectable parents in Germany, was seduced in her native place by a man to whom she was attached. He promised to marry her if she would accompany him to the United States. She obtained the permission and necessary funds from her parents, and 2 days after they landed in New York her seducer deserted her, carrying off all the money she had brought from home. H.P., a schoolgirl, 16 years of age, was seduced by a married man who now visits her occasionally. C.A. was seduced in New Jersey, brought to New York, and deserted among strangers. M.R. was seduced by her employer, a married man. A.W. was seduced while at school in Troy, New York, and was ashamed to return to her parents. L.H. followed a lover from England who had promised to marry her. When she arrived in New York, he seduced and diseased her, and then she discovered that he was a married man. There is no necessity to multiply these cases. End of section 48. Section 49 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 49. Chapter 33. New York Statistics. Part 2. Drink and the desire to drink. We will alter an old saying and render it, "When a woman drinks, she is lost." It will be conceded that the habit of intoxication in woman, if not an indication of the existence of actual depravity or vice, is a sure precursor of it, for drunkenness and debauchery are inseparable companions, one almost invariably following the other. In some cases a woman living in service becomes a drunkard. She forms acquaintances among the depraved of her own sex, and willingly joins their ranks. Married women acquire the habit of drinking, and forsake their husbands and families to gratify not so much their sexual appetite as their passion for liquor. Young women are often persuaded to take 1 or 2 glasses of liquor, and then their ruin may be soon expected. Others are induced to drink spirits in which a narcotic has been infused to render them insensible to their ruin. In short, it is scarcely possible to enumerate the many temptations which can be employed when intoxicating drinks are used as the agent. Ill treatment of parents, husbands, or relatives is a prolific cause of prostitution, 164 women assigning it as a reason for their fall. In consideration of their important relations to society, it may be well to inquire, what are the duties of parents, husbands, and relatives? In all countries where the obligations of the marriage contract are recognized, one of its most stringent requirements is found in the necessity to provide for the children of such union. This is acknowledged as a moral duty on account of the relationship between parents and children. It is recognized as a religious duty because especially enjoined in Holy Writ, and it is regarded as a civil duty because the future welfare of any community must depend upon the training of its future citizens. As to the moral duty, what arguments would be effectual to prove to a hard-hearted parent the necessity of bestowing a kindly education upon his child? Surely nature itself would supply all the necessary reasons. The still, small voice of conscience will whisper to him, "I have been the instrument of bringing this child into the world, and I am therefore responsible for its welfare." And even plain old-fashioned common sense, despised as it is since a certain philosophy has come into fashion, would say, "I am the father of a child, and it is my interest to do the best I can for it." The religious duties are abundantly enforced in the Scriptures. These, while requiring in explicit terms the obedience of children to their parents, and annexing to such commandment the only promise which the Decalogue contains, are equally plain in specifying the duties of parents. These points are acknowledged by all sects and parties, and commentators or preachers, however much they may differ on questions of theology, or articles of faith, or rules of church government, are unanimous upon the extent of parental obligation. The civil duties are important for the reason already assigned. Children will be our successors in this arena, as we have succeeded the patriot fathers who achieved our independence, and made us the people that we are. The principles enunciated by every shot fired during the Revolutionary War have descended to us, but we are only trustees for their safe transmission to the next generation, and we shall be recreant to our duty, false to the memory of our ancestors, and traitors to our country, if we allow our children to assume the responsibilities that will naturally devolve upon them without due preparation for the sacred trust. Having thus briefly alluded to the duties of parents, it remains to give some information as to the manner in which such obligations are performed, selected from the returns received in the progress of this investigation. L.M., a very well educated girl. I was seduced at 18 years of age and forced to leave home to hide my disgrace. Admitting that this girl had been led into an error, the plain duty of her parents in every point of view was to endeavor to reform her instead of driving her from home. Human nature in its most favorable condition is fallible. All are liable to error, but as all hope for forgiveness, so should they forgive. This is the doctrine of the sublime prayer taught by our Saviour to his apostles. This is the duty of humanity. The bruised reed he will not break is a divine promise from which poor finite man might draw a valuable lesson. E.B. My parents wanted me to marry an old man, and I refused. I had a very unhappy home afterward. This case was directly in conflict with the dictates of nature. She had formed an attachment for a man who would, in all human probability, have made her a good husband and caused her to remain a virtuous member of society, but her parents wanted her to marry an old man, and, in consequence of refusal, treated her with unkindness. She has now, poor girl, to answer for her sin of incontinence, but who can tell what other offences would have been laid to her charge had she married as desired by her parents? How many awful deeds recorded in the annals of criminal jurisprudence have been produced by ill-assorted marriages? How many outrages, how much bloodshed, owe their origin to such a cause? Parents who, for their own selfish purposes, would drive a daughter into a marriage repugnant to her feelings, deserve the severest condemnation. So far from performing their duty in the matter, they are acting in diametrical opposition to it. C.B. My stepmother ill-used me. The stepmother in this case stands in the place of the natural parent. In assuming the duties, she assumes all the responsibilities of the relation, and is equally guilty as if this girl were her own child. Women's feelings in a normal state are generally kind, gentle, and forgiving, but when they are perverted she becomes more inveterate than man. So it was in this instance. E.G. My mother ill-treated me and drove me from home. My father was very kind, but he died when I was 7 years old. A similar case to the preceding in the perversion of feminine feelings, coupled with the melancholy fact that the girl's father, who had always used her kindly, died when she was a child. It would be natural to conclude that all the affections of a widow would concentrate upon her children, but the reverse of this is too frequently found to be true, and as soon as the husband to whom her vows were pledged is laid in the grave, and the children are deprived of his protecting hand, her love is alienated from them. A mother's duties to her offspring are increased by her husband's death, but she neglects them, and does violence to the maternal instinct. M.B. I support my mother. It may possibly be objected that this case does not come within the scope of this section, as showing no positive neglect of parental duty, but by implication it is decidedly entitled to a place in the catalogue. It is, unfortunately for the sake of morality, but one of many similar instances which have been encountered, and some of which will be noticed in due course. The self-evident conclusion is, that if this mother had properly trained her daughter in early life, she would not now have to endure the agony arising from the knowledge that every morsel of food she eats, every article of clothing she wears, is purchased with the proceeds of her child's shame. It is difficult to imagine any position more disgusting than this, any circumstance more horrible than that of a mother quietly depending for existence upon the prostitution of a daughter, with the certainty that the inevitable result of such a vicious course of life will drive the child of her affection to a premature grave and a dreadful eternity. J.C. My father accused me of being a prostitute when I was innocent. He would give me no clothes to wear. My mother was a confirmed drunkard, and used to be away from home most of the time. Here we have a combination of horrors scarcely equalled in the field of romance. The unjust accusations of the father, and his conduct in not supplying his child with the actual necessaries of life, joined with the drunkenness of the mother, present such an accumulation of cruelty and vice that it would have been a miracle had the girl remained virtuous. it is to be presumed that no one will claim for this couple the performance of any one of the duties enjoined by their position. S.S. I had no work and went home. My father was a drunkard and ill-treated me and the rest of the family. Here is a specimen of a father's cruelty. His daughter is out of employment and has no home but with her parents, and he, maddened with liquor, abuses her for flying to her natural protectors. Where was she to expect aid and comfort but from the authors of her being, and how was such expectation realized? She was forced to resort to prostitution as a means of living. C.R. My parents are rich. They would not let me live at home because I had been seduced. In this case there was no excuse for parental unkindness. Blessed with an ample supply of this world's treasures, they could calmly see their daughter exposed to want and penury. Living in the enjoyment of opulence themselves, they could doom her to earn a miserable subsistence by a life of shame. Satisfied with their own lot, and complacently surveying the comforts which surrounded them, they condemned her to a course of infamy in which no enjoyment could be found to cheer her path, where every day must add fresh tortures to her lot, every hour sink her yet lower in the social scale. Why? Because an indiscretion or a crime, call it which you please, had made her a fitting object for their kindness, because her own act had placed her in a position where she felt her disgrace, and asked their sympathy and aid to retrace her steps. Can there be a more pitiable object than a woman who has sacrificed her virtue to the importunity, the entreaties, or the vows of her lover, when she reflects upon her conduct? The delirium of love is past, but the overwhelming sense of shame is left. She feels that a momentary act has blasted her future life. She knows that the world will condemn her, and the only resource she has is an appeal to her parents. If they kindly take her by the hand, in all probability the evil will extend no farther, and she may regain her position in life. If they refuse their sympathy, they practically drive her to a course of vice, for there is no other road open to her. Who then is responsible for her after career but those who have the power to preserve her from farther guilt and shame? J.A. I am the eldest of a large family. My father is a drunkard and would not support his children. I have supported my parents, brothers and sisters for the last 5 years. This is an example of an outrageous social crime which cannot be contemplated without horror. The parents of a family, with their remaining children, relying for subsistence upon the aid furnished from the sinful earnings of the firstborn. In this instance the economy of nature is reversed. The filial affection which leads a child to support her aged and infirm parents can be understood and appreciated, but it is impossible to reprobate too severely the conduct of a man whose own actions have reduced him to poverty, and who then encourages his daughter to lead a life of prostitution that he may revel on money produced by a course of debauchery which he was mainly instrumental in producing. A.B. My lover seduced and diseased me while I was working in a factory. I went home and my parents turned me out. Neither loss of character nor physical suffering were sufficient punishment for this poor girl, only 18 years of age, nor could the probability of a future moral life induce her parents to pardon the first offense. They had sent her to work amid associations which were almost certain to cause her ruin. This of itself is a sufficient ground for their condemnation, for they were in comfortable circumstances and could not plead poverty as an excuse. And when this ruin was accomplished, they added to their former crime by refusing a shelter to the sufferer. These cases are taken from actual facts. The words included in inverted commas are, as nearly as possible, those used by the women when being questioned. As to the truth of the statements, we hesitate not to believe them all to be substantially correct. They are not a 50th part of the instances in which similar disclosures have been made, but they are sufficient for the purpose of argument, and to prove that the assertions made in other places rest upon a solid foundation, and are not mere fancies of the brain. It would certainly be much more to the credit of society if their authenticity were not so indisputable. The foregoing examples strongly suggest and justify a farther consideration of the duties of parents. While these include the obligation to furnish a child with food and clothing, they do not stop at that point. It would be erroneous, indeed, for any father to imagine he had fulfilled all the requirements of his position when he gave a child enough to eat and to wear. He would attend to the wants of his cattle in the same way, but there is something more to be done in the case of his children. He must so treat them as to induce, on their part, a sentiment of gratitude. Children are proverbially keen-sighted, and they seem to have a natural faculty for logic, so far as they themselves are concerned. They can very soon discriminate whether a parent is doing barely just as much as the laws of the country and the voice of public opinion require, or whether he is acting toward them with true paternal affection. In the former case they become selfish, and practice all their little arts to obtain as many advantages that the law allows them as possible, without entertaining any feelings of respect or affection toward their parents, because they know that such obligations cannot be evaded without censure. In the latter case their gratitude and affection forms a return for the kindness bestowed. They immediately perceive that they are loved, and, as a natural consequence, endeavor to manifest love in return, by acting in a manner most pleasing to their parents. By simply encouraging this sentiment, children can be molded much as the father wishes, whereas, by destroying it, he loses one of the most effective aids to his government. There are so many different ways by which this affection for children can be manifested, and they are all so simple and so certainly effective, that it is scarcely possible to conceive how any man or woman of the most ordinary intelligence can overlook them. In addition to providing for the personal wants of his family, their education claims a large portion of the parent's care. Not only the mere tuition imparted in schools, but a careful training at home, as preliminary to their conflict with the world, is required. It is the instruction and advice given in the quiet of the domestic circle that exercises the most powerful influence, most effectually shapes the destiny of the future man or woman. No person is justified in delaying the performance of this duty. So soon as a child can talk and walk, so soon is this guidance necessary. It would be an interesting and important matter of investigation to ascertain, if possible, the time of life at which children become influenced by the temptations which surround them. The result would show a much earlier age than is generally supposed. A boy, when playing with his companions, overhears an improper expression from one of them. His mind retains it, and it may prove the germ from which habits of profanity subsequently spring. A girl may notice an improper action which will rest upon her memory and produce sad fruit hereafter. Thus the education of children for the ordinary duties of life can not be commenced too soon. If delayed, the probabilities are that, when you attempt to cultivate the soil in after years, you will find it already choked with weeds, which require more time and trouble to eradicate than would the inculcation of proper principles in early life. A lady remarked upon one occasion, in presence of an eminent preacher, that she thought children should not be trained to any religious exercises until they had arrived at an age when they could fully understand such subjects. The reply of the aged minister is appropriate to the present subject. He said, "Madam, if you do not implant good doctrines in your children's minds before that time, the devil will fill them with mischievous ones." A somewhat prevalent error in the training of children must not be passed unnoticed, namely, excessive rigidity. This practice is common in many well-meaning but unthinking families professing Christianity. Every thing is conducted with as much mathematical precision as if they were demonstrating a problem in Euclid. Such a system is open to very grave objections, from the numerous cases in which it has proved prejudicial to the child's best interests. It acts precisely like the spring of a watch, which you can retain in a fixed position by a mechanical contrivance, but which resumes its elasticity and power the moment the pressure is removed. Children's minds are elastic also. You can confine them within any circle you please by the exercise of parental authority, but in a large proportion of cases the end sought to be attained is surely defeated. Many justly blame this cause for the mishaps of their future lives. It presents virtue and a religion in a repulsive aspect, picturing them only as connected with asceticism, not recognizing the beauty and happiness which are their chief attractions. Thus is engendered in the minds of children an intuitive dislike for what they are taught to consider as a bondage. It is not uncommon to hear men describe the way in which their youthful Sabbaths were spent, and attribute to the irksome monotony of that day's discipline their subsequent distaste for even a few hours' confinement in church. This strictness, like ambition, overleaps itself, and extinguishes the spirit it is designed to foster. The proper way to educate children for lives of usefulness, honor, and happiness, the most effective plan to reach the desired end, is to cultivate their affections and reason, instead of repressing the one and fettering the other by stringent applications of arbitrary rule. But no man or woman can educate children properly unless their precepts are confirmed by example. Talk to your son as long as you please upon the advantages of temperance, and then let him see you in a state of intoxication the next day, and all your labor will be fruitless. Enlarge in the presence of your daughter upon the value of integrity, and then allow her to hear you utter a falsehood, and she will contrast the theory and practice, and conclude that the former is worthless. Parents must educate themselves before they can hope to instruct their children, and must lead a life in conformity with the principles they teach, if they expect any beneficial results from their endeavors. Before leaving this part of the subject, another matter may be mentioned, namely, the necessity of winning the confidence of children. Their hearts pine for sympathy. If they are in trouble, encourage them to reveal their perplexities to you. Sigh with them when they are sad, and rejoice with them when they are happy. A girl who has been in the habit of imparting all her childish sorrows to her mother, and has there found a heart which would beat in unison with her own, will not withhold her confidence as she grows in years. Remember that children, while a blessing to their parents, are also a responsibility. You have the power to train them for good or evil. You can win their trust or inspire them with distrust. You can make them useful members of society, or render them nuisances to the community. To you their destiny is confided to a great extent, and from you will be required an account of the stewardship. The length to which these observations have been extended can be justified by the importance of the subject, and the conviction that a more careful fulfillment of parental duties would go very far toward diminishing prostitution. Every man must admit it to be his duty to aid in effecting this desirable consummation, and while it would be utopian to imagine that the vice can be eradicated by family influences, it is reasonable to conclude that its extent may be materially curtailed. Great as are the duties and responsibilities of a father, they are equaled by those devolving upon a husband. He has to provide for the welfare of his wife besides caring for the interests of his children. When he marries, he vows to remain faithful to the woman of his choice, to love, honor, and cherish her so long as they both shall live. This is an implied oath, if not audibly expressed in all circumstances, and any violation of it is neither more nor less than perjury. Of course, the obligation is a mutual one. The wife is bound by the same ties, and in as stringent a form as the husband. It cannot be said that every case of prostitution in a married woman is the result of her husband's misconduct, but it is notorious that many women are induced or compelled by such misconduct to abandon a life of virtue. All married prostitutes cannot be exonerated from the charge of guilt, yet the facts which will be hereafter quoted prove that many were driven to a life of shame by those who had solemnly sworn to protect and cherish them. The violation of any known duty is a positive crime against society, but it becomes increased in magnitude when it involves more than one person in the offense. It is then the cause of a second transgression, and sophistry would vainly attempt to prove that the man who committed the first and caused the commission of the second offense was not morally responsible for both. Descending from generalities, it may be truly asserted that the man whose conduct to his wife is such as to lead her to vicious practices is guilty in both respects. Here are some few cases in point. C.C. My husband deserted me and 4 children. I had no means to live. In this case the husband violated the law of God in forcibly rending the matrimonial bond, and violated the laws of his country by leaving his wife and children as burdens on society. For the former of these offenses he must answer at the bar of infinite justice. For the latter he is liable to punishment in this world. Then why not punish him? asks someone. For the very simple reason that he could not be found. In this day the law does not assume the latitude claimed by the Spanish Inquisition, and sentence a man to punishment without giving him an opportunity to plead his cause. A woman in a state of destitution, with 4 hungry children looking to her for bread, has neither time nor means to pursue a delinquent husband. Her present necessities require her immediate attention, and so he escapes the penalty the laws have awarded, and can live, although it may be with an uneasy conscience, in some other place, and probably repeat there the iniquities he has practiced here. The custom of deserting wives and children would receive a severe check were it possible in every instance to enforce the legal provisions respecting abandonment. J.S. My husband committed adultery. I caught him with another woman, and then he left me. This individual's turpitude was enhanced by his boldness. He seems to have recklessly defied all consequences, to have been entirely callous to any sense of shame, and, when detected in his adulterous intercourse, he adds desertion to his offence. He regarded not the feelings of her whom in early life he had won to his side by vows of affection. He outraged the laws of decency, and trampled upon the statutes of his country. His wife's agony may be conceived, although words would be faint to express it, and the mental sufferings she must have endured before she abandoned herself to indiscriminate prostitution as a means of living will not aggravate her offence. A.G. My husband eloped with another woman. I support the child. Here the husband was morally as guilty as in the previous case, but without the disgusting bravado which characterized that. He had, however, another claim which should have secured his fidelity, namely, an infant child, but this tie was powerless to restrain him. Fascinated by the charms of another, forgetting all the rights of his wife, all the obligations of paternity, and all the requirements of morality, he basely abandoned those dependent upon him, and forced the wife, whose virtue he was bound to protect, into a career of vice to support his child. A.B. My husband accused me of infidelity, which was not true. I only lived with him 5 months. I was pregnant by him, and after my child was born I went on the town to support it. The first idea derived from this statement would be that 5 months of matrimonial life had been sufficient to change this husband from a devoted lover to a revengeful tyrant, who would not scruple to resort to a groundless accusation to effect his purpose. In this short space of time he conveniently forgot the promises he had made, repudiated the bonds in which his own act had placed him, and, to accomplish a separation from his wife, did not hesitate to bear false witness against her, placing her in a position from which she could extricate herself only by performing a logical impossibility, namely, by proving a negative. Nor could the probable destiny of his unborn child influence his determination. It mattered not to him whether the infant first saw the light in a den of infamy, nor whether his unkindness killed it before it was born, so that he could desert his wife. Neither did it make any difference to him whether she starved to death or maintained her existence by the most loathsome means. He was satiated with possession, and neither the voice of nature nor the dictates of conscience could arrest his purpose. The result was precisely what might have been expected. She became a prostitute rather than starve and let her child starve. R.B. My husband brought me here, a house of ill fame. I did not know what kind of a place it was. He lives with me, and I follow prostitution. Another variety of unnatural conduct. The wife in this case was a very good-looking young woman, not exceeding 18 years of age. The husband held a respectable and well-paid employment, and was in possession of ample means to support her. By false representations he induced her, within 3 months after marriage, to board in a fashionable house of prostitution. She soon discovered its character, but eventually succumbed to his orders and became guilty. He resides with her, and is supported by her. What language can be used adequately to denounce such a cold-blooded piece of treachery on the part of a wretch claiming to be human? L.W. I came to this city from Illinois with my husband. When we got here he deserted me. I have 2 children dependent on me. This man brought his wife from a distant state to a strange city, where she had no friends nor relatives to advise and assist her, and there abandoned her, with 2 helpless children, to the mercy of the world. Had he left her where she had been living previously, it is possible she might have found sufficient friends to assist her until she was able to support herself. But with a refinement of cruelty he transferred her to a place where she was unknown, and then effected his escape. The entire circumstances favoured the supposed existence of a determination to abandon her as soon as they arrived in New York, where he could act thus with more safety than in her native place. C.H. I was married when I was 17 years old and have had 3 children. The 2 boys are living now, the girl is dead. My oldest boy is nearly 5 years old and the other one is 18 months. My husband is a sailor. We lived very comfortably till my last child was born, and then he began to drink very hard and did not support me, and I have not seen him or heard anything about him for 6 months. After he left me I tried to keep my children by washing or going out to day's work, but I could not earn enough. I never could earn more than $2 or $3 a week when I had work, which was not always. My father and mother died when I was a child. I had nobody to help me and could not support my children, so I came to this place. My boys are now living in the city, and I support them with what I earn by prostitution. It was only to keep them that I came here." These were the words used by an honest, sorrowful-looking woman encountered in the course of this investigation in the 4th Police District of the city. No reasonable doubt can be entertained of the truth of the story. The manner in which she told it plainly indicated that she was narrating facts. Some inquiries were made respecting her of the keeper of the house, and he, for it was a man, stated that he knew her story to be correct. He had at first employed her as a servant because he wished to help her, but the wages he could pay were insufficient to support her children, and she eventually prostituted herself because she could earn more at this horrible calling, and was thus enabled to discharge her maternal duty. But at what a sacrifice was this obtained! In order to feed her helpless offspring she was forced to yield her honor. To prevent them suffering from the pains of hunger, she voluntarily chose to endure the pangs of a guilty conscience. To prolong their lives she periled her own. And at the time when this alternative was forced upon her, the husband was lavishing his money for intoxicating liquor. If she sinned, and this fact cannot be denied, however charity may view it, it was the non-performance of his duty that urged, nay, positively forced her to sin. She must endure the punishment of her offences, but, after reading her simple, heart-rending statement, let casuists decide what amount of condemnation will rest upon the man whose desertion compelled her to violate the law of chastity in order to support his children. End of section 49. Section 50 of The History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 50. Chapter 33. New York Statistics. Part 3. E.W. My husband had another wife when I married him. I left him when I found this out. I was pregnant by him and had no other way to live than by prostitution. In point of law this is not a married woman, the existence of the former wife rendering the second union invalid, but this is no excuse for the man's conduct. In fact, it materially aggravates his guilt. In the first place, he deserts a woman whom he was legally bound to support, leaving her to battle her way through life, to resist the temptations which would be sure to assail her, careless whether she lived or died, and heedless whether she retained her character or sank into vice, and then, with the greatest nonchalance, goes through the ceremony of marriage with another woman. It is easy to imagine the feelings of the latter when she discovered the fraud which had been practised to secure her hand, and the indignation which caused her to leave him immediately, notwithstanding her condition. Nor will it require much stretch of fancy to picture the mental suffering she endured, her agony during the hour of nature's trial, before she consented to earn a precarious living as a prostitute. Such cases are of frequent occurrence, and even the probability of a criminal indictment is insufficient to deter some men. No punishment could be too severe for such offences, even considering them without any reference to this particular instance, because they pervert one of our most solemn contracts, and destroy all confidence in the security of the marriage tie. C.H. My husband was a drunkard and beat me. How much of misery and crime is contained in these few words! Either of the vices practised by this fellow is enough to make a woman wretched, the combination is sufficient to drive her mad. She would doubtless sit and ponder during the long and weary night hours when he was carousing with his drunken companions, and would contrast her present wretched state with the happiness of early days. Her thoughts would revert to the time he won her love, to the day on which he brought her to his home a bride, and then she would cast her eyes around the room, now robbed of almost everything portable to supply his insane appetite for liquor, and a heavy sigh would burst from her heart. But still she would continue her sad reminiscences, and think of the kindness he displayed then, and of his brutal ferocity now; would remember his considerate tenderness and compare it with his maniac fury. And then something would whisper to her, "Why do you endure it?" and her woman's nature would be aroused, resistance would take the place of submission, and she would leave her home and him who had desecrated it, and immolate herself upon the altar of vice, a victim to her husband's drunkenness and cruelty. C.N. My husband left me because I was sickly and could not do hard work. This woman's husband may be pictured as a lazy, worthless fellow, probably one who married not to secure a helpmate and a partner, but to obtain a slave. Her health would not allow her to perform as much drudgery as he expected. The speculation did not turn out as well as he had anticipated, and he left her destitute, to starve or sin, as she thought fit. P.T. My husband was intemperate and turned out to be a thief. He was sent to prison. Still another victim of a drunken husband, but he carried his vicious habits to a point where the laws of his country would reach him. Had he merely deserted his wife, nobody would have thought it his business to arrest him, but he stole some person's property, and all the enginery of the law was forthwith arrayed against him. In the one instance, his conduct condemns his wife to shame in this world and perhaps perdition in the next, and the good-tempered public looks quietly on and says nothing. In the other case, he defrauds his neighbor of some dollars and cents, and the indignant community demands his condign punishment. What conclusion can be drawn from these facts? Honor, character, and life are ruined, and the offender escapes. Money is stolen, and he is punished. Is money more valuable than the character and life of woman? It requires no argument to prove that when the care of a child is assumed by its relatives, the parental obligations also devolve upon them. Nor can there be any difference of opinion as to the duty of relations to assist, to the utmost of their power, any children whom death or other circumstances may have deprived of their natural protectors. Were not these principles generally recognized, all large cities would be crowded with destitute orphans. The beneficial results often arising from such guardianships argue very strongly in their favor. But still the imperative duty is frequently evaded, or acknowledged and made the opportunity for an exhibition of tyranny which naturally tends to the encouragement of vice. Take the following cases in illustration. J.F. I support my aunt. In this case, the duties of the aunt were not merely evaded, but she adds to her neglect a positive approval of the girl's abandoned life by voluntarily receiving a portion of her earnings. What species of education she bestowed upon her niece may be inferred from its results. Such disclosures are almost too disgusting to be criticized. S.B. My parents were dead. I came to this country with an uncle and aunt who ill-used me from the time I landed till I ran away. The death of her parents should have been a passport to the affection of the relatives to whose charge she was entrusted, but, instead of producing such an effect, they brought her to a strange land, and practised a succession of cruelties until she could endure them no longer. It is more than probable that this was a plan intended to drive her from their home. They neither acknowledged their duty to supply the places of the father and mother she had lost, nor did they recognize the force of relationship which, at least, should have protected her from positive unkindness. Nor did they possess any of those feelings of sympathy which every well-disposed person must entertain toward an orphan. They could not have been unaware of the probability of her falling into bad company and vicious habits if she left their care, but no regard for her happiness or character seems to have entered into their calculations, which may have been somewhat in this form. She is an expense to us, so we will contrive to drive her away. If she can make her living honestly, so much the better. If she turns out a prostitute, that is our own concern. It was not solely her own concern, but it involved them also in its consequences, through their agency in its accomplishment, and morally speaking, they are as liable for her ruin as if they had actually, and not indirectly, caused it. The following cases closely resemble each other and are presented in conjunction. A.D. My parents were dead. I lived with my uncle, who treated me very unkindly. L.S. My parents died when I was young. I lived with an uncle and aunt who used me ill. The deprivation of each of these unfortunate women in the death of their parents, a loss almost incalculable in its results, placed them under the guardianship of those who alike neglected their duties and rendered the trust a medium for unkindness to the orphans. It seems surprising that the memory of a deceased brother or sister cannot secure even ordinary care for their children. It cannot be expected that the surviving relatives would exhibit the same amount of affection as would have been shown by the parents, but disappointment must be experienced if they make no pretensions to kindness. The dictates of nature are violated when harshness takes the place of sympathy, and destitution is considered a sufficient warrant for deliberate and continuous ill treatment. Such conduct renders a girl reckless and misanthropic, and will drive her to seek, in unhallowed love, the affection her guardians have refused. L.M. I was taken by my sister-in-law to a house of prostitution, and there violated. It is not often such a case of barbarity is found in civilized life, nor indeed in less polished communities, as this forcible violation of a young girl through the aid and connivance of her sister-in-law. The mind recoils, with disgust, from the instances of rape so frequently occurring, but this case is so peculiarly aggravated that it cannot be contemplated without a feeling of shame for the depravity of human nature. In the one case, the brutal passions of a man are displaced in a brutal manner; in the other, the same cause exists to a similar extent, coupled with the blackest perfidy of a female relative. To such a shameless violation of the laws of consanguinity, such an outrageous conspiracy between a vile man and a monster of a woman, the sister must have been induced to lend her aid by some means best known to herself. It is quite impossible to imagine she possessed a single spark of virtue. On the contrary, she must have sunk, long before this occurrence, to the lowest depths of vice, or she never would have been an instrument in such an infernal scheme. The consideration she received is, of course, known only to the parties themselves, but it would give a farther insight to her character if the reader could be informed of the estimate set by a sister-in-law upon an orphan's virtue. The result of the outrage is, no doubt, exactly what the criminals anticipated. The victim knew that her character was ruined, that she had no alternative but prostitution, and while the guilty pair who literally forced her to sin can congratulate each other on the success of their machinations, she must endure the penalty in a life of crime and misery. G.H. I was detected and exposed by my brother. This girl, who had yielded to the entreaties of a man whom she loved not wisely but too well, may assign her subsequent career of vice to the conduct of her brother. He must have been sadly deficient in all kindly feeling thus to parade his sister's dishonour, and also possessed of a very limited knowledge of human nature, or a large amount of malevolence. It can scarcely be imagined that he acted from ignorance, as he must have been certain that such an exposure would most probably induce his sister to continue an intercourse which was publicly known, and therefore could not augment her disgrace. Nor can it be conceived that a malicious desire to blast her character governed his conduct. But, whatever his motive, the result was the same. She was forced to a life of prostitution, from which she might have been rescued had kind and affectionate means been employed, instead of the cruel and heedless course which was adopted. C.W. My parents died when I was young. I was brought up by relatives who went to California when I was 16 years old and left me destitute. I had no trade. There is no allegation that this girl's relatives used her unkindly during the time she lived with them, but they deserted her, in a helpless condition, at the very time when she most needed their guardianship. They could not have been ignorant of the many temptations to which a young woman, without protectors or means of livelihood, is exposed in New York, and yet they removed to a distance and left her to meet these trials alone. A girl whom they had reared from infancy, and for whom they must have entertained considerable affection, they tamely abandoned to an almost certain fate far worse than death. To say the least, it was a most inconsiderate step, and has resulted very disastrously. E.R. My husband deserted me to live with another woman. My parents were dead. I went to my brother's house and he turned me out. Fraternal unkindness farther exemplified. An orphan sister, deserted by her husband, asked from her brother the shelter of his roof, and he drove her from the house. Such conduct would have been barbarous if even a stranger had made the appeal. In the present instance it exhibits a cruelty which cannot be too severely reprobated. C.B. My parents were dead. I was out of place. I had no relations but an uncle who would not give me any shelter unless I paid him for it. I went on the town to get money to pay for my lodgings. This uncle's name ought to be handed down to posterity as a synonym of hard-hearted selfishness, and as indicating another manner in which money can be made. His miserly propensities must have been very strongly developed when he refused a shelter to his destitute niece unless she paid for it. It certainly did not matter to him how or where she obtained the means, and doubtless his equanimity was not disturbed when he ascertained that the money she paid him was the price of her shame. The coin was as bright in his hand, as useful to him to hoard or to spend, as if it had been her honest earning. Probably he would have been excessively annoyed, it is the characteristic of such men, if any plain-spoken person had told him that he was the means of making this girl a prostitute. But can it be denied that such was the fact, when he received some portion of the money earned by his niece's prostitution before he would allow her to sleep in his house? L.S. My sister ill-treated me because I had no work. Here a sister seems to have regarded money as the chief good. The applicant was out of employment, in itself enough to enlist one's sympathies. She was in want, which should have been an additional reason for kindness, and yet for these causes a sister ill-treated her. In thus endeavouring to show the several duties of parents, husbands, and relatives to those dependent females who are liable to be exposed at any moment to temptations leading from the path of virtue, cases have been exhibited in which a departure from the universally recognized obligations of these classes has added recruits to the ranks of prostitution. In these remarks the endeavour has been to advance nothing resting on a theory, to advocate nothing unless supported by facts or acknowledged by common sense, to exonerate no one from blame when circumstances demanded a censure, and to condemn none in favour of whom there could be an existing doubt. The recorded extracts, giving an insight beyond the scene of public view, exhibiting the secret machinery of the family circle, cannot be contemplated without a mingled feeling of sorrow and shame. Sorrow that so many females who might have been useful members of society have been forced into the ranks of sin, and shame that the instruments in these proceedings were those who should have exerted every power to prevent such a result. Cases have now been presented to the reader where a sorrowing, heart-broken girl has been denied the opportunity of repentance and driven from a father's home, where another has been expelled from the family circle because she would not consent to an ill-assorted marriage, where stepfathers and stepmothers have violated their duties and despised the obligations they had voluntarily assumed, where a mother's ill-treatment has driven her daughter to ruin, where parents were living and revelling upon the wages of their children's dishonour, where false accusations and unkind treatment were resorted to, and, from their natural effects, drove a girl from home and virtue, where drunkenness and debauchery made home a hell upon earth, where parents in affluent circumstances have driven a child from their home, where prostitution was willingly embraced as an escape from parental tyranny. Again, instances have been cited where husbands have deserted their wives and children, where the marital vow has been broken in the most glaring manner, and the crime followed by deliberate abandonment, where the wife's affections have been slighted and her love relinquished for the purchased caresses of another woman, where a charge of infidelity has been made against a wife without cause, where a husband has deliberately brought his wife to a house of prostitution and is now leading an idle, worthless life upon her earnings, where another husband brought his wife to a strange city in order to desert her and her children, where the solemn contract of marriage has been perverted, where a drunken husband has raised his hand against the woman he had sworn to protect, where a wife's sickness and incapacity for labor was made a reason for her husband's desertion, where a man's insane thirst for intoxicating liquor has forced a woman to prostitution for a maintenance, where the husband has been committed to prison for theft. Farther, cases have been given where an aunt lives upon the proceeds of a niece's prostitution, where uncles and aunts have systematically ill-used their orphan relatives, where a sister-in-law procured and assisted at the violation of a child, where a brother's unkindness forced his sister to continue a life of shame, where relatives to whom an orphan child was entrusted abandoned her when she most needed their care, where a brother refused an asylum to a deserted and suffering sister, where an uncle forced a girl to prostitute herself for money to pay him for her lodgings. As already stated, these cases are all facts collected in the course of this investigation and are believed to be substantially correct. With such disclosures as these, can anyone be surprised at the continued spread of prostitution? The family circle is one of the sources whence it emanates, so is the matrimonial bond, and so are the different branches of consanguinity. When fathers, husbands, and relatives thus forget their duties and lend their influence to swell the tide of vice, it is no matter of surprise that strangers should be found ready and eager to contribute their share to the polluted current. But the evil is not incurable if public opinion can be enlisted on the side of public morals, and parents are satisfied by unmistakable demonstrations that the voice of an indignant people will be raised against them if practices similar to those narrated continue to occur. Husbands, too, must be convinced that any infraction of their marriage vows will expose them to popular odium, and if they have contracted an ill-assorted, hasty alliance, the responsibility must be borne by themselves. The contracts they voluntarily made must be fulfilled. Relatives also must be warned that the performance of their duties will be rigidly required. There is no deficiency of legislation on this subject. All that is wanted is determination to enforce existing laws, and when this is done, some of the main causes of prostitution will be removed. To resume the analysis of the table of replies, 71 women were persuaded by prostitutes to embrace a life of depravity. One of the most common modes by which this end is accomplished is to inveigle a girl into some house of prostitution as a servant, and this is frequently done through the medium of an intelligence office. Most of the inhabitants of New York are acquainted with the arrangements and routine of business in those offices, but they may be described as a matter of information to others. Imagine a large room, generally a basement, in some leading thoroughfare. Upon entering from the street, you will observe two doors, marked respectively "Entrance for Employers" and "Entrance for Servants." Passing through the first, you approach a desk, where the proprietor or his clerk is seated with his register books before him. You make known your wish to engage a servant, specifying her duties and the wages you are willing to pay. This is registered with your name and address, the fee is paid, and you are invited to walk into the other department, and ascertain whether any of the throng who are waiting there will suit your purpose. If successful in the search, it is merely necessary to inform the bookkeeper that you are suited, and to take your servant home with you. But if you do not succeed, a woman will be sent to the registered address, and the office keeper will continue to send until you are satisfied. Servants who wish to obtain situations register their wants and pay a fee. If there are no places likely to suit them on the list of employers, they have permission to remain in the waiting room until an applicant appears. In these waiting rooms may be found a crowd of expectants varying from 20 to 100, according to the business transacted by the office. In theory, this arrangement is a very good one. In practice, it is frequently abused. A respectable housekeeper who wishes to engage a servant will find but little trouble in doing so, and any person wishing to make the office a medium for securing females for improper purposes will seldom be disappointed. It is rarely that the proprietors notice the arrangements made. They merely act as brokers, and make known the wants of each party, and do not interfere with the character of either unless it is so notoriously bad as to force them to notice it for their own sake. So long as the employer and servant agree, the office keeper is contented. The following facts illustrate the manner in which young women are sometimes entrapped. A respectably dressed man went into an intelligence office and represented himself as a storekeeper residing some 20 miles from New York. He wished to hire a girl as seamstress and chambermaid who must go home with him the same afternoon. Glancing around the waiting room, he soon saw one of sufficiently attractive appearance, to whom he made the proposition. The wages he offered were liberal, the work was described as light, and the woman made an arrangement to accompany him forthwith. He told her that he had a little business to transact before he could leave the city, but that she could wait for him at his sister's until the cars were ready to start. She had but slight knowledge of the temptations of New York, and went with him to a brothel, the keeper of which he stated to be his sister. Here she remained for some hours waiting his return. The sister expressed her surprise at his absence, but concluded that his business had detained him, and, with apparently a kindly feeling, told the girl that she would be welcome to sleep there that night. Her suspicions were lulled by the seeming respectability of the persons, and she remained. In the course of the evening the character of the house became evident, and then the proprietors offered to engage her as a servant, solemnly promising that she should not be exposed to any insult. Almost a total stranger in the city, and destitute of money, she consented. A very few days in such a hotbed of vice was sufficient to deaden her sense of right and wrong, and within a fortnight she was enrolled as a prostitute. Keepers of houses sometimes visit these offices themselves, but generally some unknown agent is employed, or at times one of the prostitutes is plainly dressed and sent to register her name as wishing a situation, so as to be able to obtain admission to the waiting room. There she enters into conversation with the other women, whom she uses all the art she possesses to induce to visit her employer, and very frequently with the same result as in the case just narrated. There exists among many prostitutes a fiendish desire to reduce the virtues of their own sex to a similar degradation with themselves. Since they cannot elevate their own characters, they strive to debase those of others. To accomplish this, they spare neither trouble nor misrepresentation. One system in which they are commonly employed may be noted, although the mode is similar to the case of the servant girl just given. A man had resolved to ruin a woman who placed implicit confidence in his sincerity, and admitted that she loved him. He found that her modesty and good sense were proof against his persuasive powers, and he finally resorted to stratagem, and invited her to walk with him to visit some relations. He took her to a brothel, introduced its keeper, who had already been instructed in her part, as his aunt, and one or two of the inmates represented her daughters. The deception was maintained for a time, family matters were discussed, and refreshments introduced. A glass of drugged wine was handed to the victim, and as soon as its effects were visible, the villainous deed was effected. Such machinations as this show that not only are many of these prostitutes dangerous to society from their open and avowed life of crime, but also from the influences they exert to deceive the honest of their own sex. Allusion has been already made to the numerous dangers which surround young women during their passage to this country on crowded emigrant ships, or after their arrival in the equally crowded emigrant boarding houses, and it is needless to repeat them in this section, but an incomplete statement of the causes of prostitution would be presented if the injurious effects of some of our fashionable boarding schools were suffered to pass without notice. Startling as such an assertion may appear, it is no more strange than true. A system of education, the prominent design of which is to impart a knowledge of the so-called modern accomplishments to the almost total exclusion of moral training, to make the pupils present the most dazzling appearance in society, regardless of their real interests and duties, does, in some cases, lead to unhappy results. Filial affection, or early training, or innate virtue enable many to overcome these temptations, but others succumb to them. One case in particular it is desirable to record, although several of a similar nature were met with. A girl, 18 years of age, born in Louisiana, of highly respectable parents, was induced to elope from a boarding school in the vicinity of New Orleans with a man who accorded with her romantic ideal of a lover. No marriage vows ever passed between them. She trusted him as the heroine of a modern novel would have done, and he deceived her, as all modern rakes deceive their victims. She lived with him for a considerable time. When he deserted her, she was left almost destitute. She was afraid to return to her parents, knowing that they were acquainted with the life she had been leading, and she had no other means of support than open and avowed prostitution. These features of her history should present a warning to both parents and daughters of the dangers attending a superficial and improper system of education. Of course, it must not be inferred that all schools are open to such objections. In the numerous institutions of the kind scattered throughout the land, the majority are worthy of every confidence. Instances like this are probably exceptions to the rule, but still, what has been pernicious in one case may be in another, and the education of young women, forming as it does their character for life, should be conducted, as far as possible, so as to secure their safety, honor, and usefulness. In a subsequent chapter this superficial education will be farther noticed. One of the real improvements of modern times is the introduction of physiology as a branch of education in our schools. Yet it is to be regretted that the knowledge communicated to youth upon a subject so important is still extremely limited. Indeed, such is the present state of public opinion that any textbook or teacher that should impart thorough instruction in regard to all the organs and functions of the human body would be considered entirely unfit for use or duty. Notwithstanding this, the young of both sexes do become informed upon the subjects of marriage, procreation, and maternity. And how? By force of natural curiosity and injurious association. It is the imperative duty of parents to rightly inform their children concerning the things which they must inevitably know. In consequence of their neglect of this duty, both boys and girls are left to find out all they can about the mysteries of their being from ignorant servants or corrupt companions. Let fathers teach their sons, and mothers their daughters, at the earliest practicable age, all that their future well-being makes it necessary for them to know. The information thus acquired will be invested with a sacredness and delicacy entirely wanting when obtained from unreliable and pernicious sources. Thus would many of the injurious influences incident to the present secrecy upon such subjects be avoided. Of the evil habits and practices common among youth, physicians are well cognizant, and many a parent has had to mourn their sad results in the premature death or dethroned reason of children who, with proper physical training, might have been their pride and joy. Next to the responsibility of parents in this matter is that of teachers, who, with all judiciousness and delicacy, should supply the deficiencies of ignorant or incapable parents in the physiological education of all committed to their care. And here a word in regard to the bad effects of so-called classical studies. Are they not oftentimes acquired at the risk of outraged delicacy or undermined moral principles? Mythology, in particular, introduces our youth to courtesans who are described as goddesses, and goddesses who are but courtesans in disguise. Poetry and history as frequently have for their themes the ecstasies of illicit love as the innocent joys of pure affection. Shall these branches of study be totally ignored? By no means, but let their harmless flowers and wholesome fruit alone be culled for youthful minds, to the utter exclusion of all poisonous ones, however beautiful. This lack of information has resulted in another evil in the impetus it has given to the sale of obscene books and prints. Recent legal proceedings have checked this nefarious trade, but it still exists. Boys and young men may be found loitering at all hours round hotels, steamboat docks, railroad depots, and other public places, ostensibly selling newspapers or pamphlets, but secretly offering vile, lecherous publications to those who are likely to be customers. They generally select young and inexperienced persons for two reasons. In the first place, these are the most probable purchasers, and will submit to the most extortion, and in the second, they can be more easily imposed upon. The vendors have a trick which they frequently perform, and which can scarcely be regretted. In a small bound volume they insert about half a dozen highly colored obscene plates, which are cut to fit the size of the printed page. having fixed upon a victim, they cautiously draw his attention to the pictures by rapidly turning over the leaves, but do not allow him to take the book into his hands, although they give him a good opportunity to note its binding. He never dreams that the plates are loose, and feels sure that in buying the book he buys the pictures also. When the price is agreed upon, the salesman hints that, as he is watched, the customer had better turn his back for a moment while taking the money from his pocketbook, and in this interval he slips the plates from between the leaves and conceals them. The next moment the parties are again face to face, the price is handed over, and the book he had seen before is handed to the purchaser under a renewed caution, and is carefully pocketed. The bookseller leaves, and at the first opportunity the price is covertly drawn forth to be examined more minutely, and the unwary one finds that he has paid several dollars for some few printed pages, without pictures, which would have been dear at as many cents. Despite all precautions, there is every reason to believe that the manufacture of these obscene books is largely carried on in this city. It is needless to remind any resident of the large seizures made in New York during the last 2 years, or to particularize the stock condemned. More caution is observed now, and the post office is made the vehicle for distribution. Circulars are issued which describe the publications and their prices, modes of transmitting money are indicated, and the advertiser plainly says that he will not allow any personal interviews on account of the dangers which surround the traffic. By using an indefinite number of aliases, and often changing the address to which letters are sent, he succeeds in eluding the vigilance of the police, and secures many remittances. Not less dangerous than the directly obscene publications is a class of voluptuous novels which is rapidly circulating. Some are translations from the French, but one man now living in England has written and published more disgustingly minute works, under the guise of honest fiction, than ever emanated from the Parisian presses. He writes in a strain eminently calculated to excite the passions, but so carefully guarded as to avoid absolute obscenity, and embellishes his works with woodcuts which approach lasciviousness as nearly as possible without being indictable. It is to be regretted that publishers have been found, in this and other cities, who are willing to use their imprints on the title pages of his trash, and sell works which cannot but be productive of the worst consequences. Those who have seen much of the cheap pamphlets or yellow-covered literature offered in New York will have no difficulty in recalling the name of the author alluded to, and those who are ignorant of it would only be injured by its disclosure. There can be but one opinion as to the share obscene and voluptuous books have in ruining the character of the young, and they may justly be considered as causes, indirect it may be, of prostitution. Some of the sources of prostitution have been thus examined. To expose them all would require a volume, but it is hoped that sufficient has been developed to induce observation and inquiry, and prompt action in the premises. End of section 50.
Section 51 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 51. Chapter 34. New York. Statistics. Part 1. Means of support. Occupation. Treatment of domestics. Needlewomen. Weekly earnings. Female labor in France. Competition. Opportunity for employment in the country. Effects of female occupations. Temptations of seamstresses. Indiscriminate employment of both sexes in shops. Factory life. Business of the fathers of prostitutes. Mothers' business. Assistance to parents. Death of parents. Intoxication. Drinking habits of prostitutes. Delirium tremens. Liquor sold in houses of prostitution. Parental influences. Religion of parents and prostitutes. Amiable feelings. Kindness and fidelity to each other. Question: Is prostitution your only means of support? Resources. Numbers. Dependent solely upon prostitution, 1,698. Have other means of support, 302. Total, 2,000. No surprise will be excited by the fact indicated above, that 17 of every 20 women examined in New York reply to this question in the affirmative. For it is almost impossible to conceive that any honest occupation can be associated with vice of such character. The small minority who have other means consists principally of women who work at their trades or occupations at intervals, or who receive some slight payment for assisting in the ordinary work, or for sewing, in the houses of ill fame where they reside. It is difficult to believe women working as domestics in brothels are virtuous themselves. On the contrary, it is a well-known fact that they are, in every sense of the word, prostitutes, the only difference being that they work a portion of the time, while the boarders do not work at all. Those who follow an employment at intervals are mostly women whose trades are uncertain, and who are liable at certain seasons of the year to be without employment. Then real necessity forces them on the town until a return of business provides them with work. They are more to be pitied than blamed. There is another class not entirely dependent on prostitution. It consists mostly of German girls, who receive from $5 to $6 per month as dancers in the public ballrooms. In the First Ward of New York there are several of these establishments, and the captain of police in that district has attached some interesting memoranda to his returns, from which is gleaned the following information respecting these places and their inhabitants. It is submitted to the reader in order that he may draw his own conclusions as to the virtue of the dancers. Quote, "These dance houses are generally kept by Germans, who consider dancing a proper and legitimate business. They are in general very quiet. The girls employed to dance do not consider themselves prostitutes, because the proprietors will not allow them to be known as such. Each girl receives monthly from $5 to $6 and her board, and almost every one of them hires a room in the neighborhood for the purpose of prostitution. I have classed them all as prostitutes, because, in addition to the previous fact, I know that the majority of them have lived as such. Very few of these girls are excessive drinkers. Although the regulations of the ballroom require them to drink after each dance with their partners, yet the proprietor has always a bottle of water slightly colored with port wine, from which they drink, and he charges the partner the same price as for liquor." End quote. Alluding to the keeper of one of these places, the same officer says, quote, "The proprietress of this house is a German woman over 70 years of age. She established the house over 18 years since, to my certain knowledge. Her husband had just then arrived from Germany with their 4 children. They were not worth $100 at that time. The man died 3 years ago, and by his will directed $40,000 to be divided among his children. The widow is possessed of an equal amount in her own name." End quote. Question: What trade or calling did you follow before you became a prostitute? Occupations. Numbers. Artist, 1. Nurse in Bellevue Hospital, New York, 1. School teachers, 3. Fruit hawkers, 4. Paper box makers, 5. Tobacco packers, 7. Attended stores or bars, 8. Attended school, 8. Embroiderers, 8. Fur sewers, 8. Hat trimmers, 8. Umbrella makers, 8. Flower makers, 9. Shoe binders, 16. Vest makers, 21. Cap makers, 24. Book folders, 27. Factory girls, 37. Housekeepers, 39. Milliners, 41. Seamstresses, 59. Tailoresses, 105. Dressmakers, 121. Servants, 933. Lived with parents or friends, 499. Total, 2,000. Wherever the social condition of woman has been considered, one fact has always been painfully apparent, namely, the difficulties which surround her in any attempt to procure employment beyond the beaten track of needlework or domestic service. Numerous light or sedentary employments now pursued by men might with much greater propriety be confided to women, but custom seems to have fixed an arbitrary law which cannot be altered. If a lady enters a dry goods store, she is waited upon by some stalwart young man, whose energy and muscle would be far more useful in tilling the ground or in some other outdoor employment. If she wishes to make a purchase of jewelry, she is served by the same class of attendants. Why should not females have this branch of employment at their command? It would in a majority of cases be more consonant with the feelings of the purchasers, and consequently more to the interest of storekeepers. It would open an honorable field of exertion to the women, and improve the condition of the men who now monopolize such employments, by forcing them to obtain work suitable to their sex and strength, and driving from the crowded cities into the open country some whose effeminacy is fast bringing them to positive idleness and ruin. Many people are prepared to frown upon any attempt to improve the social condition of dependent women. They regard it as part of that myth which they call opposition to constituted authorities, without any reference to the consideration which should form the basis of all society, namely, ensuring the greatest amount of good to the greatest number. Others who are opposed to any amelioration sustain their views by a libel upon woman and upon her Almighty Creator. They assert that she has not sufficient intellect for anything beyond routine employment, or blame her because she has received only such an imperfect education as the world has thought proper to award her, and thus has not had an opportunity to cultivate her faculties. It is not necessary to point to the productions and achievements of women even in our own days, omitting all mention of what has been done heretofore, to expose the fallacy of this proposition. The facts are patent to the world. With special reference to the subject in hand, it may be asserted, unhesitatingly and without fear of contradiction, that were there more avenues of employment open to females, there would be a corresponding decrease in prostitution, and many of those who are now ranked with the daughters of shame would be happy and virtuous members of the community. In the list of occupations pursued by the women who are now prostitutes in New York, a most lamentable monotony is visible. Domestic service and sewing are the two principal resources. From the gross number of 2,000, deduct those who lived with their parents or friends, children attending school, domestic servants, and housekeepers, amounting in the aggregate to 1,322, and there is a balance of 678, nearly 600 of whom depend upon needles and thread for an existence. In the total number reported, there are only 4, or exactly 1 in every 500, who relied for support upon any occupation requiring mental culture, that is, 1 artist and 3 school teachers. This fact in itself sustains the theories that mental cultivation and sufficient employment are restrictions to the spread of prostitution. If women are compelled to undergo merely the slavery of life, no moral advancement can ever be expected from them. If every approach to remunerative employment is systematically closed against them, nothing but degradation can ensue, and the moralist who shuddered with horror at the bare possibility of a woman being allowed to earn a competent living in a respectable manner will ejaculate, "What awful depravity exists in the female sex!" He and others of his class drive a woman to starvation by refusing to give her employment, and then condemn her for maintaining a wretched existence at the price of virtue. But to notice more particularly the employments which the courtesans of New York have followed. The domestic servants amount to 931. No modern fashion has yet been introduced to deprive females of this sphere of labor, but so progressive is the age that even that may be accomplished within a few years, and the advertising columns of the newspapers teem with announcements of some newly minted scrubbing machine. The space will not permit any extended remarks on this employment, but, while allowing that many employers treat their servants as human beings gifted with the same sensibilities and feelings as themselves, it must be regretted that there are others who use them in a manner which would bring a blush to the cheek of a Southern slave driver. With such mistresses the incapacity of servants is a constant theme, nor do they ever ask themselves if they have learned the science of governing. Assuming that they themselves are right, they conclude that the help is of course wrong. Is it any wonder that girls are driven to intoxication and disgrace by this conduct? Another reason which forces servant girls to prostitution is the excessive number who are constantly out of employment, estimated at 1/4 of those resident in the city, an evil which would be diminished were there more opportunities for female labor. What is the position of the needlewoman? Far worse than that of the servant. The latter has a home and food in addition to her wages. The former must lodge and keep herself out of earnings which do not much exceed in amount the servant's pay. The labor by which this miserable pittance is earned, so truthfully depicted in the universally known "Song of the Shirt," is distressing and enervating to a degree. Working from early dawn till late at night, with trembling fingers, aching head, and very often an empty stomach, the poor seamstress ruins her health to obtain a spare and insufficient living. There is no variety in her employment; it is the same endless round of stitches, varied only by a wearisome journey once or twice a week to the store whence she receives her work, and where the probabilities are that a portion of her scanty wages will be deducted for some alleged deficiency in the work. She has no redress, but must submit or be discharged. Nor is the position of a milliner or dressmaker much superior to this. She has a room provided for her in the employer's establishment, and there she must remain so long as the inexorable demands of fashion, or the necessity of preparing bonnets or dresses for some special occasion, require. It matters not if she faint from exhaustion and fatigue. Mrs. wants her ball dress to-morrow, and the poor slave, we use this word advisedly, must labor as if her eternal salvation rested on her nimble fingers. But the gay robe which is to deck the form of beauty is completed; the hour of release has come at last, and, as at night the wearied girl walks feebly through the almost deserted streets, she meets some of the frail of her own sex, bedecked in finery, with countenances beaming from the effects of their potations, and the thought flashes across her mind, "They are better off than I am." Her human nature can scarcely repress such an exclamation, which is too often but the precursor of her own ruin. Paper box makers, tobacco packers, and book folders are no better off. They must work in crowded shops, must inhale each other's breath during the whole day, for such workshops are not the best ventilated buildings in New York, generally speaking, and receive, as their remuneration, barely sufficient to find them food, clothes, and shelter. It is needless to pursue this subject; enough has surely been advanced to demonstrate the necessity of a more extended field of female labor. Question. How long is it since you abandoned your trade as a means of living? Length of time. Numbers. 3 months, 174. 6 months, 151. 1 year, 273. 2 years, 254, 3 years, 147, 4 years, 104, 5 years, 117, 10 years, 90, 12 years and upward, 16, not abandoned, 296, unascertained, 378, total, 2000. A very few words will suffice on this table, as the remarks which would arise from it have been already made in reference to other questions. In most instances the occupation is abandoned as soon as the first false step is taken, unless in those cases of destitution where a previous want of employment renders prostitution necessary as the only means of living. Of course, as before observed, a life of prostitution must be incompatible with any description of honest employment, and, in those cases where a woman has followed any trade or occupation after she had yielded to promiscuous intercourse, it will generally be found that her motive was to deceive the world as to her own pursuits, or else to satisfy her conscience that she was not entirely depraved. Question. What were your average weekly earnings at your trade? Average earnings. Numbers. $1, 34. $2, 336. $3, 230. $4, 127. $5, 68. $6, 27. $7, 8. $8, 5. $20, 1. $50, 1. Unascertained, 663. Total, 2000. This question is of equal importance with that referring to the number of employments available for females, and the replies quoted above will give as many reasons for prostitution as in the former case. From the work of a French author on this subject, the following is condensed as indicative of the hardships and insufficient remuneration of women employed in factories in France. Quote, "Women are employed principally in the manufacture of cotton, silk, and wool. The preparation of cotton presents two dangerous features, in the beating and dressing, which are performed solely by women. In the manufacture of silk there are also two processes dangerous to life, and these are performed by women. The woolen manufacture has no real danger but in the carding, and all the carders are women. Of these mortal occupations there is not one that will afford the workwoman a sufficient maintenance, the average wages being from 16 to 25 sous per day, subject to the fluctuations of trade." End quote. Commenting upon these facts, the Westminster Review says, quote, "We took some pains to ascertain the relative wages of men and women employed in the same trades, in England, and almost in every instance it appeared that for the same work, performed in the same time, they received 1/3 less, sometimes 1/2 less than men, without any inferiority of skill being alleged. One master gravely said that he quote, paid women less because they ate less." End quote. In a subsequent chapter of this volume will be found some particulars of the wages paid in manufacturing districts of the United States, and the same disparity between male and female operatives will be noticed. M. Parent du Châtelet assigns insufficient wages as one of the principal causes of prostitution in Paris. He says, quote, "What are the earnings of our laundresses, our seamstresses, our milliners? Compare the wages of the most skillful with those of the more ordinary and moderately able, and we shall see if it be possible for these latter to procure even the strict necessaries of life. And if we farther compare the price of their work with that of their dishonor, we shall cease to be surprised that so great a number should fall into improprieties thus made almost inevitable." This low rate of wages is defended upon the plea of competition. A manufacturer practically says, "If one man or woman will do my work for 5% less than another, I must employ him or her, unless I am prepared to carry on my business at a positive loss, for if I do not give them work, my neighbor will." Valid as this reason may be in the old countries, where the supply of labor far exceeds the demand, it is invalid in America, where there is a constant demand for workers. Our cities are overcrowded. Remove some of their inhabitants to the country. In our cities work cannot be obtained. In the country both male and female laborers are urgently required. In cities an unemployed woman is exposed to innumerable temptations. In the country she need never be unemployed, and consequently would escape such dangers. The difference between the New and Old worlds is simply that in the former the cities are overcrowded, but the country is free. In the latter, both cities and country are full to repletion. In the city of New York 1/4 part of the domestic servants are constantly out of employment. Remove them, and, while the wants of the community will be amply supplied, the market value of a faithful servant would increase to a living rate. Send away a number of needlewomen, reducing the supply of labor to meet the actual demand. Tailors, shirt makers, and dressmakers must employ seamstresses, and in such cases they could not obtain them without paying remunerative wages. The prices of our wearing apparel would probably be advanced 5%, with a saving of 15% taxation in the reduced expenses of police, judiciary, prisons, hospitals, and charitable institutions. The experience of the winter of 1857 to 1858 has proved that but very slight difficulties attend this plan when effectively carried out, and to the Children's Aid Society and the other benevolent organizations which have shown not only the possibility but the success of the system, all praise is due. No man entering upon a farm in the West requires any argument to convince him that his property will increase in value as it is cultivated, and many will gladly advance the sum necessary to pay the expenses of a servant's journey out. As fast as men are sent to fell the timber or break the prairie, the farmer's necessities force him to engage women for the increasing work of his house and dairy, and to supply the places of those who obtain husbands in their new home. When the tide of emigration to the Australian colonies commenced, nearly the whole of those who left England were single men, and in a few months the cry was ringing from one end of the island to the other, "Send us female help, send us wives." A benevolent woman, resident in the colony, repeated the demand, and subsequently lent the aid of her powerful talents to it. She made a voyage to England, and there influenced public opinion to such an extent that the British government yielded to the outside pressure, and many shiploads of well recommended, healthy, and virtuous women were sent out at the national expense to supply the want. The subsequent advancement of the colony has proved that the measure was a judicious one, nor can the abuses to which it became subject detract from its merits. Similar plans with respect to destitute children have been practiced in New York for several years, and their subsequent extension to meet the wants of adult females has been limited only by the means of the projectors. If the necessity and prospective benefit of this emigration were known and appreciated, the required funds could be raised without any difficulty. The citizens of New York are never dilatory in responding to calls upon their benevolence in aid of any practicable and judicious scheme of philanthropy, and, under the management of an energetic business committee, arrangements could be made which would render the movement self-supporting within a few years. The competition which keeps wages at starvation point is aggravated by a notion entertained by many native women, and by some foreigners who have long been in the country, that domestic service is ungenteel. This idea drives them to needlework to maintain their respectability, and thus, while service is abandoned, the ranks of seamstresses are augmented. By decreasing the number to be employed, and consequently advancing their wages and ensuring better treatment from their employers, the servant's life would be divested of many of its objections, and old-fashioned housework would once more be deemed respectable. This consummation rests more with mistresses than servants. The former give tone to the manners of the latter. It cannot be denied that many young women date their ruin from unkind or unwomanly treatment by their mistresses, who have given a free rein to their caprices, confident that if a girl left them they could soon supply her place. This confidence would be shaken if a housekeeper knew that servants were less plentiful, and her own interest would induce her to use well those who suited her. Such a conclusion would be an important step toward reducing prostitution and elevating the character of the masses. It cannot be expected that this vice will decrease in New York when 534 out of a total of 2,000 earn only $1 weekly. No economist, however closely he may calculate, will pretend that 14 cents a day will supply any woman with lodging, food, and clothes. She who should attempt to exist on such a sum would starve to death in less than a month, and yet it is a notorious fact that many are expected to support themselves upon it. How such expectations are realized, and the sad manner in which the deficiency is made up, are amply shown by the result of this and similar investigations, here and elsewhere. Thus far, manufacturers have been blamed for the depression of wages, but is not the consumer equally open to censure? He purchases an article of dress from A because it is a trifle cheaper than in B's store. The cost of the raw material is the same to each, and each uses the same quantity in every article. But if A can find customers for 3 times the amount of goods which B can sell, on account of the saving he effects through paying lower wages, it is scarcely in human nature, decidedly not in commercial nature, to be expected that he will refuse the opportunity. He flatters himself that competition forces him to make the reduction, and as the public do not denounce his action, but flock to his store, so long as his price continues lower than his neighbor's, he concludes that his customers should bear the blame. Nor are his conclusions false. The public sanction a system which enforces starvation or crime, and, for the sake of saving a few cents, add their influence to swell the ranks of prostitutes, and condemn many a poor woman to eternal ruin. Before leaving the question of employment, the effects of different branches of female occupation, as inducing or favoring immorality, must be noticed. Apart from the low rate of wages paid to women, thus causing destitution which forces them to vice, the associations of most of the few trades they are in the habit of pursuing are prejudicial to virtue. The trade of tailoress or seamstress may be cited as a case in point. One mode in which this business is conducted between employer and employed is as follows. The woman leaves either a cash deposit or the guarantee of some responsible person at the store, and receives a certain amount of materials to be made up by a specified time. When she returns the manufactured goods she is paid, and has more work given her to make up. This may seem a very simple course, and so it is, but one feature in it gives rather a sinister aspect. The person who delivers the materials, receives the work, and pronounces on its execution is almost invariably a man, and upon his decision rests the question whether the operative shall be paid her full wages, or whether any portion of her miserable earnings shall be deducted because the work is not done to his satisfaction. In many cases he wields a power the determinations of which amount to this: shall I have any food today, or shall I starve? It is reasonable to conclude that hardly anything short of positive want can force a girl to undertake this labor at its present price, and it is reasonable to imagine that her necessities will force her to use every means to accomplish her task in a satisfactory manner. If she finds that a smile bestowed upon her employer or his clerk will aid her in the struggle for bread, she will not present herself with a scowling face; or if a kind entreaty will be the means of procuring her a dinner as a favor, she will not expose herself to hunger by demanding it as a right. In this there is no moral or actual wrong, but there are instances where lubricity has exacted farther concessions, and the sacrifice of a woman's virtue been required as an equivalent for the privilege of sewing at almost nominal prices. If this is conceded, the victim may be assured of the best work and the most favors, until her seducer becomes satiated with possession, when means will easily be found to displace her for some new favorite. If the outrageous request is denied, she will get no more work from that shop, and may seek other employment with almost a certainty of meeting the same indignity elsewhere. That this is a frequent occurrence, unfortunately, cannot be denied. That it exercises much influence on public prostitution cannot be doubted. The employment of females in various trades in this city, in the pursuit of which they are forced into constant communication with male operatives, has a disastrous effect upon their characters. The daily routine goes very far toward weakening that modesty and reserve which are the best protectives against the seducer, and renders them liable to temptation in many shapes. A girl frequently forms an attachment to a man working in the same shop, believing it to be a mutual one, and only finds out her mistake when she has yielded to his persuasions and is deserted. Or women contract acquaintance for the sake of having an escort on their holiday recreations, or because some other woman has done so, or as the mere gratification of an idle fancy, but all tend in the same direction, and aid to undermine principles and jeopardize character. In this connection only city employments have been mentioned, but the same reasoning may be applied with greater force to factory life in any of our manufacturing districts. There the operatives of both sexes in one mill may sometimes be counted by hundreds, and their large numbers cause a more frequent and constant communication than in smaller workshops. It has been urged in support of the superior morality of such places, that the very nature of the employment requires the most constant attention to be paid to it, and precludes the possibility of any idle time. We freely concede to the apologists all the advantages they claim, and admit that during the time, say 10 hours daily, when the machinery is running, neither males nor females can abandon their respective positions, but unfortunately for the force of the argument, the motion is not a perpetual one. A steam engine or a water wheel can run for a week or a month without complaining of fatigue, but human machines become exhausted after a few hours' consecutive labor. Machinery can receive the necessary attention and supplies without arresting its progress, but men and women must sometimes cease work in order to eat and drink. Granting, then, that during actual working hours a young woman cannot leave her post, yet the mind is free, and the range of thought, when locomotion is denied her, will often turn to the hardships of her position. Busy as may be her hands, her brain is disengaged, and while her mechanical duties are adroitly performed, the mental faculties will be in full exercise, and for these she has ample scope. Dissatisfied with her close confinement in the factory, weary of the dreadful monotony which makes today but a repetition of yesterday and a sure type of tomorrow, she is happy when the bell rings the signal to leave work, to escape from the building, and renew outside its walls an acquaintance she has formed before. And too frequently the persuasions and promises of her lover will induce her to seek, in some less guarded position, the independence for which she longs. It may be taken as a general rule that any confinement or restraint which is irksome to human nature must result injuriously. Domestic servants are not exempt from temptation when employed in large establishments where both sexes are engaged, and many a poor girl ascribes her ruin to the associations formed in places of this description. Thus far it has been supposed that man is the chief agent in the propagation of vice, nor is there any apparent reason to recede from that position. The numerous cases of seduction under false promises and subsequent desertion, of seduction by married men, of violations of helpless and unprotected females, are abundantly sufficient to prove this, much as it may be regretted for the credit of the stronger sex, and also to vindicate the opinion that employing males and females under one roof, in different branches of the same business, has a strong tendency to promote prostitution. Sometimes, however, it is true that woman, lost and abandoned herself, lends her aid to drag her fellow woman down to perdition. In many of the stores and workshops in our city, in every factory throughout the country, such are to be found, and their insidious influence is quickly felt. By false representations and elaborate coloring, they work upon the minds of the simple, or inflame the passions of the ambitious, but in either case their object is the same, and in it they frequently succeed. Question. What business did your father follow? Father's business. Numbers. Architects. 4. Auctioneer. 1. Agents. 5. Butchers. 47. Blacksmiths. 63. Barbers. 2. Bakers. 21. Builders. 11. Bookkeepers. 3. Boatmen. 7. Brothel keeper. 1. Bankers. 2. Carpenters. 139. Carmen. 26. Coopers. 19. Clerks. 32. Coachmen. 10. Clergymen. 6. Coachmakers. 9. Cabinet makers. 16. Diver. 1. Drover. 1. Dyers. 3. Engineers. 18. Engraver. 1. Farmers. 440. Fishermen. 6. Grocers. 14. Gilders. 2. Gardeners. 10. Glassblowers. 2. Hotel and tavern keepers. 36. Hatters. 13. Jewelers. 10. Laborers. 259. Liquor dealers. 22. Lawyers. 13. Lumber merchants. 7. Livery stable keepers. 5. Millers. 20. Masons. 82. Merchants. 37. Molders. 3. Manufacturers. 24. Musicians. 8. Men of property. 5. Naval officers. 31. Overseers. 5. Peddlers. 5. Policemen. 15. Painters. 16. Printers. 3. Planters. 5. Pavers. 4. Physicians and surgeons. 19. Plumbers. 2. Pawnbrokers. 2. Ship carpenters. 23. Sailors. 35. Shoemakers. 48. Stage drivers. 4. Storekeepers. 37. Stonecutters. 20. Schoolteachers. 14. Silversmiths. 3. Soldiers. 38. Sailmakers. 4. Saddlers. 14. Servants. 4. Surveyor. 1. Tailors. 35. Traders. 11. Tanners and curriers. 7. Tinsmiths. 2. Weavers. 20. Wheelwright. 1. Unascertained. 106. Total. 2000. This table shows that almost all classes of society are exposed to the influences which result in prostitution, from the children of men of property, bankers, merchants, and professional men, down to the families of mechanics and laborers. The numerous and varied occupations of the fathers of those women who answered the question renders any classification of them almost impossible. A majority of the parents were either mechanics or laborers, men who earned the daily food for themselves and families by manual labor, and whose resources would be governed by the ordinary fluctuations of trade. In following the proportion of natives and foreigners as exhibited in previous tables, it must be remembered that about 5/8 of these fathers were residents of other countries than the United States when those daughters were born, whose replies form the bases of these statistics, and it is scarcely necessary to say that labor is nowhere so well remunerated as with us. The average wages, for instance, of a first-class mechanic in England or Ireland seldom exceed, and indeed rarely amount to, $9 per week, and an ordinary laborer is very well paid if he receives half that sum. This estimate refers to large cities, where the expenses of maintaining a family are as heavy as in New York, and it indicates poverty, which has already been proved to be one of the main causes of female depravity. If the investigation is pursued into the rural districts of Great Britain, the wages of mechanics and laborers will be found lower than they are in large cities, without any material reduction in the necessary expenditure except in the item of house rent. The pitiful amounts paid to agricultural laborers, often only 25 cents a day, will surprise anyone who is not fully acquainted with the hardships endured by this unfortunate class, and the state of destitution in which they are compelled to exist (it cannot, with any propriety, be called living) and to rear their families. More than one half of the foreigners are from Ireland, and no person acquainted with the social history of that unhappy country need be told of the want and deprivation endured by its peasantry, of their useless efforts to benefit themselves, or of the ruin, starvation, and disease with which they are so frequently afflicted. To constitute a farmer in Ireland, a man must hire an acre or two of land, for which he pays a heavy rent, as 2 or sometimes 3 middlemen have to obtain their profits before the landlord receives his share. In this field he plants as many potatoes as can be crowded into it, and in his hut or cabin he keeps a pig or some fowls, regularly domesticated as members of the family, and receiving more attention than the children. From the sale of the pig the rent has to be obtained, and from the proceeds of the poultry, with the potatoes, all their wants have to be supplied. Thus, with the potatoes he raises for almost his sole means of support, with peat from some bog in the neighborhood to furnish him with fuel, he lives until the impoverished soil refuses to yield its annual crop, or yields it in a diseased and poisonous state, when fever and starvation come to fill his cup of misery and render him dependent upon charity for an existence. And this in a land peculiarly rich in all that is necessary to make its people a great and happy nation. This has been known as the state of Ireland for many years, and in this condition it unquestionably was when the women who here are now prostitutes were born there. Whether the severe lessons taught by the last famine, the more enlightened and liberal policy which has governed England since that terrible calamity in its legislation for the sister island, the introduction of Anglo-Saxon capital and enterprise, and the large exodus of the natives of the soil have been of advantage to the country, it is difficult to determine in the face of the conflicting testimony furnished respectively by English and Irish partisans. It seems reasonable to conclude that an improvement must have taken place under these circumstances. But this is not the place to argue the political questions so often agitated there and elsewhere. It is enough for the purpose of this work to show the poverty of 20 years ago, and the vice resulting from it now, and to remind the reader that because of the lamentable manner in which the Irish have suffered in their own country, we must be taxed in New York for the support in hospitals, almshouses, and prisons of the women whose poverty compelled their crime. End of Section 51. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. Conway, Arkansas. RAMON escamilla.wordpress.com. Section 52 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 52. Chapter 34. New York. Statistics. Part 2. Question. If your mother had any business independent of your father, what was it? Mother's business. Numbers. No independent business. 1,880. Dressmakers. 35. Tailoresses. 26. Seamstresses. 12. Storekeepers. 9. Boarding house keepers. 7. Servants. 6. Vestmakers. 6. Laundresses. 4. Bakers. 4. Hat trimmers. 3. Milliners. 3. Artificial flower maker. 1. Music teacher. 1. Nurse. 1. Umbrella maker. 1. House cleaner. 1. Total 2,000. Only 120 of 2,000 women answer that their mothers had any business independent of their fathers, and they were mostly of the same ill-paid class as those alluded to in the portion referring to the occupations of the women themselves. The exceptions were boarding house, store, and bakery keepers, amounting to 20 only, the remaining 100 being servants or needlewomen. The fact that even this number found it necessary to augment the income of their families by their own exertions is another evidence of poverty. Question. Did you assist either your father or mother in their business? If so, which of them? Assisted. Numbers. Assisted neither parent. 1,515. Assisted both parents. 149. Assisted mothers. 306. Assisted fathers. 30. Totals. Assisted both parents or mothers or fathers. 485. Assisted neither parent. 1,515. Aggregate 2,000. To this question, 30 women reply that they were in the habit of assisting their fathers, 306 say they assisted their mothers, and 149 assisted both parents. The two latter answers, embracing 455 cases, must be construed to mean such assistance in the ordinary work of a family as usually falls to the lot of children. The residue say that they never assisted either father or mother, or, in other words, that they were brought up in habits of idleness, which can scarcely have forsaken them in after life, and probably had some considerable agency in their fall. Question. Is your father living? Or, how old was you when he died? Age at father's death. Numbers. Fathers living, 651. Under 5 years, 289. From 5 years to 10 years, 208. From 10 years to 15 years, 252. From 15 years to 20 years, 389. Unascertained, 211. Totals 1,349. Totals fathers living 651. Aggregate 2,000. Question: Is your mother living, or how old was you when she died? Mothers living 766. Under 5 years 268. From 5 years to 10 years 195. From 10 years to 15 years 277. From 15 years to 20 years 281. Unascertained 213. Totals 1,234. Totals mothers living 766. Aggregate 2,000. From the preceding tables it appears that more than half of these women are orphans. 1,349 of them have lost their fathers, and 1,234 were deprived of their mothers. In both cases, the ages of the children at the death of their parents are in nearly the same ratio. Thus 289 fathers and 268 mothers died when their children were under 5 years of age. 208 fathers and 195 mothers died when their children were under 10 years of age. 252 fathers and 277 mothers died when their children were under 15 years of age. The average of the deaths of either parent will therefore be, when the children were under 5 years of age, 279; from 5 years to 10 years, 202; from 10 years to 15 years, 265; and the aggregate result that 1,479 parents died before their daughters had reached the age at which a female most needs aid and advice. At any time and under any circumstances the thought of death is dispiriting. The idea of rending all earthly ties, of bursting asunder bonds which have formed for years a part of our very existence, of leaving the world with its joys and pleasures, its cares and griefs, for the undiscovered bourne, is appalling in contemplation. More appalling still when the family circle is invaded and a father whom we have revered or a mother whom we have loved is taken from us. The death of a father is a sad calamity for his children. The hand that has nourished and protected them, that has toiled for their support, is cold in the grave. Their earthly support is gone. But a more grievous affliction still is the death of a mother. It is she to whom the children look in all their infant sufferings. It is her ear that is ever open to their sorrows. It is her bosom on which they are pillowed in sickness, her care which guides their steps in infancy, her love which warns them of the dangers that menace them in after life. Bereft of a mother's watchful tenderness, they are comparatively alone in the world, and many of their sorrows must be dated from that event. The answers to these questions are full of material for mournful reflection, and strongly indicate the increased responsibilities of surviving relatives toward the orphans. This point has been already so strongly insisted upon that it would be a needless reiteration to argue its necessity. Question: Do you drink intoxicating liquor? If so, to what extent? Extent, numbers. Do not drink liquor, 359. Drink moderately, 647. Drink intemperately, 754. Habitual drunkards, 240. Totals 1,641. Totals do not drink liquor, 359. Aggregate 2,000. It may be assumed as an almost invariable rule that courtesans in all countries are in the habit of using alcoholic stimulants to a greater or less degree, in order to maintain that artificial state of excitement which is indispensably necessary to their calling. One of the class in London said to Mr. Mayhew, when he was making the inquiries alluded to in the chapters upon English prostitution, "No girls could lead the life we do without gin, and drinking is undoubtedly universal among abandoned women." Even according to the most favorable view of the replies to the query now under consideration, and admitting them to be strictly correct, it will be found that 5/6 of the total number confess they are in the habit of using intoxicating liquors. But with the knowledge of facts already ascertained in other cases, the inquirer will be compelled to believe that this is not the whole truth, for it is almost certain that the 359 who claim to be total abstinents indulge themselves in occasional potations. In prosecuting investigations like the present, there are many difficulties to encounter. A woman who is found residing in a house of ill fame will scarcely attempt to deny that she is a prostitute, although even this has been done in some cases, yet she will equivocate upon other matters. The facts of her birth, family, and life will probably be given correctly, because there exists no motive for concealment, but the answers to any questions which she deems degrading, such as relate, for example, to her habits or the state of her health, must be received with some considerable allowance, and compared with well ascertained facts. Among the more aristocratic prostitutes it is considered a disgrace to be absolutely intoxicated, and the keeper of a first-class house would scarcely retain a boarder who was addicted to habitual inebriety. Still, the most fastidious are ready and eager to sell champagne, or what passes for it, to any visitor of liberal disposition, and will generally condescend to assist him to drink it, of course inviting all the ladies to participate. In the lower grades it is not deemed disreputable to be inebriated, but the proprietors, knowing intoxication would interfere with their business, interdict it until late at night, when "the mirth and fun grows fast and furious," and when visitors, women, proprietors, bar-keepers, and servants frequently all contrive to be drunk, and close the night with general saturnalia. The following morning everything is changed. The proprietor takes his stand behind the bar, and tenders the inmates, as they appear, their bitters, namely, a bumper of raw spirits. The visitors depart about their business, and the women await, with all the patience they can command, the result of another day's campaign, anxiously watching for any contingency which may arise likely to bring them another glass of liquor. Even in this case they are narrowly watched, and as soon as the depression from the previous night's debauch has been overcome, they must either take temperance drinks or colored water, when any stray customer invites them to the bar. Our decided impression is that not 1% of the prostitutes in New York practice their calling without partaking of intoxicating drinks. The effects of this habit are well known. In the first instance, the woman drinks but little, probably just enough to cause a slight artificial excitement, and bring a color to her cheeks. After a time the proportion must be increased, as the effect upon the system is diminished, until the finale is a habit of confirmed and constant drinking. As a general rule, the horrible consequences then become apparent. The whole frame is relaxed, and every movement of the limbs is a motion of uncertainty. The brain is impaired, the reasoning faculties are destroyed, the powers of the stomach and digestive organs are weakened, and an attack of delirium tremens is the ultimatum, usually cured, if cured at all, at the public expense in a hospital or prison. A work of fiction, published some 10 years ago, gives the following truthful account of the effects of drunkenness on prostitutes, by one of whom the words are supposed to be used. Quote, "I must have drink. Such as live like me could not bear life without drink. It's the only thing to keep us from suicide. If we did not drink, we could not stand the memory of what we have been, and the thought of what we are, for a day. If I go without food and without shelter, I must have my dram. Oh, what awful nights I have had in prison for want of it." End quote. She glared round with terrified eyes, as if dreading to see some supernatural creature near her, and then continued, "It is dreadful to see them. There they go round and round my bed the whole night through, my mother carrying my baby, and Sister Mary, and all looking at me with their sad stony eyes. Oh, it is terrible! They don't turn back either, but pass behind the head of the bed, and I feel their eyes on me everywhere. If I creep under the clothes I still see them, and what is worse, they see me. I must have drink. I cannot pass tonight without a dram. I dare not." Although this is an imaginary picture, its counterpart can be seen at almost any time in the hospitals under the charge of the governors of the almshouse on Blackwell's Island, New York City, where large numbers of such cases are constantly treated. In 1854, in the penitentiary hospital alone, more than 1,400 persons received medical assistance for delirium tremens and other maladies arising from excess in drinking. This fact induced the remarks in the report for that year that the "cases actually treated here during the last year were directly caused by the lowest and foulest kinds of dissipation and vice, a fact which speaks trumpet-tongued in favor of shutting up grog shops, and shows the absolute necessity of adopting some plan whereby the enormous amount of prostitution now among us shall be decreased." Since then, an alteration in the law has sentenced drunken persons to an incarceration in the city prison, and the number sent to Blackwell's Island has diminished, but not to the extent which would be supposed, as, during 1857, the hospitals thereon afforded relief to 791 inebriates. The fearful havoc upon the constitution is produced as well by the quality as the quantity of the liquors consumed. Let any man not thoroughly informed on these subjects taste a glass of the compounds retailed at these places, and he will be immediately convinced that it would be quite as judicious an act to swallow the same quantity of camphene or sulphuric acid if diluted, sweetened, and colored. The various liquors, gin, rum, brandy, whiskey, or wine, having nothing in common with the genuine articles of commerce but the name, are so many varieties of the cheapest and most poisonous raw spirits that the markets afford, and are manufactured in this city in large quantities to meet the demands arising from such places. Instances have been known where liquors subsequently sold in houses of ill fame as pure French brandy have been furnished by wholesale dealers at prices ranging from 36 to 50 cents a gallon. There may be exceptions. Some few brothels of the higher rank may sell what is called good liquor, but they are very rare indeed. Is it any matter of surprise that drunkenness, or, more properly speaking, stupefaction and insensibility, are so rife? That so many constitutions are ruined and so many characters destroyed when agencies like these are tolerated? Question. Did your father drink intoxicating liquors? If so, to what extent? Father's habits? Numbers. Did not drink liquor, 548. Drank moderately, 636. Drank intemperately, 596. Unascertained, 220. Totals, 1,452. Totals, did not drink liquor, 548. Aggregate, 2,000. Question. Did your mother drink intoxicating liquors? If so, to what extent? Mother's habits. Numbers. Did not drink liquor, 875. Drank moderately, 574. Drank intemperately, 347. Unascertained, 204. Totals, 1,125. Totals, did not drink liquor, 875. Aggregate, 2,000. How much of the intemperate habits of these women must be traced to the influence of the parents' example? 1,452 fathers, 1,125 mothers are represented as having been addicted to the use of liquors in various degrees, the moderate in both cases exceeding the intemperate drinkers. And yet even moderate drinking, when pursued by parents in the presence of, or to the knowledge of children, is a practice open to the gravest censure. In the mind of a child any action is deemed right if performed by a father or mother. As the children advance in years, parental customs are followed, and, in such a case as this, probably the single glass of beer or wine of the father lays the foundation of intemperance in the children. Without undertaking to argue the question of the absolute necessity for a total abstinence from all liquors under all circumstances, the proposition may be seriously submitted that the effect of this personal example upon children is satisfactorily ascertained, from many different sources, to be prejudicial to their best interests, and a natural deduction therefore is that it is the duty of parents to abstain. Instances are upon record where both fathers and mothers, in the temporary insanity of intoxication, have turned their daughters from home into the streets, and that too in cases where not even the remotest grounds existed for any suspicion of improper conduct on the part of these children. Occurrences like these are sufficient to enforce the necessity of temperance on the part of the parents, in view of the fearful responsibility which rests upon them. Question: were your parents Protestants, Catholics, or non-professors? Religion, numbers. Protestants, 960. Roman Catholics, 977. Non-professors, 63. Total, 2,000. Question: were you trained to any religion? If so, was it Protestant or Catholic? Religion, numbers. Protestant, 972. Roman Catholic, 977. No religious training, 51. Total, 2,000. Question: do you profess the same religion now? Profession, numbers. Profess religion as educated, 1,909. Non-professors, 91. Total, 2,000. Question: how long is it since you have observed any of its requirements? Time, numbers. 1 year and under, 861. From 1 year to 2 years, 310. From 2 years to 3 years, 226. From 3 years to 4 years, 135. From 4 years to 5 years, 106. From 5 years to 6 years, 72. From 6 years to 7 years, 42. From 7 years to 8 years, 42. From 8 years to 9 years, 20. From 9 years to 10 years, 36. From 10 years to 12 years, 20. Unascertained, 130. Totals, 2,000. It certainly seems a very incongruous association to connect religion and prostitution, to place in juxtaposition the most noble aspirations of which the mind is capable, and the lowest degradation to which the body can descend. But such a contrast is not without its moral. It is not too great a stretch of imagination to suppose that of those unfortunate women who subsequently lost their position in society, some had the advantages of an early Christian education, were taught to believe in and reverence the inspired writings, were taught that there is a God who judgeth the world, and that there exists for all a future state. Reflecting upon this, and considering how deplorably such have fallen from the observance of precepts inculcated in the days of childhood, all persons will feel the necessity of watchfulness and care that the same fate does not befall themselves or their connections. The facts may teach another lesson, It may be presumed that some of these women were trained in the rigid and austere manner animadverted upon in the remarks on the causes of prostitution, and that their present career is but the recoil from that unnatural restraint. Such conclusion would afford a solemn warning to all who have charge of the education of children to choose the happy mean between the extremes of careless laxity and excessive harshness. Either course is alike fatal to the welfare of their trust, and must end in disappointment and sorrow. If it were consistent with propriety, it would not be possible to make any comparison with the results of Protestant and Roman Catholic teachings, because of the nearly equal number in each case. In the table exhibiting the religions professed by the parents, there are 17 more Roman Catholics than Protestants. In the table of the religions professed by the prostitutes themselves, there are 5 more Roman Catholics than Protestants. The relative value of the two creeds as rules of life cannot therefore be made the subject of argument from such data. So far as our duties to the Almighty, to our fellow men, and to ourselves, so far as the obligations to virtue and morality are concerned, the adherents of both parties are agreed, and in the investigation of the intricate social problem of female depravity it matters but little whether a majority of the pitiable subjects of the inquiry were educated in the tenets of the Church of Rome or in the doctrines of the Reformation. If the articles of faith of either church are honestly observed by those who professedly believe in them, they will be effective in preventing immorality; but when this observance is confined to words, and not exemplified by actions, neither the simple rituals of Protestantism nor the more elaborate and artistically arranged ceremonials of Roman Catholicism can be of any avail. Neither, if our lives accord not with our profession, will it make an iota of difference in our future destiny whether we have bowed the knee in a temple devoted to Roman Catholic service before the image of a crucified Savior, and endeavored to train our thoughts to a contemplation of His mercy and beneficence, or have knelt in a Protestant church, and there joined in the public confession that we are sinners. The facts exhibited in the tables show that 1,937 women had parents who were professedly members of one or the other of these communions; that 1,949 women out of 2,000 were taught to believe in the necessity of some religion, and that 1,909 of these women still assert their confidence in the creed in which they were educated. It cannot be expected that, living in the constant practice of that which their consciences must teach them is sinful, these women would have continued to observe the outward form of religion. By comparing the table upon this point with the one framed from the replies to the question, "For what length of time have you been a prostitute?" it will be observed that 1,674 admit they have been prostitutes for 6 years and upward, and 1,710 confess they have neglected to observe the requirements of religion for the same space of time, a coincidence which leads us charitably to suppose that the crime and the omission are nearly parallel, so far as dates are concerned, and that hypocritical professions of religion do not rank among prostitutes' offenses. But even with their neglect of the outward requirements of faith, and while in the actual commission of known and acknowledged sin, they still preserve many traits which are much to their credit. They possess one of the chief virtues belonging to the female character, which never seems to become extinct or materially impaired, namely, kindness to each other when sick or destitute, and indeed to all who are in suffering or distress. This has attracted the attention and called forth the admiration of every one who has been thrown into contact with them. A very touching instance of these amiable feelings occurred some years ago, and is narrated in the Westminster Review for July, 1850. A poor girl, who was rapidly sinking into a decline after a short but impetuous course of infamy, had no means of support but from the continued exercise of her calling. With a mixture of kindness and conscientiousness which may well surprise us under the circumstances, her companions in degradation resolved among themselves that, as they said, "at least she should not be compelled to die in sin," and contributed from their own sad earnings a sufficient sum to enable her to pass her few remaining days in comfort and repentance. This is far from being an exceptional case. An extended hospital experience has brought under our personal observation many acts of real sympathy and kindness toward each other among the prostitute class. If one of their number is discharged, and is unprovided with suitable clothing, They will club their scanty resources to supply her needs, frequently contributing articles they really want themselves. In any case of serious sickness, where prompt attention is required, they form most reliable nurses, and will cheerfully sacrifice their own rest at any time to minister to the sufferer, performing their duties with the utmost care and tenderness. Their fidelity to each other is strongly marked. It is literally impossible, in any case where a breach of discipline has occurred, to find a woman who will bear witness against any of her companions, and neither threats nor promises are sufficiently potent to extract the desired information. These traits are not submitted with any intention of offering them as an equivalent to the morality which has been violated, but merely to prove that hearts which can conceive and execute such kindly purposes can not be entirely lost to the sense of virtue or the claims of benevolence. Truly they are but as an atom in the balance, but, like an oasis in the desert, they show that all is not arid and sterile. End of section 52. Recording by Ramon Escamilla, Conway, Arkansas. RamonEscamilla.wordpress.com.
Section 53 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mina Anderson. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 53, Chapter 35. New York, Prostitutes and Houses of Prostitution. Part 1. First class or parlor houses. Luxury, semi-refinement, rate of board, dress, money, lavish extravagance, instance of economy, means of amusement, housekeepers, rents, estimated receipts, management of houses, assumed respectability, consequences of exactions from prostitutes, affection for lovers, second-class houses, streetwalkers, drunkenness, syphilitic infection, third-class houses, Germans, sailors, ballrooms, intoxication, fourth-class houses, repulsive features, visitors, action of the police, first-class houses of assignation, secrecy and exclusiveness, keepers, arrangements, visitors, origin of some houses of assignation, prevalence of intrigue, foreign manners, effects of travel, dress, second-class houses, visitors, prostitutes, arrangements, wine and liquor, third-class houses, kept mistresses, sewing and shop girls, disease, fourth-class houses, panel houses. It will not be out of place here to say somewhat concerning the manner of life among prostitutes, how they occupy the time, and what facilities they possess for mental or bodily recreation. The domestic life of a number of women whose every action is contrary to all the rules of virtue, who are living in the constant violation of the law, with a daily subsistence, contributed by those whose folly or passions make them visitors to their abode, cannot but possess considerable interest to all who have followed thus far in this painful task. In entering upon the subject, the endeavor will be to give such particulars as will enable the reader to form satisfactory conclusion, without recording what would merely minister to a prurient curiosity. The object is to give information as explicitly as possible, without offending the most sensitive delicacy, wounding the most refined feelings, or unnecessarily parading these poor women before the public eye. The subject is invested with such an array of real and palpable horrors as to render unnecessary any endeavor to excite undue emotion by penetrating the mysteries of the Saturnalia. There is a wide diversity among the various grades of prostitutes in New York. The first class are those who reside in what are technically called parlor houses. These very seldom leave their abodes, unless for the purpose of making purchases of dress, jewelry, or articles of toilet, or taking an afternoon promenade on the fashionable side of Broadway, excepting when they accompany their lovers or visitors in a ride or to some public place of amusement. These utterly repudiate the name of street walkers, and very seldom perform any act in public which would expose them to reprobation, or attract the attention of the police. They assume to be, and are, in fact, the most respectable of their class, if any respectability can be associated with so vicious a course. Being almost invariably young and handsome, and always very well dressed, they pass through the streets without their real character being suspected by the uninitiated. The houses in which this class of courtesans reside are furnished with a lavish display of luxury, scarcely in accordance with the dictates of good taste, however, and mostly exhibiting a quantity of magnificent furniture crowded together without taste or judgment for the sake of ostentation. The most costly cabinet and upholstery work is freely employed in their decoration, particularly in the rooms used as reception parlors. Large mirrors adorn the walls, which are frequently handsomely frescoed and gilt. Paintings and engravings in rich frames, vases, and statuettes add their charms. Carpets of luxurious softness cover the floors, while sofas, ottomans, and easy-chairs abound. Music has its representative in a beautiful pianoforte, upon which some professed player is paid a liberal salary to perform. Even the bedchambers, passages, halls, and stairways are furnished in a similar style. In such an abode as this probably dwell from 3 to 10 prostitutes, each paying weekly for her board from $10 to $16, exclusive of extras, which will be noticed hereafter. Their active life comprises about 12 or 14 hours daily, ranging from noon to midnight, or early morning. Their visitors are mostly of what may be called the aristocratic class, young, middle-aged, and even old men of property, of all callings and professions. Anyone who can command a liberal supply of money is welcome, but without this indispensable requisite his company is not sought or appreciated. None of the disgusting practices common in houses of a lower grade are met with here. There is no palpable obscenity, and but little that can outrage propriety. Of course there is a perfect freedom of manner between prostitutes and visitors, but so far as the public eye can penetrate, the requirements of common decency are not openly violated. Profanity, as may naturally be expected, exists to some extent. It is an almost invariable accompaniment of prostitution, but even that is divested of its grossness, and is not of frequent occurrence. There is no bar room or public drinking place in the house, but it is a general custom for each visitor to invite his pro tempore innamorata and her companions to take champagne with him, which is supplied by the keeper of the place at the charge of $3 a bottle. As remarked in the preceding chapter, excessive drunkenness is rare, both prostitutes and keepers trying to suppress it, because an intoxicated man would be likely to give them trouble, damage their furniture, and injure the reputation of the house. By means of a small aperture in the front door, covered by a wrought iron lattice work, the candidates for admission can be examined before entrance is given, and the door is kept closed against any person who is likely to prove an annoyance. As a natural consequence of their position, the women exert all their powers of fascination by adopting the latest and most superb fashions in dress, and by a very tasteful arrangement of their hair, for which purpose a hairdresser visits them every day, charging each woman $2 or $3 a week for his assistance. Besides these, they practice 1,000 other artifices, unknown to mere lookers-on, in order to secure the favor of their visitors. About 3/4 of the courtesans of this grade are natives of the United States and mostly from New England or the Middle States. Some of them are very well educated. Accomplished musicians and artists are sometimes found among them, while others aspire to literature. With the greater number, much elegance and refinement of manner, or a close observance of what may be called the conventionalities of life, is seen. Their income is large, but so are their expenses. It is no exaggeration to state that their individual receipts very seldom fall short of $50 per week. From this amount, deduct the sum charged for their board, an additional fee which they pay the proprieties for every visitor they entertain, the expenses of hair-dressing, perfumery, etc., the cost of their washing, which is all done at their own charge, away from the house, and must be considerable, and the remainder will give their expenditure for a dress. All are not equally extravagant. Some seem to consider prostitution a business, and act upon the idea of saving as much money as possible. In one case, a woman asserted that she had $7,000 in the bank, which she had accumulated by prostitution in a few years, and her statement was confirmed by the captain of police for the district. The economical ones are generally shrewd, calculating down-easters, who argue that if they save enough during the zenith of their charms to support them when their attractions fail, or to help them establish a house of this description on their own account, they are only doing their duty. Others have dependent relatives whom they support, or illegitimate children whom they maintain and educate, frequently appropriating considerable sums for these purposes. In nearly all of them, kindness toward the unfortunate of their own sex and grade is a striking trait. Much as they may quarrel among each other when they are all alike in health, let one be visited with sickness, or overcome by misfortune, and as a general rule, their envy or jealousy is forgotten, and they freely contribute to her support. Their means of amusement are limited. When they have no visitors, they generally indulge in a luxurious indolence. For any useful employment, such as even sewing or fancy needlework, they have but little inclination, and their general refuge from ennui is found in reading novels. These are not, as would be generally supposed, works of lascivious character. To these they seem to have an objection, most probably because their own expertise has proved the fallacies of the highly colored descriptions of the delights of love which abound in such productions. To one source of recreation they are extremely partial, namely, driving in carriages some few miles out of town, and they frequently persuade their visitors to indulge them in these rural excursions. They are well acquainted with the most pleasant drives, and know exactly where to find quiet and retired hotels, where all the delicacies of the season can be served in the most approved style. If they cannot induce their friends to gratify them in this manner, they will endeavor to secure an invitation to take luncheon or oysters at some fashionable saloon. Dress, gay life, and excitement seem necessary to their existence. And, amid all this array of luxurious homes, of splendid dresses, of comparative affluence, the question arises, are they happy? A moment's consideration will prompt the answer that they cannot be. Continued indulgence in their course of life tends to obliterate the sense of degradation, and makes their career almost second nature. But even the most confirmed must at times reflect. The memory of what they have been, the thought of what they are, the dread of what they must be, haunt their minds. Conscience will make itself heard. Many a poor girl, dressed in silks or satins, gleaming with jewelry, and receiving with a gay smile the lavish compliments of her friend, is mentally racked with a keen appreciation of her true position. She knows that the world condemns her, and her own heart admits the justice of the verdict. She knows that he who is so ostentatiously parading his admiration regards her but as a purchased instrument to minister to his gratification. She feels that she is emphatically alone in the world, and her merry laugh but ill conceals a breaking heart. These houses, are generally kept by middle-aged women who have themselves passed through the initiatory course of a prostitute's life. In some cases, they own the real estate and furniture. In others, they hire or lease the house, paying an exorbitant rent, often to some wealthy man who considers himself a respectable member of society, and provide their own furniture. In other cases, they rent both house and furniture. In one house in this city, the enormous sum of $9,100 is, or was, at the time of examination, paid annually for rent and use of furnishings, the owner being a woman who formerly kept the place, but who is now living in the enjoyment of a large income in one of the Italian cities. The following extracts from information obtained on this subject will give you a very good idea of the facts. E.M. pays $1,300 per year for rent and use of furniture, which is owned by a woman who formerly kept the house. M.S. pays $1,000 per year rent and owns the furniture. M.L. owns the house and furniture, estimated to be worth $15,000. M.A.T. pays $700 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $5,000. J.G. pays $700 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $3,000. E.T. owns the real estate and furniture, valued at $30,000. C.G. pays $1,800 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $6,000. M.C.K. pays $3,900 per year for rent and use of furniture. C.E. pays $1,400 per annum rent and owns furniture valued at $6,000. M.B. owns the house and furniture valued at $15,000. J.B. pays $560 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $2,000. E.B. pays $1,000 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $3,000. M.M. owns house and furniture valued at $15,000. C.C. pays $850 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $8,000. M.M. pays $750 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $2,000. M.G. pays $625 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $1,000. V.N. pays $1,300 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $3,000. C.E. pays $1,400 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $6,000. L.C. pays $1,000 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $2,000. A.T. pays $1,000 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $3,000. The financial effects of the system of prostitution will furnish a theme for some remarks hereafter. These facts are quoted now to explain the expenses connected with first-class houses. Of course, where such outlays are incurred, the receipts must correspond. The following statement will exhibit the minimum weekly receipts in a house where 10 boarders reside. Board for 10 women at $16 per week each, $160. Fees for visitors, say 1 each day to each woman, $1 each, $70. Profit from sale of 1 basket of champagne each day, weekly, $168. Total, $398. This estimate does not reach the daily average of visitors, and a more correct statement would be: board for 10 women at $16 per week each, $160. Fees for visitors, say 2 each day to each woman, $1 each, $140. Profit from sales of 2 baskets of champagne each day, weekly, $336. Total, $616. Taking the mean of these two calculations will give receipts exceeding $26,000 per year, or $500 weekly. The cost of maintaining these luxurious establishments, in addition to the rent, is considerable, but still there is a very large excess. This is satisfactorily proved by the fact that the women who own the houses in which they conduct their traffic have, almost without exception, purchased them since they commenced housekeeping, and also that many of them own considerable personal property in addition to the real estate. One woman is positively affirmed to be worth over $100,000. Many are reported as worth sums ranging from $50,000 downward, and many more are reputed to be rich, but no special amount mentioned. The management of many of the houses is confided to a housekeeper, acting for the principal, who is rarely visible unless specially called for, and under this housekeeper are a number of servants, varying from 3 to 7 according to the size of the house and the number of boarders it accommodates. These servants are almost invariably colored women, and no difficulty is ever experienced in obtaining a full complement. Their wages are liberal, their perquisites considerable, and their work light. A neat and well-arranged breakfast is prepared for the lady boarders about 11 or 12 o'clock, and their dinner is served about 5 or 6 o'clock. As a general rule, these are only meals supplied them in the course of the day. If they require anything more, they send out for it, or persuade their visitors to escort them to some saloon. The proprietors of this class of house assume to be respectable women when they are away from the scene of their business. An anecdote, and a true one, has been related of one of them, who on a recent visit to Newport so effectually carried out her disguise as to receive the escort of a reverend gentleman, a D.D. of this city, to the dinner table and elsewhere with his family, he thinking her a most amiable and deeply afflicted widow. Some of them have private residences uptown, in the quiet respectable streets, and come to their house of prostitution every forenoon, returning at night. A portion of them profess to be religious, frequently attending some place of worship, the better to preserve their mass. Naturally benevolent, as are all women, they contribute liberally to charitable objects, and freely relieve any indigent persons who may ask their assistance. Even in political matters they have some weight, their resources and connections proving valuable to some aspirant for local distinction who has promised them that he will, if elected, use all his influence to protect them from annoyance. Toward the miserable women whose vice is the source of their wealth, these proprietors act as interest dictates. A girl who has not the tact or disposition to attract visitors is seldom treated with much consideration, while one who is successful receives more favors, but favors, generally speaking, of a nature to render her subservient to their wishes, such as the loan of money to purchase new and fashionable articles of dress, a short credit for her board, or some equivalent which will place her under an obligation and render it difficult for her to leave the house. They are actuated in this by a desire to retain an attractive girl, for, in addition to the actual cash payments she makes, she also possesses the power of inducing her visitors to be liberal in their orders for wine, and the profit from its sale, about 200%, is an important source of revenue. The excessive demands made upon the earnings of prostitutes by these women has been productive of a serious social evil. Many unfortunate girls cannot appreciate the advantages of leading a vicious life for the benefit of a landlady, and in self-defense have hired apartments in some private house, so as to secure their earnings for themselves. This is generally arranged so that two of them engage a suite of rooms, say a parlor and 2 bedrooms, representing themselves as virtuous women, governesses or seamstresses, and frequently as the wives of sailors or men who are in California or some other distant land. Here they either board themselves or resort to some saloon, and to this lodging, or to the house of assignation, which will be noticed in due course, they introduce their visitors. It is a fact more than suspected that many prostitutes are living in this manner in our city. It is needless to enlarge upon the injurious effects likely to result therefrom. Before leaving this branch of the subject, there is another characteristic of keepers of these houses which must be noticed, namely, an exaggerated affection for some man to whom they are passionately attached. Some few of them are professedly living with their husbands, but this is an exception to the ordinary rule. Generally speaking, they are the mistresses of some persons upon whom they lavish all their tenderness, and for whose gratification they willingly incur any amount of expense. Some of these individuals are men upon town, gamblers, or rowdies of the highest class, whose noblest aspirations are satisfied by a liberal supply of money. They will readily ignore all social virtues for the same consideration. It is related as a fact concerning a celebrated brothel keeper in the city, that when she was residing in the interior of the state some years since, she became desperately enamored of a young man whose friends discovered the connection. They removed him to the far west. Undaunted by the dangers and difficulties which surrounded her, she followed him, and during her journey through the large towns had many offers of protection from men acquainted with her antecedents. True to her affection, she refused them all, and traced her lover to the forests. Here she remained with him, living in a log hut, deprived of many of the necessaries and all of the comforts and elegances of life, for 3 years. At least, infidelity to her love cannot be charged against this woman. And is it not a natural conclusion that a heart so sincere and devoted in its attachment could have been led to a more virtuous course had a different social feeling existed toward her and her former transgressions? As a general rule, the keepers of these first-class houses will not permit the boarders to have the men whom they style their lovers residing with them. Although they allow them to visit, a constant residence is considered as likely to engross too much of the girl's time, to the neglect of the interests of the proprietress. We come now to the second grade of prostitutes, and houses of prostitution. Many of the women of this rank are those who made their debut in first-class houses, but left them when their charms began to fade. To some extent, they endeavor to carry out the same rules of conduct which governed them while there, and generally speaking, the management of some portion of the houses of this grade assimilates very much with the former, the same privacy being observed, though in a less expensive manner. In others, a marked difference is perceptible, and these will now claim attention. A longer continuance in the habits of prostitution and the association with a less aristocratic class of visitors has diminished the refinement of the women and imparted to them coarser manners. There is not the same desire to assume a virtue if they have it not, or the same ambition to make vice seem unlike itself. Degradation has had its effects upon them, and now that they are reduced to a humbler sphere, they feel more of the world's pressure, and become more daring and reckless in their conduct. Many of the streetwalkers and women frequenting theaters are of this class, and any one who has ever come in contact with them would have found no difficulty in at once assigning their true position. It is right to say here that many of the managers of our best theaters have abolished the third tier, so called, and if any improper woman visits them, she must do so under the assumed garb of respectability, and conduct herself accordingly. Other women in this grade, or rather this section of the second grade, commence their life of vice in it, and as the natural tendency of prostitution is to depress, instead of elevating its followers, they have very little chance of ever rising beyond their present rank, although such instances do occasionally happen, the keeper of a first-class house sometimes consenting to receive a boarder from a lower rank, if she has only recently commenced prostitution, and is sufficiently prepossessing in manners and appearance for this exaltation. A great number of foreign-born women are found in this class, victims of emigrant boarding-houses, or of seduction on board ship during their passage to this country. The houses are generally conducted in a similar manner to those of the first class, with this distinction, that what is costly luxury in the one is replaced by tawdry finery in the other, and for expensive mirrors and valuable paintings they substitute cheaper ornamentation. Their reception rooms are of much inferior finish. They also furnish wine and brandy to customers who wish for them. Drunkenness is more general, both with the prostitutes and their visitors, and the most revolting scenes are not uncommon. Profanity is indulged in to a considerable extent, and in some places seems the vernacular language. The attempts at fascination made by the women are more excessive, and frequently vulgar to a degree which, while it excites a smile, also inspires disgust. The general charge for board here will be from $6 to $10 a week, rarely reaching the latter figure. When evening approaches, if there is little or no company in the house, the girls resort to the streets, dressed in their most attractive finery, in the expectation of finding some man whom they can induce to accompany them home. They are seldom unsuccessful in this search, and very frequently repeated several times in the course of the evening. Others of them visit the third tier of such theaters as will admit them, and there exert their charms to secure conquest. Intercourse with these women is attended with considerable danger, professional experience having shown many of them to be infected with syphilis, while numbers are connected with dishonest men, who would not scruple to rob a stranger if any opportunity offered for the purpose, such opportunity being not unfrequently afforded by some arrangement of the woman herself. In such places, vice presents comparatively few attractions, and yet these houses are numerously visited, principally by travelers, clerks from stores, the higher class of mechanics, etc., some of whom will spend in an evening the earnings of a week. The women who preside over these brothels are usually of the strong-minded, and frequently of the strong-handed order, the latter being those who can, by their own strength, suppress any riot that may occur without calling in aid from the police, and generally calculate to preserve a moderate decorum in their establishments. Their profits are very large, derived not merely from the board money and extras paid by the women, but also from the wines and liquors they sell. They do not endeavor to screen their own character, as do those of the upper class, but openly acknowledge that they are, and do not hesitate to give their personal attention to the business of the place. Anxious to accumulate money as rapidly as possible, they are not very particular about the means they employ, and although they would not allow any positive act of dishonesty to be performed toward a visitor while he was in the house, on account of the trouble to which it might subsequently expose them, yet they would scarcely consider it their duty to warn him against the proceedings of the men who live as lovers with the prostitutes under their roofs. The virtue of these keepers is generally not of a very rigid order, and their favored lovers are universally selected from among men of the same character as themselves. The meals provided for boarders are served at about the same hours as in the fashionable houses, but they lack that neatness and arrangement which a good cook would give, the domestic matters being mostly confided to inexperienced servants, and frequently to some old prostitutes, who are retained at nominal wages to do as much work as they can, and in their own style. It has been already stated that some of the second-class houses of prostitution are conducted in a similar manner to those of the first, and therefore no attempt has been made to give any detailed account of them, which would be a mere repetition of what has been once described. The lower class have been taken as illustrating the second grade, and consequently the account must not be taken as a sweeping condemnation of the whole. The next or third grade of prostitutes and houses of prostitution may be found very fully developed in the first police district among the Germans, in the fourth district, where sailors mostly resort, and also in the third, fifth, sixth, and 14th districts. A majority of the women in these districts are of foreign birth, the largest proportion being Irish and German. Although rated as third-class houses, some of them are equal in all respects, and sometimes superior in many, to houses of the second class. Most of the women are young, and many of them are very good-looking, while the houses, particularly those kept by Germans, are in general conducted very quietly. Even in those places resorted to by sailors, the principal part of any noise which may occur is caused by the boisterous mirth and practical jokes of the visitors themselves. The houses are, in every sense of the word, public places of prostitution, and neither women nor keepers seek to disguise the fact in any manner, the general argument seeming to be, we live by prostitution, no matter who knows it. There are many distinctive features in the several districts, but the first and the fourth will be fair average types of the whole, and there we will notice briefly, commencing with the German houses in the first district. Here drinking is openly carried on, although seldom to such an extent as to cause absolute intoxication. There is a public bar-room opening directly from the street, where can be obtained lager beer and German wines, as well as the usual liquors sold in porterhouses. This is the reception room of the establishment, and a stranger in the city who might walk in to get a glass of lager beer, without knowing the character of the place, or being aware of the significance of the crimson and white curtains festooned over the windows, would find himself followed to the bar by some German girl, who would ask him in broken English if he would treat her. If he feels inclined to gaze around him and study human nature in this phase, he sees that the room is very clean, a common sofa, one or two settees, and a number of chairs are ranged round the walls. There is a small table with some German newspapers upon it, a piano, upon which the proprietor of this bar keeper at intervals performs a national melody, and a few prints of engravings complete its furniture. 2 or 3 girls are in different parts of the room, engaged in knitting or sewing. For German girls, whether virtuous or prostitute, seem to have a horror of idleness, and even in such a place as this are seldom seen without their work. Everything bears an unmistakable Teutonic appearance, from the heavily mustached proprietor, or the recently imported bar-keeper, to the mistress, or madame, as she is generally called, and the women themselves. All plainly tell their origin. He is surprised at the entire absence of all those noisy elements generally considered inseparable from a low-class house of prostitution. He can sit there and smoke his cigar in as much peace as at any hotel in the city, and if he once tells a woman he does not wish to have any conversation with her, he will scarcely be annoyed again, unless he makes the first advances. If he thinks proper to enter into conversation with the proprietor, he will be certain of a courteous reply, and will frequently find him an intelligent and communicative man. Finally, concluding to resist the temptations around him, he leaves the place in the most perfect security, and without the least fear of being insulted. The majority of the girls here have recently arrived in the United States. Some have embraced this course of life from absolute poverty and friendlessness. Some have followed it in their own country. Others have been the victims of seduction, and with some the ruling motive seems to have been a desire to speak and be spoken to in their native tongue. Their pecuniary arrangement with the proprietor, for there is almost invariably a man at the head of each establishment, is that they shall give him 1/2 of all the money they receive, for which he provides them with board and lodging. They are not generally intemperate women, the light German wines being their principal beverage, and although they frequently indulge in profanity, yet, as it is in their national language, it is unintelligible to those who understand only English, and the annoyance is consequently restricted. They are generally honest. In fact, it is the testimony of those best qualified to judge that there is very seldom much disturbance and very rarely any dishonesty practiced in this class of brothels. It cannot be said that literally there is not much noise, for anyone who has been in a room where 2 or 3 Germans of each sex were talking and gesticulating with their characteristic earnestness will be of opinion that they talked quite loud enough, but by disturbance is to be understood quarreling or fighting, which sometimes occurs but not very frequently. As before remarked, a man and his wife are mostly the keepers of such houses. The man, sometimes with a lad for his assistant, attends to the bar-room, and takes charge of the money. The wife does the cooking and general housework, and the girls attend to their own rooms. By this division of labor the work is generally done to the satisfaction of all parties, and, the expenses being light, a considerable profit is made. There are mostly 3 or 4 girls in each house, seldom exceeding that number, and the rule among housekeepers is to consider any girl an unprofitable acquisition who does not pay them about $10 a week. Their rents are low because they have but little room. The basement of an ordinary-sized house is generally the extent of their accommodation. The front part of this forms the bar-room, and the remainder is partitioned into very small bedrooms. There is another feature connected with German prostitution, and exhibited in the same neighborhood, which has already received a cursory notice on a former page, namely, their dancing saloons. Saltatory amusements are carried on, more or less, in all their houses of prostitution. But in these saloons it is considered a respectable business enterprise, although the morality of the establishment is, at least, questionable. The ballroom is a large, open apartment, devoid of all furniture, excepting chairs or benches round the walls. The musical arrangements generally comprise a piano and violin, and the dances are national waltzes and polkas. No charge is made for admission, and the bar is the only source of revenue. The orchestra occasionally appeal to the charitable for assistance, and the call is mostly responded to in a liberal manner. The business commences in the evening, and is invariably discontinued at midnight. The places are frequented by very few but Germans, and order is well maintained. End of section 53. Recording by Mina Anderson. Section 54 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mina Anderson. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 54, Chapter 35. New York, Prostitutes and Houses of Prostitution, Part 2. Leaving the Germans of the First District, the reader's attention will now be asked to the brothels of the Fourth Police District. Here the principal part of the women are of Irish parentage. Some few are natives of the United States. The greater part of the visitors are sailors. When a succession of storms which have driven homeward bound vessels off the coast is followed by a fair wind, so as to allow them to enter the harbor in large numbers, these houses are crowded, and for a few days, or while the sailors' wages last, a very extensive business is carried on. The bar-room, as in the case of the German houses, is the reception-room, and here may be seen at almost any hour of the day a number of weather-beaten sailors, verifying the truth of the old proverb, which says they resemble two distinct animals in earning and spending their money. It matters not who it may be, but anyone who enters the room is almost sure to be asked to take a drink immediately, and if he remains in less than 5 minutes, somebody else will ask him to take another. A sailor with cash in his pocket has a decided antipathy to drinking alone, and generally invites everyone in the room, male and female, to partake with him. By such a course he very soon gets intoxicated, when the girl whom he has honored with his special attention convoys him to bed, and leaves him there to sleep himself sober. In these houses less neatness is observable than in those just noticed, but they have entirely a different class of customers. A German, in the midst of his pleasures, likes to see everything neat and orderly about him. A sailor is not particular, so that his pleasures are unobstructed. A curious observer, also, does not meet with the same civility. If he comes to spend money, he is welcome. If not, the landlord does not care about his company. Considerable card-playing is practiced, not what may be termed gambling, but for amusement, the stakes being seldom more than intoxicating drinks for the players. There is less noisy rowdyism than might be expected, since the men who generally cause such disturbances lack the courage to impose upon a crowd of hard-fisted sailors, who are always able and willing to take their own part, and resent any interference. Still, occasional quarrels occur among the visitors themselves, frequently resulting in a pitched battle. The landlord is then called for, and his knowledge of his customers enables him speedily to discover the aggressor, who always happens to be the man that has the least money, and he is forthwith pushed into the street without any ceremony, as a kind of peace-offering to the rest of the company. The landlord is a character in his way. He is a man who has been to sea himself, for no one would be deemed fit to keep a house where sailors resort, and is usually a large, powerful man. By a freemasonry of the craft, and by freely joining his visitors whenever they ask him to drink, and occasionally treating them in return, he is sure of their custom until their wages are all spent, and they are obliged to go to sea again. The women in these houses use liquor very freely, but they are not permitted to get drunk in the daytime. If the landlord observes any symptom of intoxication, he gives them water instead of gin the next time they are asked to drink, as he knows very well his prospects for business would be injured unless the girls were kept sufficiently sober to be on the watch for contingencies, or, as he phrases it, to look out for chances. In some of these houses it is the rule that all the money received by the girls is to be given to the landlord, who provides them with clothing and necessaries, but in others a fixed rate of board, $6 or $8 a week, is paid, and the women retain the surplus. In either case it is a very probable business, particularly where many girls are kept. In one house that we visited, in the 4th district, the keeper informed us that his expenses amounted to about $150 weekly, and of course some estimate can be made from this as to the amount of business he transacted. The dancing saloons in this neighborhood are not conducted on the Platonic principles of the Germans. They are, in fact, so many accessories to prostitution, and many scenes there witnessed will not permit description. The women residing in the house are there, dressed in the most tawdry finery they can command, many of them assuming the bloomer costume. The band consists of a violin, a banjo, and a tambourine, and whatever is wanting in musical ability is adequately supplied by vigorous execution. The bar is very liberally patronized, and before midnight drunkenness is the rule and sobriety the exception. Passing now to the 4th grade of this vice, we find prostitution in a most repulsive form. The women themselves diseased and dirty, the houses redolent of bad rum. The prostitutes are the refuse of the other classes who have fallen through the successive gradations on account of disease and drunkenness, or they are some of those children of iniquity who, born in scenes of vice and squalid misery, know nothing of a virtuous or happy course of life. Destiny seems from their birth to have intended them for vagrants, and has planted them so low in the moral scale that they can scarcely hope to rise. It would be useless to attempt a specification of the localities of these houses. Anyone who has been through the purlieus of New York City must have observed some of them, and it will be quite sufficient to glance at a few of their peculiarities. They are generally kept by an old prostitute who gathers around her some of the most debased of her class, takes a cheap basement wherever she can obtain possession of one suited to her purpose, erects a small bar furnished with 3 or 4 bottles of the commonest liquor she can procure, partitions off 1 or 2 small hovels of bedrooms, and forthwith begins housekeeping. Her arrangements are about as extensive as her preparations. She seldom professes to board the girls, generally making a charge for every visitor they entertain, and giving them the privilege of cooking anything they want. These dens are largely patronized by the vilest of the male sex, the petty thieves who hang around the public markets, stealing from the wagons, or who haunt the doors of grocery stores and abstract whatever they can reach, as they find them convenient places of concealment, and can frequently dispose of their booty by means of the women. Another class of visitors consists of the lowest order of rowdies, who assume a free license to perpetrate any mischief they please, because there is no one to interfere with them. A fatal case of this nature, which occurred but a few months since, will be fresh in the recollection of all citizens. It is dangerous for a stranger to enter a place of this description, for if he does not get his pocket picked by the one, he will most probably be assaulted by the other class of visitors. Upon such establishments the police are compelled to keep a watchful eye, and although they have no power to enter them except some actual necessity calls for their service, yet they frequently induce a neighbor to make a complaint against the keepers for maintaining a disorderly house, and then, duly armed with a warrant, they enter, and arrest everyone found on the premises. The finale of such an experiment at housekeeping as this is very frequently a commitment for vagrancy to Blackwell's Island. The character of the place will be a sufficient proof that syphilis abounds there, and its dangers must be added to those already enumerated. The divisions thus made are presumed to be accurate as far as the distinctive characters of the various grades are concerned, but the lines of demarcation are of course arbitrary. Any attempt to classify so large a social evil must from its very nature be incomplete, and in this case farther experience or a more extended inquiry would very probably warrant an alteration in the arrangement. But there is another class of whom a few words must be said, namely, those truly wretched beings, the outcasts of the outcasts. In many cases, destitute of home or shelter, diseased, starving, and afflicted with an insatiable thirst for ardent spirits, they present most ghastly and heart-rending spectacles, retaining scarcely any vestiges of humanity. These wretched beings can be found clustered round the bars of liquor stores in low neighborhoods, begging for the price of a glass of gin. Much of their time is spent in the prisons on Blackwell's Island, from which they are no sooner released than they return to their old haunts and habits. They can scarcely be called prostitutes, for their aspect is so disgustingly hideous that all feminine characteristics are blotted out, and thoroughly sensual and animalized must he be who could accept their favors. They are, in every sense of the word, outcasts, compelled for the short time they may be in the city, and this is seldom more than a few days at once, to eke out a wretched existence by stealing or begging, frequently so miserable that they gladly hail the day on which they are returned to prison. They present subjects for mournful consideration. and the reflection that they are experiencing the degradation to which every prostitute in the city is rapidly tending should be a powerful argument in favor of any remedial measures which can be devised to ameliorate the condition of the frail women of New York, and prevent them from falling so far below humanity. Houses of assignation. Every resident of New York is aware of the existence of houses used especially as places for the meeting of the sexes with a view to illicit intercourse, but so carefully have all particulars respecting them been concealed from the public gaze that very little more than this mere fact is generally known, particularly with reference to those of a higher grade. Secrecy is necessary to their continuance, and essential for the maintenance of the social position of their patrons. The most exclusive are generally situated in the quietest and most respectable portion of the city. They are fitted up neatly, and even luxuriously, but without any extravagant or gaudy display. Their arrangements, of course, do not require reception or sitting rooms, and the whole care bestowed upon them is lavished on the bedchambers, the appointments of which contain every possible comfort and convenience. The keepers of this class of houses are generally very shrewd, quiet, cautious women, who never seek to penetrate into any engagements made by their visitors, who never know any person that enters their house, and from whom it is impossible to obtain information by any means. In fact, it has been said that the keepers and servants around these places have neither eyes, ears, nor tongues. Money is confessedly their object, and as they receive liberal pay, self-interest dictates quietness, because if they adopted any other course, their houses would inevitably become known to the public, which would be an effectual barrier against visitors, and result in an entire loss of their customers. Consequently, if a liberal bribe could ever induce treachery, their shrewdness enables them to discern that such an act would at once and forever close their establishment. It will be readily understood that as the intrinsic value of these houses as places for meeting depends upon the secrecy and selectness with which they are operated, in order to carry out this principle fully, arrangements are made with much precision. Two parties are not allowed to meet casually in the halls or staircases. The keeper maintains a strict watch, in order that ingress and egress may be free and uninterrupted, and there can be little doubt that the desire to make money on her side, and the fascination of illicit passion on the part of her visitor, conjointly tend to ensure more actual secrecy than could be obtained by any system of oaths or discipline. In some of the most exclusive, the system is carried to such an extreme that no accommodation will be afforded to parties unless the gentleman has been previously introduced to the proprietress, and his character for secrecy and integrity vouched for by some person with whom she is acquainted. This rule is adopted to prevent the possibility of the house becoming known as a place of assignation to anyone who might use his knowledge to the prejudice of the keeper or her visitors. No public women reside in these houses, nor would they be admitted under any pretext, as such a course would attract attention and defeat the purpose contemplated. Many of them are open for months without the knowledge of the neighbors or the police of the district, as visitors very rarely enter or leave together, and to prevent any delay the outer door is generally kept unlocked, so that persons pass immediately into the hall, where a second door with a bell attached is generally found. The business of these houses is done mainly during the promenade hours of Broadway, say from 11 to 12 to 4 or 5 o'clock. The visitors are confined to the upper walks of life, the men being of all sorts of business, and the women exclusively from our fashionable society. If the mysterious personal advertisements in the daily papers could be understood by the outside world, it would be seen that appointments are not unfrequently made through their agency. Arrangements for a meeting are generally made with the keepers in advance, and at the designated time the parties arrive from different directions and proceed direct to the room which has been already selected. If they wish it, they can obtain wine or refreshments by ringing a bell in their apartment. A majority of the females who visit these places can scarcely be called prostitutes, notwithstanding their undeniable fall from virtue. They sin but with one individual, and that, in many cases, from positive affection, and in others from the desire of sexual gratification. Whatever may be the motive, it does not concern the keeper of the house, whose only business is to receive the rent of her room, which ranges from $2 or $3 upward to any amount that policy or the desire to ensure secrecy may dictate. Doubtless, very few of the visitors regard money in their negotiations. Females are very frequently closely veiled when they enter the house, so that their features cannot be recognized, as has been illustrated in trials for divorce in this city, especially if the prior arrangements for the meeting have been made by the gentleman. If, on the other hand, the lady takes the preliminary steps, she can scarcely be unknown to the proprietress, in whose keeping she consequently places her character. The unsuspecting moral men of New York will scarcely credit these facts, but men of the world know that such meetings and places for meeting are not uncommon. It may be objected that the exposure of these mysteries imparts information which may lead the uninitiated into similar practices. It is believed that the information here given is not sufficiently definite for this end, and certainly nothing could be farther from the design of this work than to aid an immoral purpose. But it is a duty to record the general facts, in order that our citizens may be aware of the dangers that abound on every side, and particularly is it necessary because many of the female visitors are married women, who take advantage of the absence of their husbands at business. A question will arise: who are the women that keep these houses? That they cannot have lived as common prostitutes, or been the keepers of houses of prostitution, is evident. In the first place, the acquaintances they would have made in either of those avocations would preclude the possibility of their maintaining the inviolable secrecy necessary in a house of assignation. And again, no female would enter a place of this description, the keeper of which would be likely to betray her. It is apprehended that some of these houses originate in the following manner. In fact, we know of more than one that did commence so. A female engages in an intrigue which she cannot carry out at her own residence, and desiring a place of security for her meetings, has an acquaintance with some shrewd woman, possibly one who works for her as seamstress, or in some other capacity, whom she makes partially a confidant. She tells her that she is desirous of seeing a gentleman, whom for some particular reason she cannot invite to her house, and asks if she will accommodate her with a room in which the interview can take place. It is not likely that a person who felt under any obligation to her employer would refuse such a request, especially for so simple a purpose as a short conversation. The meeting accordingly takes place, and a handsome present is made her. It is frequently repeated until she becomes suspicious, and finally satisfied that these interviews are for the purpose of sexual intercourse. By this time it has become a question of policy with her. She argues that if she refuses to extend any future accommodation, she will lose not only a considerable income from the presents, but also all employment from the lady. She knows that by allowing such meetings she realizes considerably more than she can procure by her daily labor, and self-interest is generally strong enough to overcome her scruples. She goes on extending her accommodations, and enlarging the circle of her visitors, until she becomes mistress of a select house of assignation, which will be always liberally patronized so long as her power of maintaining the requisite secrecy remains unimpeached. Some of these women are from distant cities, entire strangers in New York, except to their immediate customers. If they are widows who have children, these are invariably educated away from the house. From the privacy observed, it is very difficult to estimate their receipts, which must be large. They sometimes degenerate into keepers of houses of public prostitution, and then become dangerous members of society on account of the secrets which have been entrusted to them. Probably some of our ultra-fashionable citizens might be enabled to give more particulars of these houses than are here collected. What has been stated is gathered from authentic sources, and may command implicit belief. Indeed, so trustworthy is the authority that it may be confidently asserted that even Fifth Avenue and Union Square are not exempt from these resorts. Such houses must be regarded as the connecting link between the licentious excesses of the capitals of Europe and this city of the New World. They are dangerous from their secrecy and exclusiveness. As yet they are rare, and it speaks well for the morals of our upper classes that they are so. It shows that the majority of people in the higher walks of life are untainted. But the course of deterioration has commenced. Will not American good sense and American morality check this base imitation of a foreign custom? The recently avowed sentiments, or rather the resuscitation of sentiments, which were proclaimed years ago respecting the obligations of marriage and the theory of free love, have doubtless increased. The patrons of houses of assignation among our fashionable novel-reading people, or weak romantic heads made giddy by the sudden acquisition of wealth. For the last 15 years, a loose code of morals has been promulgated among us, the foreign apostles of which, many of them pretending to nobility, but being in truth mere adventurers, have visited us, and by them and through their influence many intrigues have originated. A spice of romance in the American character has induced many to join this movement in search of adventure, while a portion of our female society are ardent admirers of everything foreign, be it a lord or a lace veil, and these delights in an intrigue because it is an exotic. The facilities of communication with Europe are now so great that American travel on that continent is largely on the increase, and perhaps there are at this time in the cities of continental Europe more representatives of our society than of any other nation. Many of our people go there with the laudable desire to improve their minds by general culture, or for the study of particular branches of science or art, but it is to be regretted that some come back to our shores with ideas calculated to be anything but beneficial to their native country in a social or moral point of view. The sons of our staid and solid men go to the capital of the French Empire to study medicine. Apart from the impropriety of this course, when there are the same facilities for study here, where a few seconds of lightning intercourse will place them in immediate communication with their friends, instead of their being separated 4,000 miles from parents and guardians, does the end justify the means? What course do these young men frequently pursue? Unable to speak the language intelligibly, they resort to the acquaintance of a grisette in order to study in her company. The language they acquire by this means is at best a vulgar patois, but they also obtain a knowledge of intrigue entirely incompatible with the simplicity and purity of our republican institutions, a species of male and female diplomacy foreign to the character of our people. Young ladies, too, when they return from a foreign tour, are more fascinated with the charms and successes of the favored mistress of some European prince or potentate than benefited by the useful solid lessons of travel. With them, as with the others, it is all superficiality. Superficial when they started, superficial while traveling, they are still more superficial when they return. There are always weak-minded people in this country who will ape foreign manners, and to this cause must be assigned the gradual approximation of our fashionable society to the vices of the European capitals, their ladylike and gentlemanlike frailties, their genteel peccadilloes and affectations. The effects of foreign travel upon such persons cannot be but injurious. It demands a clear head and a sound heart to decide between the vicious frivolities and the positive good submitted to their notice. And with the class mentioned, it requires but little judgment to know which will first attract them. They must see Lord A or Count B, no matter what valuable opportunities for instruction they miss. They must become au fait in the observances of courts and the manners of courtiers, no matter what else they leave undone. As remedial measures for another evil are elsewhere spoken of, this may be an appropriate place to suggest for profound consideration whether it would not be a wise policy to adopt some preventive system for this evil. We might establish a phrenological and psychological bureau, armed with full powers to examine all persons desiring to travel, so as to ascertain whether they may safely make the grand tour, and have sufficient strength of intellect and firmness of principle to resist the vitiating influences and examples which will surround them there, so that they may return only with a knowledge of the good and valuable lessons taught. But the evils of foreign manners and customs are not imported solely by the traveling class of our own community. The political turmoils of Europe in the last 8 or 10 years have thrown among us numerous refugees who have been reared in the hot-beds of intrigue, and who, styling themselves artistes, depend upon our unexampled prosperity, the increase of our wealth, the improvement of our country, and our known predilections for foreigners, to enable them to make a living, and also to establish the same state of morals and manners existing in the cities whence they came. The United States are now the great harvest field for art, which, with science, music, and poetry, aids to improve the mind. At the same time, these bring with them an excessive devotion to fashion, both in dress and manners, as the low-necked dress and the lascivious waltz, which are so decidedly positive degenerations from our normal state that none but the most superficial will ever copy. That we are rapidly introducing many of the most absurd follies and worst vices of Europe is a patent fact. Almost every one can specify acts now tolerated in respectable families, which, so far from being permitted 15 years ago, would have been thought by our own plain common-sense parents amply sufficient to warrant the exclusion of the offender from the domestic circle. And it is an equally conspicuous fact that our social morality is deteriorating in a direct ratio to the introduction of these habits. Every day makes the system of New York more like that of the most depraved capitals of continental Europe, and it remains for the good innate sense of the bulk of the American people to say how much farther we shall proceed in this frivolous, intriguing, and despicable manner of living, or whether they will not strive to perpetuate the stern morality of the Puritan fathers, our great moral safeguard so far, and thus put an effectual barrier against the inroads of a torrent which must undermine our whole social fabric and finally crush us beneath the ruins. The second class of assignation houses are, to a great extent, private, but not so rigidly exclusive as the others. Their furniture is of the same luxurious style, but of a more gaudy character. Generally the same routine is observed in regard to entrance as in those of the first class. The principal portion of the females who resort to them are married women, most of whom are from the upper classes, whose sexual passions are not gratified elsewhere, or who resort to this means to obtain more money to expend in dress. Kept mistresses, residing with their lovers as husband and wife in motels or boarding houses, whose attachment is not strong enough to keep them faithful to one man. Occasionally the best class of serving women or shop women, or females whose occupations, such as milliners, artificial florists, etc., lead them into contact with the fashionable classes. It is told on good authority that there are husbands cognizant of the fact that their wives visit such places, and who live wholly or in part upon money earned in this way. These cases are not supposed to be numerous, but it is to be hoped, for the credit of our national character, that the number will become still smaller. A few prostitutes of the upper grades sometimes visit this class of houses. They are known to the keeper, and she encourages them for the following reason. An habitué of the place will make an appointment to visit it at a specified time, and he tells the keeper he would wish to meet a female there. At the appointed day his wishes are gratified, the keeper having acted as negotiator with one of the girls mentioned. More wine is consumed in these houses than in the strictly select ones, probably from the different class who frequent them. The third-class houses of assignation are not situated in such select parts of the city as are the other two classes. Some of them are managed with much privacy and seclusion, while others are simply houses of public prostitution on a large scale. Their principal female patrons are those prostitutes who have rebelled against the exorbitant charges made by the keepers of fashionable houses, and shop girls who resort to prostitution to augment their income. Many of these live some distance uptown, and any one who is journeying downward in the after part of the day may see numbers of them going to these places in the cars and stages. This is another imitation of French and English systems. Very little disguise is attempted about these third-class houses. Each has a parlor or reception room, where a man can have a bottle of wine, and one or two of the girls named will join him. Of course, many couples visit there, but a large number of men go alone, knowing that there are always women in the house. Fast young men about town are in the habit of keeping their mistresses at these houses, as more economical than boarding with them at hotels. Considerable disease is propagated in such places, a contingency from which the first and second classes are almost entirely exempt. Business is generally over here in 3 or 4 hours, commencing in the dusk of the evening, but it is unquestionably a source of considerable revenue to the keeper, particularly in those cases where she acts as procuress, since in addition to the rent of the room which the man pays, she always receives a present from the woman. There is another or fourth class of assignation houses, to which the commonest portion of street-walkers take their company, and these may be emphatically described by an old saying, cheap and nasty. Dirty and insufficient accommodations are the equivalent for low prices, and such places are, in the general estimation of connoisseurs, very low and despicable. Notwithstanding this, they thrive and multiply, from which it may safely be inferred that they are profitable in a business point of view, repulsive as they may be in their features and arrangements. Some of them are ingeniously arranged with a view to robbery, and are called panel houses. The plan adopted is somewhat as follows. Some man, generally a countryman, not very well informed in the tricks of the metropolis, meets with a prostitute, and agrees to accompany her to an assignation house. She is in league with the panel thieves, and therefore introduces her victim to one of their rooms. The apartment seldom contains more furniture than a bed and a chair, or lounge, with the floor covered with a thick carpet. To make assurance doubly sure, the man himself locks the door by which he enters, and, when undressing, naturally throws his clothes upon the chair or lounge. The bedstead is placed so that the feet come toward the only apparent door in the room, with one side against the wall, and the head and the other side hung with curtains, which the woman carefully draws as soon as the man lies down by her side. At the head of the bed, and of course concealed by the drapery from any one occupying it, is another door, which forms the secret entrance. It is so adroitly arranged, and so neatly covered with paper the same as the walls, that no one would suspect its existence. The hinges and fastening on the outside are oiled, so that no noise can be perceived when it is opened, and the operator steals with cat-like step over the carpet, and quietly examines the clothes without alarming the unsuspecting stranger. The thief completes his inspection, appropriates as much as he thinks proper, and the temporary occupant of the apartment resumes his clothes and prepares to leave. If his suspicions are excited by the circumstance that his wallet looks less plethoric than it did, and an examination reveals that some of its contents are missing, he knows not how to account for it. He is perfectly certain that no one has entered that room while he was there, and if he has visited much before meeting the girl, he concludes that he must have lost some of his money in his career, and that the only way is to take the loss contentedly and avoid New York fascinations in the future. Sometimes the loser has not enough philosophy for this, and if he can be certain that his money was right when he entered the room, will call the police, and thus expose the secret arrangements of the establishment. This is comparatively a rare case, as most men would rather submit to a pecuniary loss than encounter the trouble and exposure attending a criminal prosecution, and the knowledge of this reluctance enables the panel thieves to pursue their operations almost with impunity. End of 54. Recording by Mina Anderson. Section 55 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mina Anderson. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 55, Chapter 36. New York. Extent, Effects, and Cost of Prostitution. Part 1. Number of public prostitutes. Opinion of Chief of Police in 1856. Effects on prostitution of commercial panic of 1857. Extravagant surmises. Police investigation of May 1858. Private prostitutes. Aggregate prostitution. Visitors from the suburbs of New York. Strangers. Proportion of prostitutes to population. Syphilis. Danger of infection. Increase of venereal disease. Statistics of cases treated in Island Hospital, Blackwell's Island. Primary syphilis and its indications. Cases of venereal disease in public institutions. Almshouse. Workhouse. Penitentiary. Bellevue Hospital. Nursery Hospital, Randall's Island. Emigrants Hospital, Ward's Island. New York City Hospital. Dispensaries. Medical colleges. Kings County Hospital. Brooklyn City Hospital. Seamen's Retreat, Staten Island. Summary of cases treated in public institutions. Private treatment. Advertisers. Patent medicines. Drugstores. Aggregate of venereal disease. Probabilities of infection. Cost of prostitution. Capital invested in houses of prostitution and assignation, dancing saloons, etc. Income of prostitutes. individual expenses of visitors, medical expenses, vagrancy and pauper expenses, police and judiciary expenses, correspondence with leading cities of the United States, estimated prostitution throughout the Union, remarks on Tate's Prostitution in Edinburgh, unfounded estimates, national statistics of population, births, education, occupation, wages, pauperism, crime, breweries and distilleries, and nativities. The preceding chapters have given a statistical and descriptive account of prostitution in New York. Before considering what measures can be best applied for the amelioration of its accompanying evils, it will be necessary to ascertain the extent of the system, and this inquiry must include the number of abandoned women in the city, and the amount of venereal infection propagated through their agency. It has been assumed in these pages that the 2,000 women whose replies form the basis of the statistical tables represent about 1/3 of the aggregate prostitution of New York. This is allowing an increase of 20% during the winter of 1857 to 1858, in consequence of the commercial panic of last autumn and the resulting paralysis of trade and suffering of the laboring community. In the progress of this investigation, it was deemed advisable to consult those whose acquaintance with the details of city life would entitle their opinions to confidence as to the actual number of prostitutes within our limits, and in addition to much information obtained privately, the following correspondence took place with the then Chief of Police. Resident Physician's Office, Blackwell's Island, New York, September 1st, 1856. George W. Matzel, Esquire, Chief of Police. Dear Sir, during the last 20 years, various estimates have been made by different persons, foreigners and natives, interested and not interested, as to the number of prostitutes in the city of New York. It is generally supposed that they reach the large number of 25 or 30,000. You, sir, have been at the head of the police department of the city for the past 15 years, while previous to that time you acted, if I mistake not, as one of the police justices of the city. I presume, therefore, that you have a considerable knowledge of prostitution as it exists here, and consequently can give a very correct opinion as to the number of prostitutes in New York City. You will greatly oblige me if, at your earliest leisure, and in any form most convenient to yourself, you will state what you believe to be the total number of prostitutes now in the city. It is proper to add that, with your permission, I intend to publish this letter, with your answer, in the report on prostitution which I am preparing, and shall soon have the honor to lay before the public. Yours respectfully, William W. Sanger, Resident Physician, Blackwell's Island. Reply. Office of the Chief's Police, New York, December 12, 1856. Dr. William W. Sanger. Dear Sir, I received your letter asking me to express in writing my estimate of the whole number of known public prostitutes in the city of New York. In the absence of any law compelling the registering of public prostitutes, it would be very difficult to testify with accuracy to the exact number of such persons in the city. I have no hesitancy in stating that, in my opinion, they do not number over 5,000 persons, if indeed they reach so high a figure. Having been engaged in public life for many years, my opinion is based on the observations made by me from time to time, and from various official reports made to me. You are at liberty to make such use of this answer to your interrogatory as you may deem proper. Very respectfully yours, G.O.W. Matzel, Chief of Police. This communication, in addition to the facts gleaned from other sources, was amply sufficient to warrant the conclusion that the known public prostitutes in New York did not exceed 5,000 in number at the close of the year 1856. Then ensued the summer, with its artificial inflation, that false prosperity which excites unbounded hopes and stimulates to measureless extravagance, followed by the revulsion and panic of the fall and winter. Trade was literally dead. Operatives, never too well paid, were threatened with starvation. Females particularly felt the rigid pressures of the times. In many families, the embarrassments of the fathers compelled a reduction of the servants employed, and a large number of domestics were added to the aggregate of that class already out of situations. The occupations of the army of seamstresses, dressmakers, milliners, and tailoresses were suspended, and their struggles for bread were merged in the general cry for labor. It was, in short, a trying time alike for the sufferers and the observers. But one resort seemed available. The poor workless, houseless, foodless woman must have recourse to prostitution as a means of preserving life. As usual in any time of great excitement, surmise ran actually wild as to the extent of the consequences, and extravagant theories abounded. One gentleman actually stating in a public meeting that 1,000 virtuous girls were becoming prostitutes every week through sheer starvation. An assertion so appalling as this is its own refutation. It assumes that one woman in every 100 of the female population of New York City, between the ages of 15 and 30 years, became a prostitute every week, and therefore, during the 6 months of fall and winter, 26,000 women, 1/4 of the inhabitants of the ages named, 1 in every 4 of all the women under middle age, would have been forced into vice. The practice of jumping at conclusions upon serious matters like this is much to be reprehended. An exaggerated statement made in the fervor of enthusiasm, while advocating a benevolent object, must always recoil to the injury of the cause it is intended to promote. It will be necessary only to consider for a moment the financial condition of New York to be convinced that such an increase of prostitution was impossible. It cannot be denied that the number of abandoned women is regulated by the demand, or that the only inducement which could lead virtuous girls to the course alleged must have been the necessity to earn money for subsistence. But this necessity to earn money was felt as strongly by men as by women. The revulsion for a time left a large portion of the community without resources. Merchants, manufacturers, and storekeepers found their receipts inadequate to meet their expenditures. Commercial employees, bookkeepers, clerks, salesmen, and agents were discharged. Mechanics in every branch were without work, and consequently without wages. Merchants from other parts of the country had no money to meet their liabilities or make fresh purchases, and therefore did not visit the city as usual. These causes combined to reduce the business of houses of prostitution, and instead of large accessions to the ranks of courtesans, many of this very class were forced to seek a refuge in the public charitable institutions. Hence arose the increase in the denizens of Blackwell's Island, where hospital, almshouse, workhouse, and penitentiary were alike overcrowded. Some of the places vacated by these recipients of eleemosynary aid were doubtless filled by new recruits. But the supposition that 1,000 were added every week would imply a change in the whole corps every 6 weeks, or a change nearly 5 times completed during the fall and winter. That female virtue was yielded in many instances cannot, unfortunately, be doubted, but the sufferers did not become public prostitutes. Poor creatures, they surrendered themselves unwillingly to some temporary acquaintance, probably in gratitude for assistance already rendered, or anticipating aid to be afforded. There is something truly melancholy in the consideration that bread had to be purchased at such a price, that the only alternative lay between voluntary dishonor and killing indigence. It is but charity to conclude that the woman who thus acted, if her subsequent course was not a continuous life of abandonment, was impelled by the stern necessity of the times rather than induced by a laxity of moral feeling. Unchaste as she must be admitted, she can scarcely be deemed a prostitute in the ordinary acceptation of the word. The population of New York is now some 30 or 40,000 more than at that time, and female degradation has extended as a natural consequence. Relying upon the estimate of 5,000 as correct at the time made, the subsequent augmentation of inhabitants would suppose an addition of about 300 prostitutes. But to take the wildest scope, and assume that the debasement required by hunger degenerated into a habit of confirmed vice, it may be admitted that the number of abandoned women in New York has increased from 5,000 in 1856 to 6,000 in 1858. This is a very liberal estimate, and the total assigned is certainly not too small. How much it may be in excess cannot be said with precision, but in an argument of this nature it is safer to err in the direction of overstating an evil than to be lulled into false security by too flattering a representation. The known public prostitutes of New York are thus presumed to amount to 6,000 at the present day, but to this number exceptions might be taken. To secure farther accuracy, additional evidence was sought. In the month of May, 1858, the assistance of the Board of Metropolitan Police Commissioners was requested, and under the direction of its president, General James W. Nye, to whom our acknowledgments are respectfully tendered for his courtesy and aid, a list of queries was submitted to the inspector of each police precinct. Below is a copy of the circular with a synopsis of the replies. Copy. Office of the Metropolitan Police Commissioners, New York, May 1st, 1858. Inspector blank 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 Police Precinct. Sir, you will please report to this office as early as possible on the questions given below. Let your answers be full and explicit to the best of your knowledge and belief. Space is left below each query for the insertion of your replies, and you will therefore write them on this sheet and return it without delay. 1. How many houses of prostitution, from the most public to the most private, are there in your police district? 2. How many houses of assignation are there in your district? 3. How many dancing saloons, liquor, and large beer stores are there in your district where prostitutes are in the habit of assembling, in addition to the known houses of prostitution? 4. How many prostitutes do you suppose reside in your district? Synopsis of replies. Precincts reported by houses of prostitution, houses of assignation, dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores where prostitutes assemble, estimated number of prostitutes. Precinct 1, reported by Inspector James Silvey, houses of prostitution 22, houses of assignation blank, dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores 3, estimated number of prostitutes 76. Precinct 2, reported by Inspector Hart B. Weed, houses of prostitution 1, houses of assignation blank, dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores 1, estimated number of prostitutes 2. Precinct 3, reported by Inspector J. A. P. Hopkins, houses of prostitution 9, houses of assignation blank, dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores blank, estimated number of prostitutes 26. Precinct 4, reported by Inspector Morris DeCamp, houses of prostitution 35, houses of assignation 13, dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores 8, estimated number of prostitutes 750. Precinct 5, Inspector Henry Hutchings, houses of prostitution 63, of assignation 7, dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores 46, estimated number of prostitutes 420. Precinct 6, Acting Inspector Lush, houses of prostitution 52, of assignation 6, dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores 12, estimated number of prostitutes 228. Precinct 7, Inspector John Cameron. Houses of prostitution, 6. Houses of assignation, blank. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, 4. Estimated number of prostitutes, 100. Precinct 8, Inspector C. S. Turnbull. Houses of prostitution, 43. Of assignation, 15. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, blank. Estimated number of prostitutes, 300. Precinct 9, Inspector Jacob L. Sebring. Houses of prostitution, blank. Of assignation, blank. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, blank. Estimated number of prostitutes, 50. Precinct 10, Inspector T. C. Davis. Houses of prostitution, 26. Of assignation, 1. Dancing saloons, liquors or lager beer stores, 4. Estimated number of prostitutes, 100. Precinct 11, Inspector Peter Squires. Houses of prostitution, blank. Of assignation, blank. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, 12. Estimated number of prostitutes, 50. Precinct 12, Inspector Gallon P. Porter. Houses of prostitution, blank. Of assignation, blank. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, blank. Estimated number of prostitutes, blank. Precinct 13, Inspector Thomas Steers. Houses of prostitution, 15. Of assignation, 4. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, 8. Estimated number of prostitutes, 150. Precinct 14, Inspector J. J. Williamson. Houses of prostitution, 39. Of assignation, 5. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, blank. Estimated number of prostitutes, 125. Precinct 15, Inspector G. W. Dilkis. Houses of prostitution, 5. Of assignation, 19. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, 7. Estimated number of prostitutes, 175. Precinct 16, Inspector Samuel Carpenter. Houses of prostitution, 6. Of assignation, 4. Dancing saloons, liquor, etc., 10. Estimated number of prostitutes, 500. Precinct 17, Inspector J. W. Hart. Houses of prostitution, 20. Of assignation, 3. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, 6. Estimated number of prostitutes, 150. Precinct 18, Inspector Theron R. Bennett. Houses of prostitution, 1. Of assignation, blank. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, 3. Estimated number of prostitutes, 250. Precinct 19, Inspector James Bryan. Houses of prostitution, 5. Of assignation, 1. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, 2. Estimated number of prostitutes, 30. Precinct 20, Inspector F. M. Curry. Houses of prostitution, 15. Of assignation, 1. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, 5. Estimated number of prostitutes, 250. Precinct 21, Inspector Francis Spite. Houses of prostitution, 15. Of assignation, 10. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, 6. Estimated number of prostitutes, 75. Precinct 22, Inspector James E. Colter. Houses of prostitution, blank. Of assignation, blank. Dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores, 14. Estimated number of prostitutes, 50. Totals. Houses of prostitution, 378. Houses of assignation, 89. dancing saloons, liquor or lager beer stores where prostitutes assemble, 151. Estimated number of prostitutes, 3,857. Upon some of the reports are notes which may be extracted. Inspector Sylvie, 1st District, says in answer to question 4, there are, to my knowledge, 76 common prostitutes living in this precinct. Inspector DeCamp, 4th District, says in answer to question 4, 350 who reside in houses of prostitution, 150 kept mistresses, 150 who reside in the ward and prostitute themselves in this and other wards, and probably 100 occasional prostitutes. Inspector Hutchings, 5th District, in answer to question 3, clarifies the resorts as dancing rooms, 2, saloons and cigar stores, 31, lager beer stores, 13, total 46, and in answer to question 4, subdivides the prostitutes into whites, 360, blacks, 60, 420. Acting Inspector Lush, 6th District, says in answer to question 4, 178 known prostitutes whose names we have, supposed to be at least 50 more residing in the district. Inspector Cameron, 7th District, in answer to question 3, classifies the resorts into lager beer stores, 3, cigar store, 1, 4, and in answer to question 4 says, can give no reliable information, probably 100. Inspector Sebring, 9th District, says in answer to question 1, this precinct does not contain any houses of prostitution that I am aware of, and in reply to question 4, scattered through the precinct, there are probably 50. Inspector Squires, 11th District, says in answer to question 1, none, properly speaking. There are many low-drinking places where dissipated persons of both sexes often meet, and where, no doubt, prostitution is sometimes practiced, but no regular houses of that character. To question 3, there are about a dozen lager beer saloons where Dutch girls of loose character assemble and dance at night. They do not remain long in the same place, but when driven from one place, they locate in another. To question 4, I presume there are about 50 young women and married women, some of whom pass for respectable persons who are in the habit of going across to the 8th, 15th, and other disreputable wards for purposes of prostitution, and some of the lowest of these are even said to visit the 5th ward, but I have never been able to ascertain this fact positively. Inspector Porter, 12th District, says, this precinct, comprising all that portion of the island north of 86th Street, is not infested with any of the evils enumerated in the within questions. Inspector Williamson, 14th District, says, in answer to question 4, I should suppose about 125. Inspector Carpenter, 16th District, says, in answer to question 4, it is generally conceded by those of us who presume to know that there are in this precinct at least 500 prostitutes of all ages, nations, grades, and colors. Inspector Hart, 17th District, says in answer to question 4, this being a hard question to answer, the answer must be taken as entirely guesswork, supposed to be about 150. Inspector Curry, 20th District, says in answer to question 4, probably 200 or 300, but this is mere guesswork. We know there are a great many, some of them very young. Those reports from which no extracts have been made consist simply of figures without any remarks, and are given fully in the synopsis. It will be observed that all of the officers quoted give the number of prostitutes more as a conjecture than a certainty, and although their avocations would lead them to know most of the disreputable women in their several districts, none of them assume to be so thoroughly informed as to be enabled to answer positively. To the numbers they give must be added the floating prostitute population of station houses, city and district prisons, hospitals, workhouse, almshouse, and penitentiary, which varies from 1,000 to 2,000, and may be taken at an average of 1,500. This, with those known to the police, makes a total of 5,357, and the balance of 643 required to raise the number to 6,000 is but a moderate allowance for those who have escaped the eyes of the officers when taking the census. As before remarked, it is better to overestimate than underestimate the abandoned women of the city. But to this number are to be added those whose calling is so effectually disguised as to prevent its being known, those who practice prostitution in addition to some legitimate occupation, and those who resort to illicit pleasures for the indulgence of their passions. To obtain information on these points, some supplementary questions were addressed to the captains of the police at the commencement of this investigation in 1856, and their replies are now submitted. The first inquiry was, how many houses of assignation are there in your district? It was known when this interrogatory was propounded that the secrecy maintained in these places would in some instances baffle the keenness, not often at fault, of our shrewdest police officers, and no surprise was felt when the replies indicated that only 74 of these houses were known to them. Reliable information from other sources led to the conviction that this was understated. The investigation of May 1858 fixes the number at 89, which is also too low, and we shall be perfectly justified in estimating the number of houses of assignation in New York at 100. The next question was, what, to the best of your belief, are the average number of visitors to such houses every 24 hours? The replies gave an average of 6 couples to each house every day, to an aggregate of 600 women every 24 hours. This was followed by the query, are all the females who visit these houses of assignation known public prostitutes? If not, of what class do you suppose or know them to be? From the replies, it was found that about 2/5 were known as prostitutes, the remainder being sewing or shop girls, kept mistresses, widows, and some married women. Again, state your opinion as to how many kept mistresses there are in your district. In the 22 districts, 268 were ascertained, and the presumption was that there were more. The number may be safely taken at 400. The next question was, how many women, to the best of your belief, and that you have not previously examined, are there in your district that obtain a livelihood in whole or in part by prostitution? To this the number are stated upon belief, for the nature of the question precludes any positive information, as about 400. Can you form an opinion as to how many women in your district, who are not impelled by necessity, prostitute themselves to gratify their passions? No definite answers were obtained to this, the general suppositions ranging from 1/3 to 1/4 of those who were not recognized as public prostitutes. To what extent, in your opinion, is prostitution carried on in the tenant houses in your district? It is generally admitted that there is some, but no calculation can be made with any accuracy. Many of what may be called private prostitutes live in this class of houses, but their visitors would be taken to houses of assignation, where the numbers are included in the estimate given. It is believed that there are many women who follow prostitution living in nearly all the respectable portions of the city. They, singly or in couples, hire a suite of rooms, and under the garb of honest labor, sewing, etc., pass as respectable among those living near them. It is also known that such as these are the great frequenters of houses of assignation. How many such women, to the best of your belief, are there in your district? The officer's reply was that they have ascertained that there are about 200, but they believe there are many more. Thus much for the information we have been enabled to collect. There are 600 women who visit these houses of assignation every day, of whom 2/5 are known as public prostitutes, and the remainder are of other classes. It may be assumed that the known prostitutes visit such houses at least once every 24 hours, which leaves over 300 visits daily for the others. Kept mistresses or married women who resort there for the gratification of their passions probably amount to 100 per day. It can scarcely be supposed that such visit houses of assignation more than once a week as a general rule, while the others, sewing or shop girls, etc., who resort there to augment their income, would probably take this step 2 or 3 times per week, which would bring their number to about 400. It thus appears that a very fair estimate of the total number of frail women who are now in New York may be stated as follows. Known public prostitutes, 6,000. Women who visit houses of assignation for sexual gratification, 1,260. Women who visit houses of assignation to augment their income, 400. One half the number of kept mistresses, assuming the other half to be included in those who visit houses of assignation, 200. Total, 7,860. It will be seen that to arrive at this conclusion all are included who are suspected to be lost to virtue, although of the number who visit houses of assignation for sexual gratification, many are guiltless of promiscuous intercourse. This total number falls very far short of the estimates made at different times by various persons, that there are from 20 to 30,000 prostitutes in New York City. Such rash conclusions, hastily formed in the excitement of the moment, sometimes influenced by the fact that the wish is father to the thought, must give place to the result of a careful and searching investigation made for this special purpose. The modus operandi of examination in the city rendered it incumbent on those having it in charge to approximate to the facts, and is itself a sufficient guarantee of correctness. If it were possible to parade the 6,000 known public prostitutes in one procession, they would make a much larger demonstration than the mere printed words 6,000 suggest to the reader. It requires a man who is in the habit of seeing large congregations of persons to comprehend at a glance the aggregate implied in this statement. Place this number of women in line, side by side, and if each was allowed only 24 inches of room, they would extend 2 miles and 480 yards. Let them march up Broadway in single file and allow each woman 36 inches, and that is as little room as possible considering the required space for locomotion, and they would reach from the City Hall to 40th Street. Or let them all ride in the ordinary city stages, which carry 12 passengers each, and it would be necessary to charter 500 omnibuses for their conveyance. These simple illustrations will make the extent of the vice plain to many who could form but an adequate idea from the mere figures. Yet the estimate will probably appear low to those residents of the city who have been accustomed to believe New York reeking with prostitution in every hole and corner, while it would seem excessively large to readers residing in the country. For the information of the latter, it may be remarked that vicious as Manhattan Island unquestionably is, much as there may be in it to need reform, in this manner of prostitution it must not bear all the blame for these 6,000 women, for although they certainly reside in it, a very large number of their visitors do not dwell there. Brooklyn, the village on Long Island, Fort Hamilton, New Utrecht, Flushing, and others, Jersey City, Hoboken, Hudson, Staten Island, Morrisania, Fordham, etc., contain numbers of people who transact their daily business in New York, but reside in those places. In very few of these localities are any prostitutes to be found, nor would they be encouraged therein while New York is so close at hand and so easy of access. Again, the strangers flocking into the city from all parts of the world averaged from 5 to 20,000 and upward every day, and they must relieve it of some part of this obloquy. The population of New York at the last census, 1855, was officially stated to be, in round numbers, 630,000, and the proportionate increase for 3 years to the extent time will bring it very near 700,000. If illicit intercourse here were carried on only by permanent residents, its proportion of public prostitutes would be 1 to every 117 of the inhabitants, but the calculation must include the denizens of the places already enumerated, and, adding 500,000 for them, and the number of strangers constantly visiting the city, we have a total of 1,200,000 persons. making the proportion of prostitutes only 1 in every 200, including men, women, and children. It is desirable, however, to ascertain what proportion courtesans bear to the classes who patronize them, and the census shows that males above the age of 15 form about 32% of the population. A wider range might have been taken, as it is notorious that many boys under 15 years old, especially among the lower classes, practice the vice. But assuming that to be the standard, there is 1 prostitute to every 64 adult males, certainly not a large proportion in a commercial and maritime city. It is impossible to form any idea of the proportion of male inhabitants and visitors who encourage houses of prostitution. Marriage is not always a check to indiscriminate intercourse, and professions of religion are often violated for illicit gratification. Still, there are a vast number whom these obligations bind, and if they could be exactly ascertained, this would make a corresponding difference in the proportions. As the case now is, New York City stands somewhat in the position of a seduced woman, and has to endure all the odium attached to the number of prostitutes residing within her limits, while her neighbors and strangers, who largely participate in the offense, are like seducers, and escape all censure, self-righteously saying, "How virtuous is our own town," or village, compared with that sink of iniquity, New York. It has been already stated that the effect would be if all visitors of New York were moral men, and although the remark need not be repeated, its appositeness is apparent. From the prostitutes within our borders emanates the plague of syphilis, and when the number of abandoned women is considered in conjunction with the certainty that each of them is liable at any moment to contract and extend the malady, when the probabilities of such extension are viewed in connection with the acknowledged fact that each prostitute in New York receives from 1 to 10 visitors every day, instances are known where the maximum exceeds and sometimes doubles the highest number here given. There can be no reasonable doubt of the danger of infection, nor any surprise that the average life of prostitutes is only 4 years. The actual extent of venereal disease must be the first point of inquiry, and here the records of public institutions are of great service. The hospitals on Blackwell's Island, under the charge of the governors of the almshouse, present the largest array of cases, the principal part of which were treated in the penitentiary, now Island, hospital. The number of these cases was in 1854, 1,541, 1855, 1,579, 1856, 1,639, 1857, 2,090. Upon these facts, the writer of these pages remarked in his annual report to the Board of Governors for 1856, "The ratio of venereal disease on the gross number of patients treated in 1854 was 37 4/10%. The ratio of the same disease in 1855 was 58 7/10%, showing an increase in the year 1855 of 21 3/10%. The ratio of venereal disease on the gross number of patients treated during 1856 was 73 1/10%, showing an increase in 1856 as compared with 1855 of 14 4/10%, or an increase as compared with 1854 of 35 7/10%. This steady increase, 21 3/10% in one year and 14 4/10% in the next, or 35 7/10% within 2 years, may be considered an incontrovertible proof of the progress of this malady in the city of New York. The fact that the people regard the penitentiary hospital as a dernier resort, an institution to which nothing but the direst necessity will compel them to apply, justifies the conclusion that the cases treated are but a fraction of the disease existing, and its increase here may be taken as a sure indication of a corresponding or larger increase among the general population. Again, on the same subject, in 1857. In my last report I took the opportunity to submit to your honorable board facts proving the increase of venereal disease, and I then gave the ratio of that malady on the gross number of patients treated as 73 1/10%. In the year 1857, the ratio was 65 2/10%, but this reduction of 7 9/10% must be considered in connection with the fact that other diseases, much beyond the general average, have been treated in the last year, so that a larger number of venereal cases will yet show a smaller percentage. The cases of phthis pulmonalis consumption, which have advanced from 58 in 1856 to 159 in 1857, sufficiently explain that the decrease of venereal affections is apparent and not real. An investigation beyond the statistics upon which these remarks are based, and including the penitentiary hospital, almshouse, workhouse, and penitentiary, had shown that of the total number admitted to these several institutions, 59.5% had suffered or were suffering from venereal disease at the time the inquiry was made. Of this proportion, 45% of the total were suffering directly at the time of investigation, and 19% were suffering indirectly, or, in non-professional language, were laboring under disease more or less consequent on the syphilitic taint.
The following detailed statistics of venereal disease treated in the penitentiary hospital for 4 years ending December 31st, 1857, will be found to embrace many subjects which have been alluded to in these pages. Total number of patients treated: 1854, 4,058; 1855,
2,657.
1856, 2,083; 1857, 3,158. Cases of primary syphilis: 1854, 606; 55, 660; 56, 650; 57, 882. Cases of secondary and other forms of syphilis: 1854, 935; 55, 919; 56, 989; 57, 1208. Total of syphilitic diseases: 1854, 1541; 55, 1579; 56, 1639; 57, 2090. Nativities: natives of United States: 1854, 410; 55, 489; 56, 531; 57, 673. Foreigners: 1854, 1131; 55, 1090; 56, 1108; 57, 1417. Total: 1854, 1541; 55, 1579; 56, 1639; 57, 2090. Ages: under 16 years: 1854, 65; 55, 72; 56, 77; 57, 68. From 16 years to 20 years: 1854, 481; 55, 457; 56, 472; 57, 593. From 21 years to 25 years: 1854, 490; 55, 481; 56, 494; 57, 631. From 26 years to 30 years: 1854, 314; 55, 304; 56, 311; 57, 423. From 31 years to 40 years: 1854, 128; 55, 151; 56, 165, 57, 190. From 41 years to 50 years: 1854, 42, 55, 99, 56, 101, 57, 157. From 51 years and upward: 1854, 21, 55, 15, 56, 19, 57, 28. Total: 1854, 1541, 55, 1579, 56, 1639, 57, 2090. Education: good: 1854, 175, 55, 227, 56, 231, 57, 175. Imperfect: 1854, 787, 55, 794, 56, 830, 57, 1161. Uneducated: 1854, 579, 55, 558, 56, 578, 57, 754. Total: 1854, 1541, 55, 1579, 56, 1639, 57, 2090. From the total number of venereal patients under treatment: 1854, 1541, 1855, 1579, 1856, 1639, 1857, 2090. Deduct those discharged each year: 1854, 1253, 55, 1316, 56, 1389, 57, 1710. Leaving to add to the next year's account: 1854, 288, 55, 263, 56, 250, 57, 380. Of the numbers discharged, the following is the result treatment: cured: 1854, 874, 55, 1051, 56, 1201, 57, 1491. Relieved: 1854, 370, 55, 263, 56, 183, 57, 213. Not relieved: 1854, 7, 55, blank, 56, blank, 57, 1. Died: 1854, 2, 55, 2, 56, 5, 57, 5. Total: 1854, 1253, 55, 1316, 56, 1389, 57, 1710. Duration of treatment: 5 days and under: 1854, 13, 55, 16, 56, 17, 57, 83. 6 days to 10 days: 1854, 57, 55, 36, 56, 68, 57, 102. 11 days to 20 days: 1854, 80, 55, 59, 56, 81, 57, 131. 21 days to 30 days: 1854, 154, 55, 121, 56, 137, 57, 187. 1 month to 2 months: 1854, 293, 55, 333, 56, 453, 57, 528, 2 months to 3 months, 1854, 304, 55, 443, 56, 340, 57, 328, 3 months to 4 months, 1854, 220, 55, 245, 56, 207, 57, 260, 4 months and upward, 1854, 132, 55, 63, 56, 86, 57, 91. Total, 1854, 1,253, 55, 1,316, 56, 1,389, 57, 1,710. Some few remarks may be made on the subject of primary syphilis. The proportion of the cases of this malady to the gross number of patients treated was in 1854 14.9%, 1855 25.2%, 1856 31.2%, 1857 27.9%. By the term primary syphilis, non-professional readers will understand the commencement of the disease, or symptoms which are the direct consequence of an impure connection, in contradistinction to secondary syphilis, which is the comparatively remote result of infection, never appearing until after the primary symptoms are well developed, and frequently not until all traces of them are removed. He will thus see that every case of primary syphilis is in itself a proof of recent intercourse with a diseased person. These cases, then, have increased from 15% in 1854 to 31.25% in 1856 and 28% in 1857. The remarks recently quoted explain how 882 cases in 1857 make a smaller percentage than 650 in 1856. The fact of this increase compels us to but one conclusion, and that is a very important and suggestive one, namely, that commerce with prostitutes in 1857 was attended with nearly twice the risk of infection incurred in 1854, and, of course, the health of abandoned women has deteriorated in the same proportion. This is not said with any wish on the part of the writer to be considered an alarmist. The facts are those which have come under his personal observation. The inference is but a plain and natural deduction. End of section 55. Recording by Mina Anderson, Washington, D.C.
Section 56 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Samantha Miles. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 56. Chapter 36. New York. Extent, Effects, and Cost of Prostitution. Part 2. But the hospital, although the chief, is not the only institution on Blackwell's Island where patients are treated for venereal disease. The almshouse, workhouse, and penitentiary have each a share of sufferers from this malady. To what extent will be shown by the Annex Table. 1854, Almshouse 33. 1855, Almshouse 173, 1856, Almshouse 85, 1857, Almshouse 52, 1854, Workhouse 65, 1855, Workhouse 31, 1856, Workhouse 5, 1857, Workhouse 56, Penitentiary 1855, 176, 1856, Penitentiary 234, 1857 Penitentiary 430. Bellevue Hospital, New York City, also under charge of the governors of the almshouse, is not professedly available to venereal cases. By report from the medical board of that institution, which will be found in the next chapter, it is seen that they estimate not far from 10% of the inmates of Bellevue Hospital are admitted for affections which have their origin remotely in venereal disease. These data are sufficient to fix the numbers thus treated as follows. Year 1854, total number of patients 7,033, 10% for venereal cases 703. 1855, 6,697 patients, 670 for venereal cases. 1856, 6,392 patients, 639 for venereal cases. 1857, 7,676 patients, 768 for venereal cases. In regard to the nursery hospital on Randall's Island, it is stated by Dr. H. N. Whittlesey, the resident physician, that 9/10 of all diseases treated in this hospital during the past 5 years have been of constitutional origin, and for the most part hereditary. The exact proportion which hereditary syphilis bears to the sum of constitutional depravity cannot be stated with accuracy. It is an estimate far within the bounds of probability to assume that 1/2 of the diseases referred to by Dr. Whittlesey are complicated with or by syphilitic taint, and the numbers in the nursery hospital will therefore stand as follows. Year 1854, total number of patients 2,199. 50% for venereal cases 1,100. 1855, 2,310 patients, 1,155 for venereal cases. 1856, 1,275 patients, 638 for venereal cases. 1857, 1,469 patients, 734 for venereal cases. Following the institutions in charge of the governors of the almshouse is the New York State Emigrants Hospital on Ward's Island, New York City, under the direction of the Commissioners of Emigration, in the reports whereof the following cases of venereal disease are noted. 1853, 657. 1854, 732. 1855, 856. 1856, 511. 1857, 559. The New York Hospital, Broadway, next claims attention. The reports for the undermentioned years give the number of venereal cases as follows. 1852, 478. 1853, 338. 1856, 372. 1857, 405. These embrace the principal public hospitals of New York. There are other institutions, such as St. Luke's Hospital, St. Vincent's Hospital, the Jews' Hospital, etc., but they are of recent origin, and their practice will not form an element in this calculation. The dispensaries of the city relieve yearly a large amount of sickness. In the New York Dispensary, Center Street, the cases of venereal disease are reported as follows. 1855, 1,154. 1856, 1,393. 1857, 1,580. This gives an average of about 3% of all the patients treated. The Northern Dispensary, Waverly Place, does not publish any detailed report of the diseases treated, and to make an estimate it will be necessary to assume that the proportion is the same as in the New York Dispensary, namely 3%. By this rule, the following results are obtained. Year, total number of patients, 3% for venereal cases. 1850, 19,615 patients, 588 for venereal cases. 1851, 20,680 patients, 620 for venereal cases. 1852, 21,941 patients, 658 for venereal cases. 1854, 14,075 patients, 422 for venereal cases. 1855, 12,378 patients, 371 for venereal cases. 1856, 11,797 patients, 354 for venereal cases. 1857, 10,895 patients, 327 for venereal cases. The Eastern Dispensary, Ludlow Street, does not give any detailed report of the diseases treated, and the same approximation will be made as previously. Year, total number of patients, 3% for venereal cases. 1855, 25,612 patients, 768 for venereal cases. 1856, 21,017 patients, 630 for venereal cases. To the DeMilt Dispensary, 2nd Avenue, the same system of approximation will be applied. Year, total number of patients, 3% for venereal cases. 1852 to 53, 2,197 patients, 66 for venereal cases. 1853 to 54, 9,006 patients, 270 for venereal cases. 1854 to 55, 14,034 patients, 421 for venereal cases. 1855 to 56, 20,004 patients, 600 for venereal cases. 1856 to 57, 20,684 patients, 620 for venereal cases. 1857 to 58, 26,785 patients, 803 for venereal cases. The Northwestern Dispensary, 8th Avenue, subjected to the same rule, gives year, total number of patients, 3% for venereal cases. 1854, 9,264 patients, 277 for venereal cases. 1855, 11,581 patients, 347 for venereal cases. 1856, 11,477 patients, 344 for venereal cases. Cases of venereal disease are treated in the clinical lectures at the 3 medical colleges of New York City. From the New York University Medical College, the following report of patients has been obtained. It is undoubtedly much too low an estimate. 1855, 47, 1856, 53, 1857, 69. And assuming that the practice of the others is of the same extent, we have as the venereal cases treated in the 3 colleges: 1855, 141, 1856, 159, 1857, 207. As many of the patrons of New York houses of ill fame reside out of the city, some further information must be sought beyond our own limits. Without professing to inquire into the public health in all the suburbs previously enumerated, it will be sufficient to take the reports of the superintendents of the poor of King's County to ascertain what amount of syphilitic infection has been treated at the public cost in Brooklyn and its environs. The reports of Dr. Thomas Turner, resident physician of the King's County Hospital, show the following cases: 1853, 165, 1855, 362, 1857, 311, or about 10% on the total number treated. In the Brooklyn City Hospital, the cases of venereal disease received and treated were in 1854, 158, 1855, 173, 1856, 160, 1857, 186, 1858 to May 1st, 65. It has been already stated that sailors are great patrons of prostitutes, and to obtain any true statement of venereal disease among them, some estimate respecting this class must be made. For this purpose, the reports of Dr. T. Clarkson Moffat, physician-in-chief of the Seamen's Retreat, Staten Island, New York, are available. The number of cases treated in the several years is here given: 1854, 657, 1855, 473, 1856, 355, 1857, 365, 1858 to April 1st, 82. This is nearly 24% on the gross number treated. This concludes the published reports of charitable institutions, and the question next arises, what amount of syphilis is treated by physicians in private practice? It is impossible to obtain any reliable data upon this head. The Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital, composed of some of the leading members of the profession in the city, state that they are unable to say what proportion of the practice among regular and qualified physicians in this city is derived from the treatment of venereal diseases, but they know it is large, and that many receive more from this source than from all other sources together. There are also a very large number of advertising pretenders who offer their services for the treatment of secret diseases, and many drugstores whose main business is derived from a similar source, together with an infinity of patent medicines announced and sold as specifics for all venereal maladies. Upon the simple commercial principle of supply and demand, there are so many proofs of the extent of the evil they profess to relieve. Should the number of cases of venereal disease treated in private practice by qualified physicians and by advertisers, added to the number of patients who supply themselves with patent or other medicines from drugstores, be regarded as equal to the aggregate of those treated in public institutions, the estimate could not be deemed extravagant. The design is now to ascertain how much venereal disease exists in New York at the present time. To do this, it will be necessary to recapitulate the information already given. The cases below are those treated in 1857. Institutions, cases. Penitentiary Hospital, Blackwell's Island, 2090. Almshouse, Blackwell's Island, 52. Workhouse, Blackwell's Island, 56. Penitentiary, Blackwell's Island, 430. Bellevue Hospital, New York, 768. Nursery Hospital, Randall's Island, 734. New York State Emigrants Hospital, Ward's Island, 559. New York Hospital, Broadway, 405. New York Dispensary, Center Street, 1580. Northern Dispensary, Waverly Place, 327. Eastern Dispensary, Ludlow Street, 630. DeMilt Dispensary, 2nd Avenue, 803. Northwestern Dispensary, 8th Avenue, 344. Medical Colleges, 207. Kings County Hospital, Flatbush, Long Island, 311. Brooklyn City Hospital, Brooklyn, Long Island, 186. Seamen's Retreat, Staten Island, 365. Total 9,847. Medical men and those acquainted with the internal arrangements of public institutions need not be reminded that the general system of record in hospitals includes only what may be called the prominent malady. Thus, if a man were admitted with a broken limb, it would be registered as a fracture, and if the same man were suffering indirectly from syphilis at the same time, no entry would be made thereof, although the physician rendered him every professional assistance towards its cure. It is estimated that in this manner a large number of the cases of venereal disease treated in all public institutions, except such as make a specialty of those maladies, is never recorded elsewhere than on the private case-books of the attending physicians. More particularly is this the rule in institutions supported wholly or in part by voluntary contributions. Their benevolent directors have not yet outlived the prejudice which formerly held it almost as disgraceful to treat as to contract syphilis. Some of the spirit which drove the unhappy men and women so afflicted from civilized life to perish in the fields or woods, as in London, Edinburgh, and Paris, during the 15th and 16th centuries, and at a later period drew from the papal government a bill recognizing the affliction as a direct punishment from the Almighty for the sin of incontinence, still survives in the present generation. The trustees of more than one of the dispensaries in New York have directed their medical officers not to prescribe for such complaints, and a hospital in a sister city, which receives a yearly grant from public funds, has in its printed rules and regulations, no person having gonorrhea or syphilis shall be admitted as a charity patient. Some remarks are made hereafter upon this course, and the facts are mentioned now to explain why many cases of venereal disease never appear upon the reports of institutions where patients are treated. Practically, such prohibitions are a dead letter. No physician of a public institution, applied to by a poor wretch suffering from syphilis, could pass him by without attempting to relieve, let the orders of the Board of Trustees be what they may. His mission is simply to apply the aid of science and skill to the alleviation of any ailment which may be presented to his notice, and his appreciation of the responsibility of his office is too keen to allow him to refuse the prayer of such an applicant. Hence arises the circumstance that the case is treated under some other name. If, then, the cases recorded are but 2/3 of the aggregate, the numbers stand thus: cases recorded in public institutions, 9,847. Cases not recorded, 4,923. For a total of 14,770 cases in the year 1857 in public institutions. The difficulty of forming an opinion as to the extent of venereal disease treated in private practice has been already mentioned. In the absence of all information, collateral circumstances form the only guide to a conclusion. The amount is unquestionably very large, so large that, if its full magnitude could be discovered and announced, every reader must be astonished. The first consideration to support this view may be found in the army of advertising empirics who make it a source of revenue. Each of these men must have numerous patients. He could not keep up his business without them. Any practical advertiser knows that to insert an announcement of some 20 or 30 lines every day in at least 2 daily papers, to repeat the same in weekly journals, and, in addition to this, to post handbills on the corner of every street, and employ men or boys to deliver them to passengers at steamboat docks, ferry landings, and railroad depots, cannot be done without a considerable outlay, whatever its prospective advantages may be. No one supposes these charlatans to be actuated by pure disinterested benevolence. They crowd the columns of our journals, and insult us with their printed announcements in the public thoroughfares, simply because it pays. These means obtain them customers, and whenever this result ceases, the announcements will be discontinued. While they appear, there is positive proof that their issuers are gathering patronage. The number of patent medicines always in the market for the cure of secret diseases, and which the vendors announce can be sent any distance securely packed and safe from observation, affords a corroboration. They are made and sold as a business speculation. When their reputation diminishes, and the public become doubtful if all the virtues of the materia medica are comprised in a single bottle of red drop, or unfortunate's friend, the manufacture will soon stop, and the inventors will resort to some other employment for their capital. The extent to which advertising empirics and patent medicines are flourishing is an undeniable proof of the prevalence of the maladies they professedly relieve. The legitimate business of drug stores affords another link in the chain of evidence. Beyond the regular nostrums, almost every druggist in the city sells large quantities of medicine for the cure of venereal disease. Sometimes a man will candidly tell the storekeeper that he has contracted disease, and ask him to make up something to cure it. At other times a prescription, which has been efficacious in a formal attack, will be presented, or the sufferer has taken counsel among his friends and companions, and obtained some infallible recipe from one of them. In short, there are so many different means taken by persons who have contracted disease that it is impossible to enumerate the various methods which the aid of the drug-store may be invoked. There are many traditional recipes which can be used without the necessity of purchasing ingredients of a druggist. One favorite remedy among the lower classes is pine knot bitters. Bottles of this preparation are kept for sale in liquor stores, particularly in those neighborhoods where prostitutes most do congregate. Another reason may be submitted why a large amount of venereal disease must be treated privately. Many of the victims are men who move in a respectable sphere of society, and have probably been led to the act which resulted so disastrously in a moment of uncontrollable passion. Their social position would be irreparably damaged should they enter a public hospital, and the desire to retain their status forces them to secrecy, even if the natural repugnance of every man to the former course did not exist. It is vain to deny that, while medical institutions, designed for the public good, are so managed as to inflict a disgrace upon their inmates, their benefits are circumscribed, and will never be accepted by any but the poor unfortunates who have no other means of obtaining relief. In the case of syphilis, this is particularly to be regretted from the nature of the disease. Every day it is neglected, it becomes in a tenfold degree more aggravated, and entails proportionate misery in after life. If it be assumed that the private cases of venereal disease equal in number those treated in public institutions, an aggregate is obtained of more than 29,500 cases every year. If the former are double the number of the latter, the sum will be over 44,000 cases per annum. Either of these conjectures is below the truth, and we are satisfied, from professional experience and inquiry, that there is no exaggeration in estimating the number of patients treated privately every year for lues venerea as at least quadruple the cases receiving assistance in hospitals and charitable establishments. The result is the enormous sum of 74,000 cases every year. If each person suffered only one attack each year, this would represent 1/6 of the total population above 15 years of age. But many persons, especially among abandoned women and profligate men, are infected several times in the course of 12 months, and any attempt to say what proportion of individuals are represented in these 74,000 cases would be mere speculation, without a particle of conclusive evidence to support it. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the result, a very brief consideration will show that it is not extravagant. In addition to the arguments already advanced in this chapter, the reader will recollect that in a previous section it has been shown that 2 out of every 5 prostitutes in New York confessed the syphilitic taint. Supposing a girl relinquishes her calling as soon as she becomes aware of being diseased, several days may have elapsed before she discovered her condition, and during that interval she must have infected every man who had intercourse with her. To take the most liberal view, it may be conceded that the portion who acknowledged infection were not all suffering from the primary or communicable form. Many of them had doubtless recovered from that. But if only 1/2 were so suffering, and each of these infected only one man, the result would be 365,000 men diseased every year. This is not an exaggerated estimate. As was said when alluding to the prostitutes who admitted their contamination, there can be no possible suspicion that they would acknowledge sickness if they could avoid doing so, and consequently the sick are certainly not overrated. It may be objected that the numbers who owned disease were spread over a considerable space of time, but this can be met with the fact that the inquiry which produced this result was in progress simultaneously in all parts of the city. At the farthest it did not extend 3 months from the time of commencement to completion, and the natural presumption would be that, as during that time the health of the women was neither better nor worse than in any other 3 months of any year, the same proportion of diseased women could be found whenever an investigation was made, in other words, that 2 out of 5 prostitutes in New York are diseased. The calculation that of these diseased women 1/2 only are affected in a manner which renders them liable to infect their paramours is also a liberal one. Syphilis, when manifested in its secondary stage in the shape of sores, eruptions, and blotches upon the face or person, is so disgusting that no prostitute thus disfigured could retain her place in any brothel, unless it was one of the very lowest grade, because her appearance would immediately repel all visitors. In its primary or local form it is of course concealed from her customers, and may be so concealed for a considerable length of time. These facts borne in mind, is it not almost too liberal an estimate to assume that 1/2 who admit syphilis are suffering in the secondary or palpable form? This line of argument, supported by the facts given, is perfectly justifiable, view it in what light you may, and proves that the estimate of 74,000 cases of venereal disease annually is much too small. Another course of reasoning may be adopted. The time occupied in taking the census is stated at 3 months. This included all the needful preliminary measures, the instructions to examiners, the conferences with police captains, etc., and the final proceedings, such as arranging and writing out reports. Allow 1/3 of the time for these introductory and concluding adjuncts, and it will leave about 60 days, including Sundays, or 52 working days devoted to the actual inquiry. The inquiry resulted in the discovery of syphilis in such a proportion of women as would amount to an aggregate of 2,000, on the total number of public prostitutes. Suppose a disease of 2,000 women equally distributed over the 52 days, or, in other words, that an average number were infected and confessed it every day, and the result is 38 women diseased every 24 hours. We wish to make this argument as plain as possible, and the reader will pardon what may appear needless repetition. If this disease existed in each woman for 4 days before she was conscious of it, or it became so troublesome as to force her from her calling, and during this interval of 4 days each woman had intercourse with only 1 man per day, over 50,000 men would be exposed to the risk, almost the certainty of contracting infection in the course of the year. As the Medico-Chirurgical Review said in the course of a similar argument upon syphilis in London, this estimate is ridiculously small. In the first place, a majority of the women would not abandon their calling in 4 days after infection, but would continue it as long as they could possibly submit to the suffering involved. Every resident of New York will remember the excitement caused in the spring of the year 1855 by the arrest of a large number of prostitutes in the public streets, their committal to Blackwell's Island, and their subsequent discharge on writs of habeas corpus on account of informality in the proceedings. But it is not generally known that of those arrested at that time, a very large proportion, certainly more than 1/2, were suffering from syphilis in its primary form, and many of them in its most inveterate stage. We make this assertion from our own knowledge, the result of a professional examination, and mention the circumstance now to prove that women will not abandon their calling when they know themselves diseased, so long as they can possibly continue it. If the estimate had been made that each woman continued prostitution for 8 days instead of 4 days after she was infected, it would have been a closer approximation to the truth, and it would have shown over 100,000 men exposed to infection every year. Again, the supposition that a prostitute submits to but 1 act of prostitution every day is ridiculously small. No woman could pay her board, dress, and live in the expensive manner common among the class upon the money she would receive from 1 visitor daily. Even 2 visitors is a very low estimate, and 4 is very far from an unreasonably large one. But suppositions might be multiplied, and the argument extended almost ad infinitum. One more calculation shall be submitted, and then the reader can form his own conclusion upon the question whether the theory of 74,000 cases of venereal disease in New York every year has not been supported by a mass of evidence far more weighty than can ordinarily be adduced to establish a controverted point. It shall be assumed that the 38 women infected every day continue their calling for 6 days after the appearance of venereal disease, and during such 6 days 1/2 of them shall submit to 1, and the other half to 2 sexual acts daily. Then, in the course of a year, 125,000 men would be exposed to contamination. To this add the number of women infected, which, at 38 daily, would amount to nearly 13,000 in the year, and a total of 138,000 will be presented, or nearly double the number assumed as a basis for remark. It is needless to advance farther reasons in support of the soundness of that opinion. Next in order will be the consideration of the amount of money prostitution costs the public, the amount of capital invested in houses of ill fame, and the outlay consequent thereupon presents a total which cannot but surprise all who have not deeply reflected upon the ramifications of the evil. The police investigation of May 1858, quoted a few pages back, gives the total number of houses of prostitution as 378, and the worth of property thus employed can be ascertained with a tolerable degree of accuracy from information obtained in many cases by actual inquiry. The value of real estate where it was owned by the keepers of these houses has been already given in some instances, and in others the rent may be assumed equivalent to 10% per annum upon the cost of the property, which is certainly not an undue valuation. Dividing the total number of houses into 4 classes, the estimate stands as follows. 80 houses of the first class are estimated, from actual inquiry, to be worth, including real estate and furniture, $13,800 each, or a total of $1,104,000. 100 houses of the second class are estimated at 25% less than those of the first class, namely $10,350 for each, or a total of $1,035,000. 120 houses of the third class at $5,000 each, $600,000. 78 houses of the fourth class at $1,000 each, $78,000. 378 houses of prostitution are estimated worth $2,817,000. Add for houses of assignation, 25 houses of the first class at $12,000 each, $300,000. 25 houses of the second class at $9,000 each, $225,000. 35 houses of the third class at $5,000 each, $175,000. 15 houses of the fourth class at $3,000 each, $45,000. 100 total for houses of prostitution and assignation, $3,562,000. In addition to this are 151 dancing saloons, liquor and lodger beer stores, mainly dependent upon the custom of prostitutes and their companions. Any place in which it is possible to carry on either of these businesses must be worth $200 a year rent, which would give a value of $2,000 each, or a total of $302,000. The necessary stock, fixtures, and implements cannot be worth less, on an average, than $100 in each place. This gives a total of $15,100, and an aggregate capital of $3,879,100 invested in the business of prostitution. That this is not an extravagant estimate will be admitted by any real estate owner or person acquainted with the value of property in the city, especially if he takes into consideration the location of many of the houses, and calculates how much more the adjacent lands and buildings would be worth if these resorts of vice and infamy were removed. On a scale correspondingly large is the amount of money actually spent upon prostitutes. The weekly income of each woman cannot be less than $10. Many pay much more than that sum for their board alone, and in first-class houses it is not uncommon for a prostitute to realize as much as $30 or $50, or upward, in a week. But if the income is taken at the lowest point, the aggregate receipts of 6,000 courtesans amount to $60,000 per week, or $3,120,000 per year. Every visitor to a house of prostitution expends more or less money for wines and liquors therein. In some cases this outlay will be larger than the cash remuneration given to the women, but other men are not so lavish in their hospitality, and it is fair to assume that such expenditures amount to two-thirds of the previous item, a weekly total of $40,000, or $2,080,000 spent for intoxicating drinks and houses of prostitution every year. In describing the customers of houses of assignation, it has already been remarked that in the first class many of the female visitors take that step, not for gain, but impelled by affection or sexual desire. They would spurn the idea of being paid for their company, but the houses at which their intrigues are consummated, being luxuriously furnished, and conducted by women of known discretion and secrecy, have a high tariff of prices as one of their features. Visitors must pay as much there for accommodation as the rent of a room and compensation to a female would amount to in places of less pretension. It is assumed that 4,200 visits are paid to houses of assignation every week, and for the foregoing reason, estimating them to cost the men the same in every instance, and fixing that cost at $3 for each visit, this item will amount to $12,600 per week, or $655,200 per year. The consumption of wine and liquor is small in houses of assignation as compared with houses of prostitution. It may probably amount to $5,000 per week, or $260,000 per year. The income of the dancing saloons, liquor and larger beer stores, frequented and mainly supported by prostitutes and their friends, cannot be less than $30 per week for each house, and as there are 151 establishments of that description, the aggregate of money dispersed in them will be $4,530 per week, or $235,560 per year. These sums exhibit the outlay for the pleasures of prostitution. The ensuing items give its penalties. Of the inmates of the island, late the penitentiary hospital, in 1857, over 65% were afflicted with venereal disease. The total expense of that institution for the year was $35,000, and the pro rata amount for syphilitic patients would be $22,750 during the year, or $438 per week. Bellevue Hospital cost to maintain it during 1857 $70,000 in round numbers. The medical board say that 10% of its inmates are treated for diseases originating in the syphilitic taint, and this proportion of the expenses being chargeable to prostitution amounts to $7,000 per year, or $135 per week. The nursery hospital on Randall's Island cost the city of New York $17,000 for maintenance during 1857. One half its infant patients are treated for diseases resulting from venereal infection, and $8,500 per year, or $163 per week, is a quota of expense caused by this vice and its sequel. The number of cases of venereal disease treated in the New York State Emigrants Hospital on Ward's Island was 6.5% of the total relieved on that island. The expenses for 1857 were $109,000, and the share chargeable to prostitution will be $7,075 per year, or $136 per week. In the New York City Hospital Broadway, 14% of the patients during 1857 were treated for venereal disease. The cost of maintenance for that year was $59,000, and the share caused by prostitution was $8,260 per year, or $159 per week. The cases treated in dispensary practice have been averaged at 3% throughout the city. The yearly expenses of those charities are as follows. New York Dispensary, $9,100. Northern Dispensary, $3,550. Eastern Dispensary, $3,700. DeMilt Dispensary, $5,300. Northwestern Dispensary, $2,630. Total $24,280, and the proportion chargeable to syphilis must be $728 per year, or $14 per week. Very little expense is incurred by the medical colleges in the cases of syphilis treated at their clinical lectures, as the relief is generally confined to a prescription or a slight operation, and if medicine is supplied in a few cases, the amount is so small that in a calculation of this sort it is not worth notice. The expenses of the Kings County Hospital, Long Island, for 1857 amounted to $75,300. About 10% of the patients treated were venereal sufferers, and the cost for them amounts to $7,530 per year, or $145 per week. In the Brooklyn City Hospital, the proportion of venereal patients is 27% of the aggregate. The total annual expenses are $17,200, and the amount incurred on account of this disease is therefore $4,644 per year, or $89 per week. In the Seaman's Retreat, Staten Island, New York, 24% of the inmates suffer from venereal disease. The expenses during the year 1857 were $43,500, of which $10,540 per year, or $203 per week, must be considered the proportion rendered necessary by syphilis. End of section number 56. Recording by Samantha Miles.
Section 57 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 57, Chapter 36, New York. Extent, Effects, and Cost of Prostitution, Part 3. To ascertain the amount expended for private medical assistance, it will be necessary to recapitulate the outlay of the public institutions mentioned. Institutions. Island Hospital, Blackwell's Island. Yearly outlay $22,750. Weekly outlay $438. Bellevue Hospital, New York. Yearly outlay $7,000. Weekly outlay $135. Nursery Hospital, Randall's Island. Yearly outlay $8,500. Weekly outlay $163. Emigrants Hospital, Ward's Island. Yearly outlay $7,075. Weekly outlay $136. City Hospital, New York. Yearly outlay $8,260. Weekly outlay $159. Dispensaries. Yearly outlay $728. Weekly outlay $14. Kings County Hospital, Long Island. Yearly outlay $7,530. Weekly outlay $145. Brooklyn City Hospital, Long Island. Yearly outlay $4,644. Weekly outlay $89. Seamen's Retreat, Staten Island. Yearly outlay $10,540. Weekly outlay $203. Total yearly outlay $77,027. Total weekly outlay $1,482. These totals must be multiplied by 4, and the product will show the amount paid for private medical assistance as $5,928 weekly, or $308,108 yearly. This is calculated on too liberal a scale, for no one believes that an individual requiring professional aid can obtain it so economically in private life as in a public institution, nor would even the fact that in the latter case the patients are boarded and supplied with all necessaries more than counterbalance the sums which must be paid for individual medical attendance. The desire not needlessly to exaggerate facts which are sufficiently comprehensive without such a procedure is the only reason that induces so low an estimate. But there are yet other items of expenditure which must be noticed before the long array is completed. Foremost of these is the cost of support of abandoned women in the workhouse and penitentiary on Blackwell's Island. The proportion of females committed to the workhouse during 1857 was 3/5 of the total commitments. It is not asserted that all these were prostitutes, but it is certain that the larger part were unchaste, and for argument's sake we will take the ratio as 2 abandoned to 1 virtuous woman, the latter representing the class whom poverty, sickness, or friendlessness may have driven to accept a shelter in the institution. The expenses of the workhouse for the year amounted to $76,000, and the share of cost incurred on behalf of prostitutes would therefore be $30,400 per year, or $585 per week. The females sentenced to the penitentiary from courts of criminal jurisdiction during 1857 amount to 27% of the total number incarcerated. It will violate no probability to assume that all these women were prostitutes. There may be exceptions to the rule, but so rare are they as not to invalidate the principle. The penitentiary was supported during 1857 at an outlay to the taxpayers of nearly $89,000, and the proportion chargeable to prostitutes at the ratio given above is $24,030 per year, or $462 per week. A farther portion of the expenses of the workhouse and penitentiary might very plausibly be included in the list, namely the share incurred by the maintenance of those men who owe their imprisonment either to crimes committed at the instigation of common women, or for the sake of supporting them, or to a course of idleness and dissipation resulting from the companionship of prostitutes. To pursue this subject in all its minutiae would lead to the conclusion that nearly every male prisoner owes his confinement, less or more remotely, to one or the other of these causes, and hence it could be argued that all the expenses of male imprisonment should be taken into this account. On the other hand, such a course could be opposed with the plea that crimes which send men to Blackwell's Island are only indirect results of the system under discussion, and to recognize them would force the recognition of many other indirect consequences daily occurring elsewhere. Strictly speaking, the position is scarcely demonstrable enough to form an arithmetical calculation, but its moral certainty is so far acknowledged as to make it a serious matter of reflection in connection with the attendant evils of prostitution. To resume. About 55% of the population of the almshouses, Blackwell's Island, are female. Some of these are old decrepit women whom it would be impossible to consider as prostitutes. Others are virtuous women whose poverty has driven them there. But many are broken down prostitutes who have lost whatever of attraction they once possessed, and with ruined health and debilitated constitutions it is impossible for them to exist even in the lowest brothels. They make the almshouse their last resting place, and there await the final summons which shall close their career of sin and misery. Yet another class in this institution is composed of women with young children. Some claim to be respectable married women, while others are known as disreputable characters. But the former have little to support their pretensions except their own assertion, and collateral testimony sometimes invalidates that. It is not an uncharitable conclusion that at least one half of the female inmates of the almshouse owe their dependence upon charity to the prostitution. The support of the almshouse in 1857 cost the city of New York $63,000, and the proportion resulting from prostitution, on the above data, is $15,750 per year, or $303 per week. The children on Randall's Island may be classified according to the rule already adopted in reference to disease in the nursery hospital there, namely to assume that one half owe, if not their existence, certainly their support from public funds, to causes that originated in vice. The nursery, exclusive of the hospital, cost during last year $60,000, one half of which must, in accordance with the previous estimate, be charged to prostitution, namely $30,000 per year, or $577 per week. The final charge arises from the police and judiciary expenses of the city of New York, of which it is believed that 10 per cent is caused by prostitution and its concomitant crimes and sufferings. The aggregate forms a large amount, and will be rather a surmise than an assertion. The maintenance of police officers and station houses, of police justices and their court rooms, of the city judge and recorder with their respective courts, of the city and the district prisons, and numerous contingent expenses cannot be less than $2,000,000 per year. The per cent chargeable to prostitution will therefore be $200,000 per year, or $4,000 per week. Thus much for preliminary explanations. It will now be possible to present the reader with a tabular statement of the weekly and yearly cost of the system of prostitution existing in the metropolis of the New World. Those who have followed us through this argument, and noted the facts upon which every calculation is based, will bear witness that nothing has been exaggerated, that no dollar is debited to the vice without strong presumptive evidence to support such charge, and that the endeavor has been throughout rather to underestimate than exceed the bounds of strict probability. Upon this ground the attention of the public is earnestly requested to the first exposition ever attempted of the amount paid by citizens of and visitors to New York for illicit sexual gratification. Recapitulation. Expenditure. Individual expenses. Paid to prostitutes, weekly outlay $60,000, yearly outlay $3,120,000. Spent for wine and liquor by visitors, weekly outlay $40,000, yearly outlay $2,080,000. Paid by visitors to houses of assignation, weekly outlay $12,600, yearly outlay $655,200. Spent for wine and liquor by visitors to houses of assignation, weekly outlay $5,000, yearly outlay $260,000. Spent in dancing saloons, liquor, and large beer stores frequented by prostitutes and their friends. Weekly outlay $4,530, yearly outlay $235,560. Medical expenses. Island Hospital, Blackwell's Island, weekly outlay $438, yearly outlay $22,750. Bellevue Hospital, New York, weekly outlay $135, yearly outlay $7,000. Nursery Hospital, Randall's Island, weekly outlay $163, yearly outlay $8,500. Emigrants Hospital, Ward's Island, weekly outlay $136, yearly outlay $7,075. New York City Hospital, New York, weekly outlay $159, yearly outlay $8,260. Dispensaries, yearly outlay $728. Kings County Hospital, Long Island, weekly outlay $145, yearly outlay $7,530. Brooklyn City Hospital, Long Island, Weekly outlay $89. Yearly outlay $4,644. Seaman's Retreat, Staten Island. Weekly outlay $203. Yearly outlay $10,540. Private medical assistance. Weekly outlay $5,928. Yearly outlay $308,108. Vagrancy and pauper expenses. Workhouse, Blackwell's Island. Weekly outlay $585. Yearly outlay $30,400. Penitentiary, Blackwell's Island. Weekly outlay $462. Yearly outlay $24,030. Alms House, Blackwell's Island. Weekly outlay $303. Yearly outlay $15,750. Nursery, Randall's Island. Weekly outlay $577. Yearly outlay $30,000. Police and judiciary expenses. Proportion of aggregate. Weekly outlay $4,000. Yearly outlay $200,000. Total weekly outlay $135,467. Total yearly outlay $7,036,075. The footings of the columns show the total expense to be weekly $135,467, yearly $7,036,075. Over $7 millions of dollars, or nearly as much as the annual municipal expenditure of New York City. Comment upon these figures would be superfluous. They present the monetary effects of prostitution in a convincing point of view, and will prepare the reader for an attentive perusal of the suggested remedial measures which form the subject of the next chapter. The American mind is said to be proverbially open to argument based upon dollars and cents. Without giving an unqualified assent to the proposition, we may be permitted to hope that financial considerations, combined with the claims of benevolence and humanity, the appeals of virtue and morality, the demands of public health, and the future physical well-being of the community at large, will exercise that influence on the public mind which is necessary to the accomplishment of any valuable practical result from the present investigation. Before leaving the subject of the extent of prostitution, it may be appropriate to remark that it was considered advisable to ascertain the prevalence of the vice in some of the leading cities of the United States, and, in order to do this effectually, a circular letter was addressed to the mayors of Albany, New York; Baltimore, Maryland; Boston, Massachusetts; Brooklyn, New York; Buffalo, New York; Charleston, South Carolina; Chicago, Illinois; Cincinnati, Ohio; Detroit, Michigan; Hartford, Connecticut; Louisville, Kentucky; Memphis, Tennessee; Mobile, Alabama; Newark, New Jersey; New Haven, Connecticut; New Orleans, Louisiana; Norfolk, Virginia; Philadelphia, Pennsylvania; Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania; Portland, Maine; Richmond, Virginia; Savannah, Georgia; St. Louis, Missouri; Washington, District Columbia. The names printed in italics are those of cities from which replies were received. The circular forwarded was as follows: Copy. Mayor's Office, New York City, September 1st, 1856. To His Honor the Mayor of the City of Dear Sir: Below you will receive from Dr. Sanger a note containing a few questions concerning prostitution and prostitutes in your city, which I shall feel obliged if you will have the kindness to answer. Very truly yours, Fernando Wood, Mayor, New York City. Dear Sir: During the past 6 months, with the aid of His Honor Mayor Wood of this city, and the police force at his command, I have been collecting materials for a report on prostitution as it exists in New York at the present time. I enclose you a list of questions that have been asked all the women examined here. Of course I do not expect that you will or can give answers to these questions from the prostitutes in your city, but I would wish to have your replies to the following queries. 1. How many houses of prostitution are there in your city? 2. How many houses of assignation are there in your city? 3. How many public prostitutes are there in your city? 4. How many private prostitutes are there in your city? 5. How many kept mistresses are there in your city? 6. What is the present population of your city? Of course, these questions can be answered to you by your chief of police and officers, only as to the best of their knowledge, but as a general thing shrewd police officers will be able to give correct answers to them. I do not wish names, only the round numbers in each class. I shall do myself the honor to forward you a copy of the report when completed, and shall be glad to receive your replies to the above queries by the 30th of this month. You will please direct your answer to yours respectfully, William W. Sanger, Resident Physician, Blackwell's Island, New York City. The following are the replies received. Buffalo, New York. Copy. Mayor's Office, Buffalo, October 2nd, 1856. Dear Sir, I received your circular of the 1st of September asking that certain questions concerning houses of prostitution, prostitutes, etc. might be answered. I immediately directed our chief to collect the necessary information through the police, and I have just received his report. I here enclose the answers. To show how far the report can be relied on for accuracy, I here copy from his report. The captains inform me that they experienced much difficulty in their endeavors to make a correct report in answer to the several questions proposed. They, however, believe that the returns, so far at least as the number of houses and public prostitutes is concerned, are very near correct. Any further information you may desire I will cheerfully give, so far as I am able. I am respectfully yours, F. P. Stevens, Mayor. Enclosure. Houses of prostitution 87. Houses of assignation 37. Public prostitutes 272. Private prostitutes 81. Kept mistresses 31. Population 75,000. Louisville, Kentucky. Copy. Police Office, Louisville, Kentucky, December 26, 1856. Honorable John Barber, Mayor. Dear Sir, below I give a statement of such matters as called for by Dr. William W. Sanger, Resident Physician of Blackwell's Island, New York City, which I think you will find correct, or as near as can be arrived at from the facilities afforded. Hoping that it will prove satisfactory to the doctor, and that it will many tales unfold, I remain respectfully yours, James Kirkpatrick, Chief of Police. Houses of prostitution 79. Houses of assignation 39. Public prostitutes 214. Private prostitutes 93. Kept mistresses 60. Population of city supposed to be 70,000. I am now preparing to take the census for 1857. Newark, New Jersey. Copy. Newark, New Jersey, October 4th, 1856. William W. Sanger, M.D. Dear Sir, I cannot make any excuse for not answering your letter of inquiry that will justify me. Yours of September 1st was unfortunately mislaid. Our population in 1855 was 55,000 by census. We have no houses of ill fame in our city, none of assignation, there are no public prostitutes. It may appear strange to you that the above should be the case, but there is good reason for it. From the best information that I can get, there are perhaps 50 private prostitutes in this city, composed of girls living at service or as seamstresses, but who conduct themselves so as not to be known. Our city is so near to New York that as soon as a girl turns out she makes her way to it, where associations and congenial amusements make it more agreeable. It is rather singular, but so soon as it becomes known that a girl is loose, she is marked and followed in the streets by half-grown boys hooting at and really forcing her to leave town. Occasionally it is made known to the police that a couple of girls stayed a night or two at some boarding house, when they are arrested as vagrants or warned off, and they are gone. New York being so much greater field for them, they are the least of our troubles. Truly and respectfully yours, H. J. Poinet, Mayor. New Haven, Connecticut. Copy. New Haven, September 18, 1856. Dr. William M. Sanger. Dear Sir, herewith I hand you the report of our Chief of Police in answer to your inquiries relative to prostitution in this city. Your obedient servant, P. S. Galpin, Mayor. Enclosure. To His Honor, the Mayor of the City of New Haven. Sir, I have had the communication addressed to you by William W. Sanger, Resident Physician, Blackwell's Island, New York, in regard to prostitutes and prostitution in the City of New Haven, under consideration, and beg leave to report that the answers to the questions propounded are given in a general manner, with near approximation to exactness, without pretending to be minutely accurate. And to the first question, namely, how many houses of prostitution are there in the city, I answer, that the number now known as such to the police is 10. And that these are only such, some of them, occasionally. And that none of them would be so called in New York, being inconsiderable in poor out-of-the-way houses, and conducted with great secrecy, and are constantly liable to the penalties of a law peculiar to Connecticut which punishes reputation, rendering it impossible for them to gain strength and become permanent. And to the second inquiry, how many houses of assignation are there in the city? I answer, there are known to be 6, and others suspected, but these all are not such proper, but are connected with some businesses, as eating houses, hotels, dance houses, etc. And to the third inquiry, how many public prostitutes are there in the city? There are known by name 93, all well known. And to the fourth inquiry, how many private prostitutes are there in the city? I answer, that there are 30, with many married women, and indeed this class is mostly comprised of married women. And to the fifth question, how many kept mistresses are there in the city? The answer is, that number is not known, but is small, and no one instance is certainly known to us. The population of the city is 32,000. All which is respectfully submitted, John C. Hayden, Chief of Police, City of New Haven. Dated at New Haven, September 16, 1856. Norfolk, Virginia, copy. Mayor's Office, Norfolk, Virginia, September 15, 1856. Dear Sir, yours of 1st instant was duly received, and in reply would state that I have endeavored to be as accurate as possible in my replies to your several interrogatories, namely, 1. How many houses of prostitution in your city? Answer, about 40. 2. How many houses of assignation in your city? Answer, none as such, there being no places, so far as I can learn, used as meeting places. 3. How many public prostitutes are there in your city? Answer, about 150. 4. How many private prostitutes are there in your city? Answer, about 50. 5. How many kept mistresses are there in your city? Answer, about 6 or 8. 6. What is the present population of your city? Answer, about 18,000. I would, in connection with the above, state that about 25 of the 40 houses are used almost exclusively by sailors and seafaring men, and are sometimes improperly called sailor boarding houses, especially the most decent of them. Any other information I can give you, I will most cheerfully do, should you desire any. I am very respectfully yours, F. F. Ferguson, Mayor, City of Norfolk, Virginia. To Dr. William M. Sanger, Resident Physician, Blackwell's Island, New York. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, copy. Office of the Mayor of the City of Philadelphia, September 8, 1856. Dear Sir, as near as we can arrive at the facts, of course no great reliance can be placed on this general answer. The following are the figures. 1. Houses of prostitution, 130. 2. Houses of assignation, 50. 3. Public prostitutes, 475. 4. Private prostitutes, 105. 6. Say 600,000 population. Our city has 129 square miles of police jurisdiction and 650 policemen besides officers. You will therefore make some allowances for the want of time to enable me more fully to state answers to your question. The answers given are from estimates made by the lieutenants of police of their own districts. Respectfully, Richard Vaux, Mayor of Philadelphia. To William W. Sanger, M.D., Resident Physician, Blackwell's Island. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, copy. Mayor's Office, Pittsburgh, September 18, 1856. William W. Sanger, M.D. Dear Sir, your favor of the 1st instant came to hand a few days ago requesting answers to the following questions. 1. How many houses of prostitution are there in our city? Answer, 19. 2. How many houses of assignation? Answer, 9. 3. How many public prostitutes? Answer, 77. 4. How many private prostitutes? Answer, 37. 5. How many kept mistresses? Answer, 16. 6. What is your population? Answer, 75,750. The above is arrived at from the personal knowledge of some of our police officers. No doubt the number is much greater. At the last census, our population of the city proper was over 60,000. The population at that time of Pittsburgh, Allegheny, and the suburbs of Pittsburgh was nearly 100,000. Respectfully, your obedient servant, William Bingham, Mayor. Savannah, Georgia, copy. Mayor's Office of Savannah, Georgia, September 18, 1856. William W. Sanger, Resident Physician, Blackwell's Island, New York City. Dear Sir, in this city there are 15 houses of prostitution, 3 assignation houses, 93 white, and 105 colored prostitutes. In the winter season the number is greatly increased by supplies from New York City. I cannot answer what number of private prostitutes or kept mistresses there are here. Our present population is about 26,000. Very truly yours, Edward C. Anderson, Mayor. These replies may be condensed as follows. Buffalo, reported by Mayor Stevens. 87 houses of prostitution, 37 houses of assignation, 272 public prostitutes, 81 private prostitutes, 31 kept mistresses, total of abandoned women 384, population 75,000. Louisville, reported by Mayor Barber. 79 houses of prostitution, 39 houses of assignation, 214 public prostitutes, 93 private prostitutes, 60 kept mistresses, total of abandoned women 367, population 70,000. Newark, reported by Mayor Poignier. 0 houses of prostitution, 0 houses of assignation, 0 public prostitutes, 50 private prostitutes, 0 kept mistresses, total of abandoned women 50, population 55,000. New Haven, reported by Mayor Galpin. 10 houses of prostitution, 6 houses of assignation, 93 public prostitutes, 30 private prostitutes, 0 kept mistresses, total of abandoned women 123, population 32,000. Norfolk, reported by Mayor Ferguson. 40 houses of prostitution, 0 houses of assignation, 150 public prostitutes, 50 private prostitutes, 8 kept mistresses, total of abandoned women 208, population 18,000. Virginia, reported by Mayor Vaux. 130 houses of prostitution, 50 houses of assignation, 475 public prostitutes, 0 private prostitutes, 105 kept mistresses, total of abandoned women 580, population 600,000. Pittsburgh, reported by Mayor Bingham. 19 houses of prostitution, 9 houses of assignation, 77 public prostitutes, 37 private prostitutes, 16 kept mistresses. Total of abandoned women 130, population 75,750. Savannah, reported by Mayor Anderson. 15 houses of prostitution, 3 houses of assignation, 198 public prostitutes, 0 private prostitutes, 0 kept mistresses, total of abandoned women 198, population 26,000. It has already been stated, on the authority of the State Census of 1855, that the adult male population of New York City formed nearly 1/3 of the total inhabitants, and the same rule may be applied to these cities to ascertain the comparative number of prostitutes and their customers. The proportions stand as follows: New York, on the resident population of the city proper, has 1 prostitute to every 50 men, but including the suburbs, 1 prostitute to every 64 men. Buffalo has 1 prostitute to every 65 men. Louisville has 1 prostitute to every 64 men. Newark has 1 prostitute to every 366 men. New Haven has 1 prostitute to every 87 men. Norfolk has 1 prostitute to every 29 men. Philadelphia has 1 prostitute to every 344 men. Pittsburgh has 1 prostitute to every 192 men. Savannah has 1 prostitute to every 44 men. It can scarcely be doubted that the worthy mayors of Newark, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh have been misinformed as to the extent of the vice in their respective cities. Respecting Newark, for instance, the writer was recently informed that prostitution was not so rare as Mayor Poignier's letter would imply, but that prostitutes and known houses of prostitution were to be found scattered over the city, and that the fact was notorious to nearly every resident. This information was received from a gentleman himself an inhabitant of Newark. There is no doubt that much of the vice of Newark finds a home in New York, as the mayor says, but it is equally certain that it is not all expatriated. The mayor of Philadelphia is particularly wide of the mark. There may not be as many public prostitutes there as in New York, but it is proverbial, and is as widely known as is Philadelphia itself, that its streets abound in houses of assignation and private houses of prostitution. Pittsburgh is situated at the head of the navigation on the Ohio River, at the confluence of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers, both navigable. She has canals, railroads, and large manufactories, and, if closely examined, would probably show a larger proportion of prostitutes than above reported. Norfolk is the largest naval depot in this country, and its population cannot be held responsible for all the prostitution within its limits. In both Norfolk and Savannah we presume that the larger portion of the abandoned women at the time the census was taken were colored people, whose virtue is always at a discount under the most favorable circumstances, and to which a seaport is always fatal. But another calculation may be made upon the assumption that the males who have commerce with prostitutes form only 1/4 of the population, and the proportions resulting from that are as follows: New York, on the resident population of the city proper, has 1 prostitute to every 30 men, but including the suburbs, 1 prostitute to every 50 men. Buffalo has 1 prostitute to every 49 men. Louisville has 1 prostitute to every 48 men. Newark has 1 prostitute to every 275 men. New Haven has 1 prostitute to every 65 men. Norfolk has 1 prostitute to every 23 men. Philadelphia has 1 prostitute to every 258 men. Pittsburgh has 1 prostitute to every 144 men. Savannah has 1 prostitute to every 33 men. To arrive at an average, we will omit the calculation of the proportion of prostitutes to the population of New York City proper, it having been shown already that the responsibility of much of it must rest upon the suburbs and upon visitors, and also omit Newark, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh, because the reports from those cities are palpably underrated. This done, the mean of the two estimates stands thus: New York, 1 prostitute to every 57 men. Buffalo, 1 prostitute to every 57 men. Louisville, 1 prostitute to every 56 men. New Haven, 1 prostitute to every 76 men. Norfolk, 1 prostitute to every 26 men. Savannah, 1 prostitute to every 39 men. And the mean of the whole is 1 prostitute to every 52 men. This mean may be fairly assumed as the proportion existing in all the large cities of the Union, and the farther assumption that men who visit houses of prostitution form 1/4 of the total population will give a basis upon which the total number of the prostitutes in the United States may be estimated with some accuracy. The calculation cannot, of course, be claimed as absolutely correct, as that would be an impossibility, but is submitted as a probability on which the reader can form his own conclusion. The population of the United States in 1858 was estimated by Professor DeBow when preparing the compendium of the census of 1850, and his calculation at that time was that by the present year it would amount to 29,242,139 persons, which may be taken in round numbers 29,000,000. From this must be deducted 3,500,000 slaves, which will leave the free inhabitants 25,500,000, and the proportion of adult males to this number is 6,375,000. It may next be assumed that 1/2 of these men live in country places or small cities where prostitution does not exist, the other moiety being inhabitants of cities with a population of 20,000 or upward, and upon the basis already proved of 1 prostitute to every 52 men, the result would be a total of 61,298 prostitutes. The whole area of the United States is 2,936,166 square miles, and if all the prostitutes therein were equally divided over this surface, there would be 1 for every 47 square miles; or if they were walking in continuous line, 36 inches from each other, they would make a column nearly 35 miles long. If the inhabitants of large cities were only 1/3, the number of prostitutes would be 41,058. These suggestions are, of course, mere matters for consideration, and are not given as definite facts. End of section 57. Section 58 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 58. Chapter 36. New York. Extent, Effects, and Cost of Prostitution. Part 4. Allusions have already been made to many exaggerated opinions as to the extent of prostitution in New York City, and it may well be to notice in this place some passages in a work entitled "An Inquiry into the Extent, Causes, and Consequences of Prostitution in Edinburgh," by William Tate, Surgeon, 2nd edition, 1842. The author starts with the impression that the capital of Scotland is the most moral city on the face of the earth, and after fixing the number of public prostitutes in Edinburgh at 800, or 1 to every 80 of the adult male population, remarks: "In London there is 1 for every 60, and in Paris 1 for every 15. Edinburgh is thus about 25 per cent better than London, while the latter is about 70 per cent better than Paris. Happy Edinburgh! And what is to be said of the chief city of the United States of America, of the independent, liberal, religious, and enlightened inhabitants of New York? It will scarcely be credited that that city furnishes a prostitute for every 6 or 7 of its adult male population. Alas, for the religion and morality of the country that affords such a demonstration of its depravity! It was not surpassed even by the metropolis of France during the heat and fervor of the Revolution, when libertinism reigned triumphant, and the laws of God and man were alike set at defiance. Page 6. This picture is anything but flattering to our national pride, but it loses very much of its effect because it is contrary to the truth. It will, however, satisfy our readers that Mr. Tate was misinformed, and they may feel a slight gratification in the conclusion that his pathetic lament for the religion and morality of their country was unnecessary. On page 8 of the same work we find: "After stating that there were upward of 10,000 abandoned women in the city of New York, the Reverend Mr. McDowell, chaplain to the New York Magdalen Asylum, goes on to say: 'Besides these, we have the clearest evidence that there are hundreds of private harlots and kept mistresses, many of whom keep up a show of industry as domestics, seamstresses, nurses, etc., in the most respectable families, and throng the houses of assignation every night. Although we have no means of ascertaining the number of these, yet enough has been learned from the facts already developed to convince us that the aggregate is alarmingly great, perhaps a little behind the proportion of the city of London, whose police report asserts, on the authority of accurate researches, that the number of private prostitutes in that city is fully equal to the number of public harlots.'" In this passage Mr. Tate shifts the responsibility of his figures to the shoulders of the Reverend Mr. McDowell, who is represented as declaring the number of public prostitutes in New York 16 years ago to be 10,000, and assuming the private prostitutes to amount to the same number, making an aggregate nearly 3 times as large as an actual and searching inquiry has found at the present time. During the last 16 years vice has not decreased in New York, but has steadily increased, and yet the most diligent search can discover in 1858 only 7,860 public and private prostitutes, instead of the 20,000 mentioned in the publication under notice. We imagine it to be an imperative duty to be tolerably well acquainted with a social evil before attempting to write upon it, and although Mr. Tate's book cannot, by any possibility, injure our city, on account of the palpable misrepresentations it contains, we allude to it now to show the opinion entertained of New York and its vices on the other side of the Atlantic. Were an apology necessary for the preset work, such statements as these would be amply sufficient. Mr. Tate loses no opportunity to hurl a sly dart at New York. Thus, on page 38, after quoting the words of the Reverend Mr. McDowell as to the character of an abandoned woman in New York, he (Mr. Tate) continues: "He says nothing of the state of religious feeling among the prostitutes there, and if we are to regard his statement of the number of prostitutes as strictly correct, it may very well be questioned whether any considerable number of the inhabitants of that city are under the influence of sincere religious feeling." Some of our New York City readers may probably recollect that the publication of Mr. McDowell's inquiry produced very considerable excitement here at the time, and opinions were freely expressed that he was either very ignorant on the matters of the nature, or intentionally colored his statements, and was in either case entirely unfitted for the task he had assumed. Mr. Tate assumes the population of Edinburgh at about 200,000, the number of public prostitutes at 800, and of private prostitutes at nearly 1,200, or a total of 2,000 abandoned women. This gives 1 prostitute to every 32 adult males if we adopt his system of calculation, or 1 prostitute to every 25 adult males if we adopt the system of calculation which has been applied to the United States in the present work. From his own figures, then, it can be seen that although New York City is so awfully irreligious, it has less prostitution than pious Edinburgh. Again, on page 189, while speaking of the demoralizing effects of theatrical representations, Mr. Tate says: "In the report of the House of Refuge in New York, it is stated that 150 boys and girls, out of 690, are guilty of theft and impurity to get a seat in the theatre." He does not mark this as a quotation, nor does he state the report from which it was extracted. As he has printed it, it must be supposed correct, although we must confess we cannot see very clearly what connection exists between the New York House of Refuge and prostitution, considering the ages of children generally admitted to that institution. And while we have very little doubt that many of the inmates thereof have committed theft for the reason he assigns, we are rather dubious as to the acts of impurity alluded to, except in very few exceptional cases. Farther, on page 194, Mr. Tate quotes the address of Reverend Mr. McDowell on prostitution in America, as follows: "At the very hour in the morning, afternoon, and evening of every Lord's day, when the people of God assemble for religious worship, then, in a special manner, do the children of the wicked one meet in troops at harlot houses. On the Sabbath days the rooms are so filled with visitors that there is no place for them to sit down, and on that account many are refused admission at the doors. These palpable exaggerations require no contradiction. They show, however, the extremes of misrepresentation to which an enthusiastic and incompetent writer may be led. Inclined to exaggeration as Mr. Tate has been proved to be, he yet protests, in page 251, against some opinions upon infanticide by prostitutes in New York advised by his informant, the Rev. Mr. McDowell, and quotes the opinion of Parent Duchalet to prove that mothers are generally fond of their children. This fact warrants the conclusion that his other opinions upon social morals in New York are entirely derived from Mr. McDowell, who is shown to be anything but a credible witness. His reliance upon such a source is much to be regretted as materially impairing the value and truthfulness of his otherwise interesting and useful volume. The following extracts from the Compendium of the Seventh Census of the United States, 1850, will be interesting, from their relation to various points which have been discussed in the progress of this work. They have all a more or less direct bearing upon the subject of prostitution, and the condensation of them here will give readers an opportunity of verifying many of the previous remarks. The estimated population of the Union at the present time, 1858, has been already given as 29,242,139 persons, including slaves. The proportion of females to males at each census from 1790 to 1850 is stated as follows: 1790, 100 males to 96.4 females. 1800, 100 males to 95.3 females. 1810, 100 males to 96.2 females. 1820, 100 males to 96.8 females. 1830, 100 males to 96.4 females. 1840, 100 males to 95.6 females. 1850, 100 males to 95 females. This relates only to the free population. In enumerating slaves, no distinction of sex was made earlier than the year 1820. The ratio of male and female slaves since that date is as follows: 1820, 100 males to 95.19 females. 1830, 100 males to 98.36 females. 1840, 100 males to 99.55 females. 1850, 100 males to 99.95 females. From these tables it appears that the males in the free population and the females in the slave population have been steadily increasing, but with no determined ratio of progression. Taking the total free and slave population since the census of 1820, the excess of males is stated thus: 1820, 4,898,127 males, 4,740,004 females, excess of males 158,123. 1830, 6,529,696 males, 6,336,324 females, excess of males of 193,372. 1840, 8,688,532 males, 8,380,921 females, excess of male 307,611. 1850, 11,837,661 males, 11,354,215 females, excess of males 483,446. It will be seen from this that in 1850 the males were in excess at the rate of 2.08%, and by applying the same rule to the population of 1858, a fair estimate of the relative number of each sex at the present time may be made as follows: males 1858, 14,925,188; females 14,316,951; excess of males 608,237; total estimated population 29,242,139. In the several geographical divisions of the Union the proportion of white males to white females is thus shown: New England States, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, 100.87 females to 100 males. Middle States, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and District of Columbia, 97.70 females to 100 males. Southern States, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, 98.54 females to 100 males. Southwestern states, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and Tennessee, 91.66 females to 100 males. Northwestern states, Kentucky, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa, 92.11 females to 100 males. California and Territories, 36.73 females to 100 males. Two facts are developed in this statement. In the New England states, females are in excess of males. From this district comes the majority of all the native-born prostitutes who find their home in New York City. In the Northwestern states, to which it has been proposed to remove some of the surplus female labor of New York, the males are in excess, and any women sent there would aid in restoring the equilibrium of the sexes. The following table gives the relative percentage of each sex at different ages and also the number of females to each 100 males. Ages: under 5 years. Percentage of males 14.68. Percentage of females 14.95. Females to each 100 males 96.76. From 5 years to 10 years. Percentage of males 13.69. Percentage of females 13.98. Females to each 100 males 97.03. From 10 years to 15 years. Percentage of males 12.23. Percentage of females 12.35. Females to 100 males 96. From 15 years to 20 years. Percentage of males 10.39. Percentage of females 11.42. Females to each 100 males 104.46. From 20 years to 30 years. Percentage of males 18.64. Percentage of females 18.46. Females to each 100 males 94.08. From 30 years to 40 years. Percentage of males 12.85. Percentage of females 11.84. Females to each 100 males 87.55. From 40 years to 50 years. Percentage of males 8.38. Percentage of females 7.86. Females to each 100 males 89.09. From 50 years to 60 years. Percentage of males 4.97. Percentage of females 4.83. Females to each 100 males 92.15. From 60 years to 70 years. Percentage of males 2.64. Percentage of females 2.69. Females to each 100 males 96.88. From 70 years to 80 years. Percentage of males 1.11. Percentage of females 1.18. Females to each 100 males 101.01. From 80 years to 90 years. Percentage of males 0.31. Percentage of females 0.36. Females to each 100 males 110.11. From 90 years to 100 years. Percentage of males 0.04. Percentage of females 0.05. Females to each 100 males 123.16. From 100 years upwards. Percentage of males 0.04. Percentage of females 0.05. Females to each 100 males 120.45. Ages unknown. Percentage of males 0.07. Percentage of females 0.03. Females to each 100 males 44.09. Total percentage of males 100. Total percentage of females 100. Total females to each 100 males 95. Experience has proved that the age at which female virtue is exposed to the most temptation, or at least the age which the greater part of the prostitutes in New York have embraced their wretched calling, is from 15 to 20 years, and the table shows that at those periods females are in excess over males nearly 4½ per cent. Is it to be supposed that the numerical predominance is the cause of the temptations, or may it not rather be concluded that both are coexistent and equally contribute to the sad result? Or even would not temptation be more aggravated because concentrated if, at that critical period of life, males and females were in equal numbers? The following table gives the relative ages of the whole population without distinction of sex, but compares the white, free-colored, and slave classes. Under 5 years of age. Percentage of white population 14.81. Percentage of free-colored population 14. Percentage of slave population 16.87. From 5 years to 10 years, percentage of white population 13.83, percentage of free colored population 13.86, percentage of slave population 14.95. From 10 years to 15 years, percentage of white population 12.28, percentage of free colored population 12.04, percentage of slave population 13.61. From 15 years to 20 years, percentage of white population 10.89, percentage of free colored population 10.08, percentage of slave population 11.15. From 20 to 30 years, percentage of white population 18.55, percentage of free colored population 17.85, percentage of slave population 17.86. From 30 years to 40 years, percentage of white population 12.36, percentage of free colored population 12.71, percentage of slave population 11.04. From 40 years to 50 years, percentage of white population 8.13, percentage of free colored population 8.73, percentage of slave population 6.86. From 50 years to 60 years, percentage of white population 4.90, percentage of free colored population 5.60, percentage of slave population 3.96. From 60 years and upward, percentage of white population 4.20, percentage of free colored population 5.56, percentage of slave population 3.68. Age unknown, percentage of white population 0.05, percentage of free colored population 0.07, percentage of slave population 0.02. Total percentage of white population 100, total percentage of free colored population 100, total percentage of slave population 100. Births. The ratio of births is in the United States 1 birth to every 36 persons, or 2.75%. Great Britain 1 birth to every 31 persons, or 3.22%. France 1 birth to every 35 persons, or 2.86%. Russia 1 birth to every 36 persons, or 2.75%. Prussia and Austria 1 birth to every 26 persons, or 3.87%. Education. The importance of education and its influence upon the social problem of prostitution is a sufficient apology for the following extracts, in addition to what has been said already on the subject. There are in the United States 239 colleges with an annual income of $1,964,428. 80,978 public schools with an annual income of $9,529,542. 6,085 academics and private schools with an annual income of $4,644,214, totaling 87,302 educational institutions, which cost $16,138,184. These institutions are attended by 3,644,928 scholars. There are in the United States 858,306 natives, 195,114 foreigners, for a total of 1,053,420 persons above 20 years of age who cannot read or write. This number is subdivided thus: white, 389,664 males, 573,234 females, total white, 962,894. Free colored, 40,722 males, 49,800 females, total free colored 90,522. Total males 430,386, total females 623,034, total combined 1,053,420. This shows a remarkable preponderance of uneducated women. The percentage of children attending school in the United States, calculated on all between the ages of 5 and 15 years, is natives 80.81%, foreigners 51.73%. A proof of the fact intimated already that foreign parents do not endeavor to avail themselves of the facilities provided for the education of their children. The illiterate of the population are thus minutely analyzed. White illiterate to total white, 4.92%. Free colored illiterate to total free colored, 20.83%. Native white and free colored illiterate to total native white and free colored, 4.85%. Foreign white and free colored illiterate to total foreign white and free colored, 8.24%. Native illiterate white and free colored to total of both native over 20 years of age, 10.35%. Foreign illiterate white and free colored to total of both foreign over 20 years of age, 14.48%. Foreign illiterate over 20 years of age, 195.114%. Foreign illiterate to total foreign over 20 years of age, supposing the illiterate to be all white, 14.51%. Following the geographical sections, we obtain the following results. New England states: percentage of pupils to the white population, 25.90. Percentage of pupils to the white and free colored population, 25.71. Percentage of illiterate to white population, 1.88. Middle states: percentage of pupils to the white population, 71.79. Percentage of pupils to the white and free colored population, 21.02. Percentage of illiterate to white population, 3.16. Southern states: percentage of pupils to the white population, 14.52. Percentage of pupils to the white and free colored population, 13.92. Percentage of illiterate to white population, 9.22. Southwestern states: percentage of pupils to the white population, 16.32. Percentage of pupils to the white and free colored population, 16.10. Percentage of illiterate to white population, 8.45. Northwestern states: percentage of pupils to the white population, 21.72. Percentage of pupils to the white and free colored population, 21.51. Percentage of illiterate to white population, 5.03. New England states: percentage of illiterate to natives, 0.26. Percentage of illiterate to natives over 20 years of age, 0.42. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners, 14.63. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners over 20 years of age, 24.39. Percentage of illiterate to free colored, 8.45. Middle states: percentage of illiterate to natives, 1.84. Percentage of illiterate to natives over 20 years of age, 3.00. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners, 9.55. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners over 20 years of age, 15.92. Percentage of illiterate to free colored, 22.42. Southern states: percentage of illiterate to natives, 9.30. Percentage of illiterate to natives over 20 years of age, 20.30. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners, 5.28. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners over 20 years of age, 8.80. Percentage of illiterate to free colored, 21.20. Southwestern states: percentage of illiterate to natives, 8.41. Percentage of illiterate to natives over 20 years of age, 16.63. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners, 9.12. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners over 20 years of age, 15.20. Percentage of illiterate to free colored, 18.54. Northwestern states: percentage of illiterate to natives, 4.97. Percentage of illiterate to natives over 20 years of age, 9.92. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners, 4.63. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners over 20 years of age, 7.72. Percentage of illiterate to free colored, 21.44. California and territories: percentage of illiterate to natives, 17.50. Percentage of illiterate to natives over 20 years of age, 21.63. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners, 14.13. Percentage of illiterate to foreigners over 20 years of age, 23.51. Percentage of illiterate to free colored, 12.47. Occupations. In the tables of occupations, the only class noticed is the white and free colored male population over 15 years of age, no returns of female employment being given. As interesting to the general reader, although not in immediate connection with the subject, the following is given. Occupations: commerce, trade, manufactures, mechanic arts, and mining. Ratio per cent to the total employed, 29.72. Agriculture 44.69. Labor not agricultural 18.50. Army 0.10. Sea and river navigation 2.17. Law, medicine, and divinity 1.76. Other pursuits requiring education 1.78. Government civil service 0.46. Domestic service 0.41. Other occupations 0.41, for a total of 100%. A similar but more elaborate statement of occupations of the people of Great Britain was published in the British Census for 1841 and is reprinted by Professor Bow in his compendium. Occupations: commerce, trade, and manufactures. Percentage to total males 26.24. Percentage to total females 7.12. Percentage to total population 16.52. Agriculture: percentage to total males 15.33. Percentage to total females 0.84. Percentage to total population 7.96. Labor not agricultural. Percentage to total males 6.99. Percentage to total females 1.21. Percentage to total population 4.05. Army: percentage to total males 1.42. Percentage to total females 0. Percentage to total population 0.70. Navy and merchant seamen, boatmen, etc. Percentage to total males 2.35. Percentage to total females 0. Percentage to total population 1.17. Clerical, legal, and medical professions. Percentage to total males 0.66. Percentage to total females 0.02. Percentage to total population 0.34. Other pursuits requiring education. Percentage to total males 1.17. Percentage to total females 0.36. Percentage to total population 0.76. Government and municipal civil service. Percentage to total males 0.43. Percentage to total females 0.02. Percentage to total population 0.22. Domestic servants. Percentage to total males 2.78. Percentage to total females 9.48. Percentage to total population 6.18. Persons of independent means. Percentage to total males 1.47. Percentage to total females 3.88. Percentage to total population 2.69. Pensioners, paupers, lunatics, and prisoners. Percentage to total males 1.11. Percentage to total females 1.01. Percentage to total population 1.06. Unoccupied, including women and children. Percentage to total males 40.05. Percentage to total females 76.06. Percentage to total population 58.35. Percentage total to males 100. Percentage total to females 100. Percentage to total population 100. Wages. In introducing this subject, Professor de Bow remarks: "The money price of wages, unless the price of other articles be known, gives but an unsatisfactory idea of the condition of the laboring classes at different periods and in different countries." In the following tables of the rates of remuneration in 1850, this difficulty will scarcely exist, so far as New York is concerned at least. The large number of domestic servants who have been added to our population since that year precludes the possibility of any considerable advance in the rate of wages, and, as every reader has an idea of what a woman's necessary expenses must be, each will be enabled to decide for himself whether the compensation is sufficient, or whether society at large would not be benefited were some of the surplus domestic servants removed to other localities, and thus, by increasing the demand, augment the wages. The following was the average weekly wages with board of a domestic servant in the year 1850. State, Alabama, wages $1.41. Arkansas, $1.67. California, $13. Columbia District of $1.31. Connecticut, $1.36. Delaware, 84 cents. Florida, $1.83. Georgia, $1.52. Illinois, $1.14. Indiana, 90 cents. Iowa, $1.07. Kentucky, $1.09. Louisiana, $2.57. Maine, $1.09. Maryland, 89 cents. Massachusetts, $1.48. Michigan, $1.10. Mississippi, $1.52. Missouri, $1.17. New Hampshire, $1.27. New Jersey, 97 cents. New York, $1.05. North Carolina, 87 cents. Ohio, 96 cents. Pennsylvania, 80 cents. Rhode Island, $1.42. South Carolina, $1.42. Tennessee, $1. Texas, $2. Vermont, $1.19. Virginia, 96 cents. Wisconsin, $1.27. Territories: Minnesota, $2.25. New Mexico, 78 cents. Oregon, $10. Utah, $1.46. The following is a table of the monthly wages in factories in the different states. It is, of course, exclusive of board and lodging. Looking at the amount received by female operatives, will anyone feel surprised that they should abandon the incessant and poorly paid employment? Wages per month without board. Alabama cotton. Males, $11.71. Females, $7.98. Wool, $0 for males and females. Pig iron, males, $17.60. Females, $0. Iron castings, males, $30.05. Females, 0. Wrought iron, males, $15.29. Females, 0. Fisheries, $0 for males and females. Arkansas cotton, males, $14.61. Females, $5.88. Wool, $0 for males and females. Pig iron, $0 for males and females. Iron castings, $0 for males and females. Wrought iron, $0 for males and females. Fisheries, $0 for males and females. California cotton, $0 for males and females. Wool, $0 for males and females. Pig iron, $0 for males and females. Iron castings, males, $23.33. Females, $0. Wrought iron, $0 for males and females. Fisheries, $0 for males and females. District of Columbia cotton, males, $14.02. Females, $8. Wool, males, $30. Females, $0. Pig iron, $0 for males and females. Iron castings, males, $27.05. Females, $0. Wrought iron, $0 for males and females. Fisheries, $0 for males and females. Connecticut cotton, males, $19.08. Females, $11.80. Wool, males, $24.12. Females, $12.86. Pig iron, males, $26.80. Females, $0. Iron castings, males, $27.02. Females, $8. Wrought iron, males, $31.59. Females, $0. Fisheries, males, $20.81. Females, $0. Delaware cotton, males, $15.31. Females, $11.58. Wool, males, $18.79. Females, $17.33. Pig iron, $0 for males or females. Iron castings, male, $23.36. Female, $0. Wrought iron, males, $25.53. Females, $0. Fisheries, $0 for males or females. Florida cotton, males, $32.14. Females, $5. Wool, $0 for males and females. Pig iron, $0 for males and females. Iron castings, $0 for males and females. Wrought iron, $0 for males and females. Fisheries, male, $17.58. Female, $8.40. Georgia cotton, males, $14.57. Female, $7.39. Wool, males, $27.47. Females, $14.10. Pig iron, males, $17.44. Females, $5. Iron castings, males, $27.43. Females, $0. Wrought iron, males, $11.35. Females, $5. Fisheries, $0 for males and females. Illinois, cotton $0 males and females. Wool, males $22, females $12.52. Pig iron, males $22.06, females $0. Iron castings, males $28.50, females $0. Wrought iron $0 for males and females. Fisheries $0 for males and females. Indiana, cotton, males $13.02, females $6.77. Wool, males $21.81, females $11.05. Pig iron, males $26, females 0. Iron castings, male $25.74, females 0. Wrought iron, males $27.45, females $4. Fisheries $0 for males and females. Iowa, cotton $0 for males and females. Wool, male $11.14, female $0. Pig iron $0 for males and females. Iron castings, males $32.35, females $0. Wrought iron $0 for males and females. Fisheries $0 for males and females. Kentucky, cotton, male $14.95, female $9.36. Wool, male $15.30, female $11.11. Pig iron, male $20.23, female $4.70. Iron castings, male $24.89, female $4.15. Wrought iron, male $32.06, female $0. Fisheries $0 male and female. Louisiana, cotton $0 for male and female. Wool $0 for male and female. Pig iron $0 for male and female. Iron castings, male $35.60, female $0. Wrought iron $0 for male and female. Fisheries $0 for male and female. Maine, cotton, male $29.35, female $12.15. Wool, male $22.57, female $11.77. Pig iron, male $22, female $0. Iron castings, male $29, female $5. Wrought iron $0 male and female. Fisheries, male $19.12, female $0. Maryland, cotton, male $15.42, female $9.48. Wool, male $18.60, female $11.89. Pig iron, male $20.14, female $0. Iron castings, male $27.50, female $0. Wrought iron, male $24.31, female $0. Fisheries $0 male and female. Massachusetts, cotton, male $22.90, female $13.60. Wool, male $22.95, female $14.22. Pig iron, male $27.50, female $0. Iron castings, male $30.90, female $0. Wrought iron, male $29.46, female $12.79. Fisheries, male $15.70, female $0. Michigan, cotton $0 for males and females. Wool, male $21.65, females $11.47. Pig iron, male $35, female $0. Iron castings, male $28.68, female $0. Wrought iron $0 for males and females. Fisheries, male $22.43, female $0. Mississippi, cotton, males $14.21, females $5.94. Wool $0 for males and females. Pig iron $0 for males and females. Iron castings, male $37.91, females $0. Wrought iron $0 for males and females. Fisheries $0 for males and females. Missouri cotton, males $10.93, females $10. Wool, males $32, females $6.50. Pig iron, males $24.28, females $0. Iron castings, males $19.63, females $0. Wrought iron, males $30, females $0. Fisheries $0 for males and females. New Hampshire cotton, males $26, females $13.47. Wool, males $22.86, females $14.53. Pig iron, males $18, females $0. Iron castings, males $33.05, females $0. Wrought iron, males $31.34, females $0. Fisheries, males $10, females $0. New Jersey cotton, males $17.98, females $9.56. Wool, males $25.22, females $8.60. Pig iron, males $21.20, females $0. Iron castings, male $24, females $0. Wrought iron, males $27.31, female $13.34. Fisheries $0 for males and females. New York cotton, males $17.98, females $9.56. Wool, males $25.22, females $8.60. Pig iron, male $21.20, female $0. Iron castings, male $24, female $0. Wrought iron, male $27.31, females $13.34. Fisheries $0, male and female. North Carolina cotton, males $11.65, females $6.13. Wool, males $18, females $7. Pig iron, males $8, females $4. Iron castings, males $23.46, females $0. Wrought iron, males $10.43, females $4.78. Fisheries, males $23.64, females $11.77. Ohio cotton, males $16.59, females $9.42. Wool, male $20.14, female $10.90. Pig iron, male $24.48, female $0. Iron castings, male $27.32, female $0. Wrought iron, male $29.58, female $0. Fisheries, male $19.07, female $0. Pennsylvania cotton, males $17.85, females $9.91. Wool, male $19.23, female $10.41. Pig iron, male $21.65, female $5.11. Iron castings, male $27.55, female $6. Wrought iron, male $28.31, female $6.57. Fisheries $0 for males and females. Rhode Island cotton, males $18.60, females $12.95. Wool, male $20.70, female $15.18. Pig iron $0 for males and females. Iron castings, male $29.63, females $0. Wrought iron, male $57.85, females $0. Fisheries, male $34, female $0. South Carolina cotton, male $13.94, female $8.30. Wool $0 for male and female. Pig iron $0 for male and female. Iron castings, male $13.59, female $4. Wrought iron $0 for male and females. Fisheries $0 for males and females. Tennessee cotton, male $10.94. female $6.42. Wool, male $17.66, female $6. Pig iron, male $12.81, female $5.11. Iron castings, male $17.96, female $4.50. Wrought iron, male $15.20, female $5. Fisheries $0, males and females. Texas, cotton $0, males and females. Wool, males $20, females $20. Pig iron $0, males and females. Iron castings, males $43.43, females $0. Wrought iron $0 for males and females. Fisheries $0 for males and females. Vermont, cotton, males $15.53, females $12.65. Wool, males $24.46, females $11.81. Pig iron, males $22.08, females $0. Iron castings, males $28.27, females $0. Wrought iron, male $32.08, female $0. Fisheries $0 for males and females. Virginia, cotton, male $10.18, female $6.98. Wool, males $18.17, females $9.91. Pig iron, males $12.76, females $6.86. Iron castings, males $19.91, females $9.44. Wrought iron, males $25.41, females $0. Fisheries, males $21.70, females $0. Wisconsin, cotton $0 for males and females. Wool, males $22.48, females $0. Pig iron, males $30, females $0. Iron castings, males $26.73, females $0. Wrought iron $0 for males and females. Fisheries, males $21.50, females $0. The number of hands employed in these manufactures is as follows. Cotton, men employed 33,150. Men's average wages per month $16.79. Women employed 59,136. Women's average wages per month $9.24. Wool, men employed 22,678. Men's average wages per month $21.49. Women employed 16,574. Women's average wages per month $11.86. Pig iron, men employed 20,298. Men's average wages per month $21.68. Women employed 150. Women's average wages per month $5.13. Iron castings, men employed 23,541. Men's average wages per month $27.38. Women employed 48. Women's average wages per month $5.87. Wrought iron, men employed $16,110. Men's average wages per month $27.02. Women employed 138. Women's average wages $7.35. Fisheries, men employed 20,704. Men's average wages per month $20.49. Women employed 429. Women's average wages per month $10.08. Total men employed 136,481. Total women employed 76,475. Pauperism. From tables relating to pauperism in the United States we learn that in the year ending June 1, 1850, when our population was 23,191,876, there were supported in whole or in part at public expense 66,434 natives, 68,538 foreigners, total of 134,972. The cost of such support was $2,954,806. This is much less than the outlay in England, where, in the year 1848, there was expended £6,180,764 sterling, or over $30 millions, the population being 17,521,956. Crime. There were confined in the various state prisons throughout the Union on June 1, 1850, 4,643 white males, 115 white females, total whites 4,758. 801 colored males, 87 colored females, total colored 888. Aggregate 5,646. Of these there were 3,259 native whites, 866 native colored, total natives 4,125, 1,499 foreign whites, 22 foreign colored, total foreign 1,521, aggregate 5,646. Intemperance. It need not be repeated that habits of intemperance and prostitution are closely allied. The following figures give the statistics of the breweries and distilleries in the United States. The total number of these establishments is 1,217, in which is invested a capital of $8,507,574. They employ 6,140 hands and consume during the year 3,787,195 bushels of barley, 11,067,761 bushels of corn, 2,143,927 bushels of rye, 56,607 bushels of oats, 526,840 bushels of apples, 1,294 tons of hops, 61,675 hogsheads of molasses. Their yearly production is 1,179,495 barrels, or 42,471,820 gallons of ale, 41,364,224 gallons of whiskey, etc., 6,500,500 gallons of rum, for a total of 90,336,544 gallons. If these stimulants were used in the United States, exclusive of export or import, the average allowance for each man, woman, and child in the community would be nearly 4 gallons per year. The figures show how much we produce, but will not aid the inquiry as to how much is consumed. Natives. The words natives and foreigners have been so frequently used in the course of this investigation that the official census returns as to their relative numbers cannot but be interesting. Of the white population of the United States, there were 67.02% born in the state in which they are now living, 21.35% born in the United States but not in the state in which they are living, for a total of natives of 88.37%. 11.46% born in foreign countries, and 0.17% unknown natives, for a total of 100%. Thus, of every 100 white inhabitants of the United States, 88 were natives of the soil. Of the free colored inhabitants, there were 98.59% natives, 0.94% foreigners, 0.47% unknown natives, for 100%. The slave population are, for all practical purposes, entirely native. End of section 58.
Section 59 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 59. Chapter 37. Part 1. New York. Remedial Measures. Effects of Prohibition. Required change of policy. Governmental obligations. Prostitution augmented by seclusion. Impossibility of benevolent assistance. Necessity of sanitary regulations. Yellow fever. Effect of remedial measures in Paris. Syphilitic infection not a local question. Present measures to check syphilis. Island Hospital, Blackwell's Island. Mode of admission. Vagrancy commitment on confession and its action on Blackwell's Island. Pecuniary results. Moral effects. perpetuation of disease, inadequacy of present arrangements, discharges, writs of habeas corpus and certiorari, how obtained and their effects, public responsibility, proposed medical and police surveillance, requirements, hospital arrangements to be entirely separated from punitive institutions, medical visitation, power to place diseased women under treatment and detain them till cured, refutation of objections, quack advertisers, constitution of medical bureau, duties of examiners, license system, probable effects of surveillance, expenses of the proposed plan, agitation in England, the London Times on prostitution, objections considered, report from Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital on prostitution and syphilis, report from resident physician, Randall's Island, on constitutional syphilis, reliability of statistics, resume of substantiated facts. Having traced the causes and delineated the extent and effects of the evil of prostitution as it exists in New York at the present time, an evident duty is to inquire what measures can be devised to stay the march of this desolating plague in its ravages on the health and morals of the public. This is a problem, the solution of which has for centuries interested philanthropists and statesmen in different countries. They commenced with the theory that vice could be suppressed by statutory enactments, and the crushing out process was vigorously tried under various auspices, until experience demonstrated that it virtually increased and aggravated the evil it was intended to suppress. At subsequent periods, however, different measures have been adopted with different results. It will be necessary, in the first place, to consider the effect of stringent prohibitory measures. The records given in the previous chapters of this work show what these have attempted, and they also show at the same time the uselessness of endeavoring to eradicate prostitution by compulsory legislation. The lash, the dungeon, the rack, and the stake have each been tried, and all have proved equally powerless to accomplish the object. Admitting that, in religion, morals, or politics, it is impossible to force concurrence in any particular sentiment, while a kindly persuasive plan may lead to its adoption, admitting that all attempts to compel prostitutes to be virtuous have notoriously failed, has not the time arrived for a change of policy? If, in direct ratio to the stringency of prohibitory measures, the vice sought to be exterminated has steadily increased, does not reason suggest the expediency of resorting to other measures for its suppression? It has been said that history is philosophy teaching by example, and, if such instruction is well considered, none can fail to see therein an unanswerable argument against excessive severity in this matter. The several statutes prescribing prostitution have been detailed, and their specific results given, as gathered from the experience of various countries. At the time these laws were in force, it is hardly probable that their authors regarded them as unsusceptible of improvement, and the question now arises for decision: in this age of general progress, is it not our duty to try the effect of some other line of action in this country? In common with other nations, we have passed laws intended to crush out prostitution, have made vigorous protests, on paper, against its existence, and there our labors have ended. The experience acquired in this course of legislation only demonstrates that such laws cannot be enforced so as to produce the desired effect. But why are they still retained on the statute books? Is it not an opprobrium upon our national character to allow them to exist, if they are never to be enforced? If they are powerless for good, effective only to increase the plague they were designed to check, why not expunge them at once, and substitute others more practicable and more useful in their stead? A candid acknowledgment of error, whether by an individual or a community, is always a creditable and graceful act. It shows that experience has dictated a wiser course, that reflection and experiment have condemned the former plan. It is not to be supposed that any system of laws will entirely eradicate prostitution. History, social arrangements, and physiology alike forbid any such utopian idea. But will not a more enlightened policy do much toward diminishing it? Many of the present generation can recollect the time when it was considered right and proper to imprison an insolvent debtor, but this idea is now wisely repudiated by society, and no one will assert that the effect of the change has been to place any additional difficulties in the way of collecting legal claims. Capital punishment has been abolished in many cases, and yet it is a well-known fact that crime has diminished where this experiment has been tried. This is more particularly the case in England, where forgery, which was punished with death, is comparatively rare since the amelioration of the law. A general conviction is becoming prevalent that the most effectual way to deal with criminals is to attempt to raise them above what they were, in contradistinction to the old plan of sinking them lower. It is now freely acknowledged that the elevating, instead of the depressing process, is consonant both with the spirit of our republican institutions and with humanizing policy. Even if American society is not yet prepared to take a course directly the reverse of its present prohibitory practice, prudence dictates the adoption of some medium rule by which prostitution can be kept in check without being encouraged or allowed, as in the Prussian laws, which expressly declare that the vice is tolerated but not permitted. Government should be patriarchal in its character, and exercise an effective but parental supervision over all its subjects. This is the living principle which gives vitality and strength to any organization, and no satisfactory government can exist if it is absent. Now in regard to prostitutes, admitting that they have erred, still the people who constitute the government in this country are concerned in the matter, and their mutual obligations, their policy, and their pecuniary interests require that these wandering members of the body corporate should have a reasonable opportunity for reformation. Which will give this opportunity most effectually? To crush them under the weight of their own misdeeds, or to adopt a liberal course likely to induce them to abandon their depraved habits? One of the secrets which bound the soldiers of the empire to the standard of Napoleon through all his battles and vicissitudes was the knowledge that France regarded them as her children, and would not fail to protect and support them. The words, "I am a Roman citizen," derived their magic power from the fact that the Roman Empire treated all her citizens as sons, and watched over their interests with parental care. The recent outburst of popular enthusiasm in our own country, when the commander of an American national vessel rescued a citizen from threatened outrage in a foreign land, was an emphatic recognition of the principle. Can we now consistently refuse to apply the rule to all who need our kindly care? It may be considered a bold assertion that our present mode of dealing with prostitution is calculated to widely extend its prevalence, yet the historical facts already given are sufficient to prove its truth without further argument. The existing rule of treatment, instead of suppressing the vice, merely drives it into seclusion, a result far different from the design, and infinitely increasing its power. To those secret haunts of prostitution resort the lowest and most depraved of the male sex, with the full knowledge that a fundamental law of our commonwealth considers every house a castle, into which no officer can enter unless armed with a special legal authority, or called in to suppress an outrage. The result of such seclusion is to confirm the vicious habits of the prostitutes, and frequently to lead them to the commission of other and more heinous offenses. Again, secrecy further augments prostitution by preventing the approach of those benevolent individuals who would feel a pleasure in advising and directing the daughters of misery for their real good. Philanthropists have organized prison associations and Magdalene asylums to bear upon prostitution, but they can only reach it in its lowest grades, when the females become inmates of public institutions from destitution and disease. Reformers cannot come near the fountainhead, and they are consequently now as far from the consummation of their praiseworthy intentions as when they commenced their labors, because prohibitory measures force prostitutes to take shelter in seclusion, and it is only when women are consigned to our hospitals, workhouses, and penitentiaries that they become accessible. By this time they are so far sunk in depravity as to afford very slender hope of reformation. This is especially true of Magdalene asylums. There is indeed a field white unto the harvest for benevolent exertions in the most secluded haunts of prostitution, if they could only be made accessible. Sympathy is worthily bestowed upon the sick or dying women transferred from public institutions to charitable organizations. To alleviate the sorrows of their final sufferings, to soothe the agony of the hour of death, to divest of its terrors the passage from this world to the dread future, is a work in which the heart of any Christian must rejoice. But it is only a part of the duties contemplated by such asylums. While their projectors gladly administer the consolations of our holy religion to an expiring Magdalene, they also seek an opportunity to direct erring women to the paths of virtue during the life that still remains to them, to guide them to a path in which they can retrace the false steps already taken, and become useful members of society. This opportunity for exertion is denied under the system which drives vice into seclusion. Turning now from considering the operation of repressive laws, we notice the importance of sanitary and quarantine regulations. One of the first cares of a good government is to preserve and promote the public health. An illustration of this position occurred in the summer of 1856, when fears were entertained that the city would be visited by a frightful epidemic fever. The public voice declared through the newspapers that the most rigorous and careful sanitary measures were needed, and the cleaning of streets, the removal of nuisances, the purification of tenant houses, and many other measures of the same kind were loudly called for, and adopted as far as possible, while the quarantine regulations of the harbor were strictly enforced. In view of this danger, so dreadful and apparently so imminent, the united voice of public opinion sanctioned the very course advocated here, namely, the adoption of remedial, or, more properly speaking, preventative measures. Venereal poison is as destructive, although not so suddenly fatal, as yellow fever, and every motive of philanthropy and economy urges the necessity of effective means for its counteraction. Since remedial or preventative measures have been adopted in Paris, the number of cases of disease and the virulence of its form have materially abated. This fact is asserted not merely on our own personal knowledge, but also from the corroborative testimony of physicians who have had recent opportunities of investigating the subject in that capital. The diminution can be easily explained by a comparison of the laws and regulations applicable to prostitution. We in New York, by our stringent prohibition, drive the vice into seclusion, and deprive ourselves of the means of watching either its progress or results, while our French contemporaries insist that it shall be at all times open to the surveillance of properly appointed persons. The extent of syphilitic infection in New York has been portrayed in the preceding chapter, but the danger of contamination must not be viewed as a merely local question. From its commercial importance, its mercantile marine, its centralization of railroads and canals, and its facilities for river navigation, this city is now the great point of arrival and departure of travelers and emigrants from and to all parts of the Union. Foreigners reach here in large numbers every day, intending to travel to other states. If they remain in the city a few days only, they are exposed to its temptations, and may contract disease, which, by their agency, will be perpetuated in the district they have selected as their future home. Returned adventurers from the Pacific shores come here to find the readiest transit to their several destinations. They are exposed to the same temptations, with a probability of the same result. Merchants and storekeepers visit this commercial emporium to obtain supplies of goods, and they are exposed to the same fascinations and the same contingencies. The sailors in port are similarly liable. In short, it is scarcely possible to imagine the extent over which the syphilitic poison originating in the proud and wealthy city of New York may be spread, nor would it be an error to describe the Empire City as a hotbed where, from the nature of its laws on prostitution, syphilis may be cultivated and disseminated. Possessed, then, of indubitable proofs of the existence of syphilis, and the knowledge that its range is more widely extended every day, gathering additional malignity in its progress, the next point is to inquire what measures have been adopted to check its ravages. These have hitherto been found totally inadequate, because based upon an erroneous theory, namely, the idea of suppression. The principal public or free hospital where the venereal disease is confessedly treated is the Penitentiary Hospital on Blackwell's Island, now known as the Island Hospital. To obtain the benefit of medical treatment therein, it is necessary that the patient should have been sentenced from the Court of Sessions to the penitentiary for the commission of some crime, or committed to the workhouse by a police justice for vagrancy, drunkenness, or disorderly conduct. From this fact it will be seen that there is, strictly speaking, no free hospital for such diseases, as the only one intended for their treatment will or can receive none but those sentenced for an infraction of the laws. Still, the necessity for professional assistance compels many, both males and females, to submit to the degradation of a police commitment. Unfortunate women or laboring men find that they are suffering from infection. Possibly they have no money, or probably they have exhausted their funds in payments to charlatans, and so resort for aid and advice to some one of the public dispensaries. Unless the case is a slight one, the medical officers there advise them to resort to hospital treatment, to procure which the poor sufferers are furnished with a certificate of their state, and directed to apply to a police justice. They follow this advice, and in 9 cases out of 10 the magistrate's only remark is, "Do you want me to send you to the hospital?" The answer, of course, is in the affirmative, and he forthwith signs a printed commitment to the penitentiary or workhouse for a time named therein, and ranging from 1 to 6 months at the discretion of the magistrate. The following is a copy of one of these documents. Quote, City and County of New York, Silicet. By Esquire, one of the police justices in and for the City and County of New York. To the constables and policemen of the said city, and every of them, and to the warden of the penitentiary of the City and County of New York. These are in the name of the people of the State of New York, to command you, the said constables and policemen, to convey to the said penitentiary the body of who stands charged before me with being a vagrant, viz., being without the means of supporting him or herself, and having contracted an infectious disease in the practice of debauchery, viz., the venereal disease, requiring charitable aid to restore him or her to health, whereof he or she is convicted of record on confession, the record of which conviction has been made and filed in the office of the clerk of the Court of Sessions of the City and County aforesaid, and it appearing to me that the said is an improper person to be sent to the almshouse, you, the said warden, are hereby commanded to receive into your custody, in the said penitentiary, the body of the said and safely keep for the space of months, or until he or she shall be thence delivered by due course of law. Given under my hand and seal, this day of month, in the year of our Lord 1850 . Police Justice. This is technically called a commitment on confession, and its effects are precisely the same as they would be if the individual had been convicted of any tangible act of vagrancy. He is in law and in fact a prisoner for the space of time named in the commitment. He must wear the prison garb, and submit to the prison discipline, until the expiration of his sentence. It is well known to the justices that a penal commitment like the above will immediately secure the sufferer the medical attention his case requires, but they have no power to send any one direct to the hospital. And here an inquiry will naturally suggest itself. What does, or what should, a magistrate know about committing a sick person, and how can he decide the time such invalids shall remain under treatment? A self-evident conclusion will be that the whole process is an absurd one at the best, and its requirements a hardship on magistrates already overburdened with legitimate duties. The reader's attention is requested to the pecuniary effects of this plan. To illustrate, suppose the case of a man committed for 6 months. He is suffering from some form of venereal disease, and in this state is received at the penitentiary or workhouse, where his clothes are taken from him, the institution costume supplied, and the particulars of his name, age, nativity, occupation, etc., are registered with an abstract of the commitment by virtue of which he is detained. He is then subjected to medical examination and transferred to the hospital. In this institution he remains until cured, if that end is attained before the expiration of his sentence, and is then retransferred to the penitentiary or workhouse. The average time required for the successful treatment of the disease named in the Blackwell's Island Hospital will not probably exceed 2 months, and often a much shorter period is sufficient. But the man has been committed for 6 months, and for the unexpired 4 months of his incarceration he has to be fed, clothed, and lodged at the expense of the almshouse department. The labor he can perform will never amount in value to the actual cost of his support, so that he is maintained 4 months in accordance with law at a positive cost to the taxpayers of the city, because they have already supported him for 2 months in the hospital. In the aggregate of cases during a year these costs amount to a very large sum. Need any farther argument be adduced to show the palpable absurdity of the system? A few words upon the moral effect of this local system upon prostitution in New York, premising that being a prostitute is acknowledged by all as a degradation, while a vagrancy commitment to the workhouse or penitentiary is a positive disgrace. The system is a portion of the crushing out plan already mentioned, and it says, in effect, "We, the people of New York City, will give you an opportunity to be cured of your loathsome and destructive malady, but only upon the condition that you become the inmate of a penal institution. We know that you cannot be cured unless you accept our terms, and we will make those terms as hard and repulsive to human nature as ingenuity can devise." It has been a medical axiom that no two poisons can exist in the system at one and the same time. But the citizens of New York have been experimenting for some years to ascertain whether two moral poisons cannot be coexistent in the same person, by adding farther an unnecessary disgrace to the vice of prostitution, thus widening the gulf between the sinner and her possible return to virtue. The impolicy of making syphilis a reason for imprisonment, except so far as curative measures actually require it, must be apparent to all, were it merely from the fact that it deters many who are suffering from embracing the opportunity of cure until they are absolutely compelled to do so. How excessively wrong is this principle in a hygienic point of view must be evident. A directly contrary course, making the hospital attractive instead of repulsive, would be the true policy, and would be the most economical in its results. Nor is it justice to the medical departments of our public institutions to clog their labors with a proviso which prevents their aid being sought until the last extremity, when it can only exert a palliative and not a curative agency. If syphilis could be reached in its primary stages, their task would be much less difficult and their services much more effectual; whereas little or nothing can be accomplished when official regulations keep away the patients until the disease becomes constitutional and the mischief is done. As in morals, so is it in medicine. Any evil, to be treated with success, must be encountered in its first stage, and if our regulations preclude this opportunity, but slight hopes can be entertained of any good results. Under a more liberal system, the physician and the philanthropist could combine their efforts. The former would not have to encounter disease inveterately fixed on a broken down constitution. The latter would not find his benevolent designs frustrated by a lengthened career of depravity now become habitual. The effect of the provision which offers medical aid to prisoners only is, that every woman of the town will try all possible means to dispense with the treatment. It is only when she has actually fallen to the lowest deep of her class, when one step more will plunge her into a bottomless abyss of helplessness and hopeless woe, that she will voluntarily accept the proffered aid. She will endure torture from her maladies, or rely upon the assistance of empirics, and submit to all their extortions, rather than become a prisoner. But when every resource is exhausted, and her physical torments plainly tell her that she must obtain medical relief or die, then she submits. Once in the hospital, she is relieved, after a period of protracted sickness, and leaves it to return to her old haunts, because she can go nowhere else, the law having affixed the additional disgrace of imprisonment upon her former bad character. Sociality is a characteristic of human nature, and if these women cannot gain admission to any company but that of the vicious and abandoned, they prefer that to solitude. Returned once more to her former associates, the time soon comes when farther medical assistance is needed, and thus she alternates for a few months or years between prison, hospital, and brothel, till death puts an end to her sufferings, and a nameless grave in Potter's Field receives the remains of one whom charitable measures, properly applied, might possibly have made a useful member of society. The sense of shame which follows a single deviation from the paths of virtue drives many women to prostitution. Why add to the existing sense of shame another infamy when she unfortunately contracts disease? Can we consistently blame her if she becomes callous, when every legal provision directly tends to indurate her sensibilities? The misconduct of parents toward children has been shown as one of the causes of prostitution. The father or mother drives from the paternal roof the child who has committed but a single error. Then, under the pressure of hunger, she inevitably sins more deeply, becomes diseased, applies to the public for relief, and is sentenced to imprisonment. The first mistake, that of the parents, makes her vicious. The second mistake, incarceration, confirms her in vice. We denounce such ill treatment in the parents, while practically we ourselves, as the natural guardians of all who need assistance, are doing precisely the same thing. Where, then, is our consistency? If it is right for us, a body corporate, to practice such cruel oppression, is it not equally justifiable for each member of the body to act in the same manner in his individual capacity? Of course, what is right for the multitude must be right for the individual, and our own conduct convicts us of inconsistency. We have no warrant to condemn parents for single acts which we perform collectively. Or, if we are right in censuring them, we are wrong in performing the same acts ourselves. If they are reprehensible, we also are culpable. This system, with all its absurdity, its prejudicial effect on public health, and its obvious tendency to immorality, is not adequate to stay the destroying scourge. On the contrary, it is likely to extend its ravages. If a prostitute, arrested and committed to Blackwell's Island for drunkenness or any disorderly conduct, is found to be diseased, or if she commits herself knowing that she is infected, she is immediately placed under medical charge. She will probably remain contentedly in the hospital until the worst symptoms of the disease are subdued. By this time the discipline of the institution has become irksome to her. She communicates with the brothel keeper, with whom she formerly boarded, or with some lover or acquaintance, who sues out a writ of certiorari or habeas corpus, which instantly effects her discharge. She now returns to her former haunts, half cured, again to aid in disseminating disease, farther to undermine her own constitution, and to infect men who will in turn become a charge upon taxpayers, or by their agency cause others to become thus liable. The instance of wholesale release mentioned in the previous chapter will recur to the mind of the reader. The experience of almost every day confirms these statements. It is well known that there are those who hang around the various police courts expressly to attend to such business, and who make a large income from this source, exclusive of other matters pertaining to prostitution in which they occasionally exert their abilities. The vagrancy commitments by which women are "sent up" are generally insufficient, and there is no legal power to detain them, and force them to submit to the treatment they so much require. It has been asserted by legal men of high standing that nearly the whole of the commitments issued by police justices are defective, and that there exists in law no impediment to the immediate discharge of every prostitute now on Blackwell's Island. The public can readily perceive the necessary inefficiency of these institutions so far as the prevention of venereal disease is concerned. The facility with which prostitutes committed to Blackwell's Island can obtain their discharge may be attributed to want of care in making out the commitments. A recent statute, 1854, prescribes the form in which these should be made, requiring the recital of admitted or substantiated facts, and the filing of a copy of the original in the office of the clerk of the Court of Sessions. These requirements are not observed, and the reason assigned by magistrates is that their own time and the time of their clerks is so fully occupied by the press of business before them that they cannot proceed as minutely as the act directs. This confirms the view already expressed of the impolicy and impropriety of placing such onerous and extrajudicial duties upon the justices. But as they would be liable to be sued for false imprisonment if they committed under this act without observing all its requirements, they issue their commitments in the old form required by the revised statutes, and are sheltered thereby from ulterior consequences. These commitments direct the persons to be confined in the penitentiary, but the local arrangements of Blackwell's Island require them to be sent to the workhouse, and unless this transfer is actually made in each case by the governors of the almshouse, for they cannot deputize their power, it is a waiver of the right of custody, and consequently entitles the prisoner so transferred to a discharge. It has been claimed that the workhouse is part of the penitentiary, but this point has been overruled, because the statute establishing the workhouse plainly shows a contrary intent. A prisoner is entitled to a discharge on another ground, namely, because the commitment has not been filed as directed, or on another ground, that the commitment does not recite the evidence by which the fact of vagrancy was proved. A final ground of discharge, which is never pressed till all the minor technicalities have failed, is that the whole proceeding is illegal because the statute of 1854 has not been complied with. On these grounds, a writ of certiorari or habeas corpus is sued out, the preliminary steps being a petition from the prisoner or his friend, setting forth that he is illegally detained, an affidavit of verification, and a certificate of the clerk of the Court of Sessions that the commitment has not been filed in his office. Upon the presentation of these documents, the judge to whom application is made issues the required writ, and specifies the time at which it shall be returnable. The action of the two writs is similar, excepting that a writ of habeas corpus requires the production of the prisoner before the judge in addition to a return of the cause of detention, while a writ of certiorari only requires a return of the cause of detention. The return is made by the person having custody of the prisoner, and consists of a copy of the commitment under which he is held, and, from the already stated informality of these documents, it will be apparent there can be no legal ground for his detention. The judge is strictly prohibited from entertaining any question beyond the legality of the papers; with the moral aspect of the question he cannot interfere, and as the commitments are generally informal, he has no alternative but to discharge the prisoner. Application for these writs must be made in the name of an attorney, but such name is often used by an agent who transacts the business and divides the fee with his principal. End of section 59. Recording by Ramon Escamilla, Conway, Arkansas. RAMONESCAMILLA.wordpress.com. Section 60 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. The History of Prostitution by William Singer. Section 60, Chapter 37, New York, Remedial Measures, Part 2. From this sketch it will be evident that, if the prescribed form were observed in these commitments, frequent discharges would be avoided, or there would be so many difficulties to surmount that they would be very rarely attempted. Does no responsibility rest upon the public and on our lawmakers for negligence in this matter? Without conceding that a vagrancy commitment is likely to reform a prostitute, in fact, the weight of the evidence is against the possibility of its doing so, the case stands thus. The legislature has provided a mode of relief which was deemed effectual at the time, but this mode is evaded, or cannot be observed, by those upon whom its administration devolves. The public have long known the existence of these difficulties, but have never interfered to give us a better act. By their refusal to interfere, they stand in the position of aiders and abettors in this neglect, or worse than neglect, the actual propagation of a dreadful disease. Had public opinion been concentrated upon this matter, an inquiry would long ago have shown the fallacy of our present system, and suggested the required amendments. This has not been done, but public remissness in no way diminishes public responsibility. This doctrine of public accountability may be profitably examined for a few moments in connection with a general aspect of prostitution. Few will deny that the mass of the people are answerable for many of its evils. They are cognizant of the existence of vice in the aggregate, if not in detail. They can understand its effects, and are not ignorant of the principal causes which lead to it. Yet they make no effort to remove existing causes or to prevent future evils. They practically treat women as an inferior race of beings, and cannot even give a poor seamstress employment without saying, in fact, if not in words, "You cannot be trusted to make this unless a man examines every buttonhole and inspects every row of stitching to see that you are not defrauding us." The only way to secure confidence is to bestow confidence. But if a person is treated in a manner likely to destroy self-respect, the inevitable result will be a recklessness as to his or her own character. Despised without a cause, treated in mere business matters as imbeciles, or children, or thieves, it is not surprising that women become careless as to their future life, and, smarting under the injustice of their position, too frequently degenerate into the wretched beings who infest our streets and pollute the atmosphere with their deadly infection. The public, then, are responsible for this prostitution because they have never bestowed any attention upon it. It is one of the gravest and most difficult of social problems, involving the interests of every man in the community, and yet the most stupid indifference has been shown respecting it. The subject has been canvassed by medical men on account of its sad effects upon the physical organization. Its extent has been known to judicial and police authorities from its social and civil results. But the great body of the public have hitherto decided that they know nothing and want to know nothing about it. They admit its existence, being too evident to be denied, but so far they have taken no steps to ascertain its source or stay its progress, because it was a matter with which they were afraid to interfere, and now the deplorable consequences accruing from it must be laid to their charge. It cannot be denied that there are many difficulties attending any investigation of this vice, that many well-meaning but timid people entertain the opinion that it is one of those gangrenous ulcers upon society which cannot be alluded to except in whispers, that more harm would result from instituting inquiries than if it were allowed to exist and fester on unnoticed. This apathy, which has heretofore been the policy, has made prostitution the monster evil which it now is, and upon those who have advocated, or may advocate, a continuance of the same course of silence and inaction, the sufferers from the vice may justly charge their destruction. The masterly inactivity of the statesman is unquestionably justifiable in any case where passive resistance will overcome an evil, but in dealing with prostitution a diametrically opposite method must be pursued. It requires an active aggression upon all old prejudices, an explosion of still older theories, a vigorous commencement of a new course. It has been shown elsewhere that the public are responsible for prostitution, because they persist in excluding women from many kinds of employment for which they are fitted, while for work in those occupations which are open to them they receive an entirely inadequate remuneration. It has also been shown that the community are equally responsible on account of their non-interference with known and acknowledged evils. Another reason why accountability cannot be evaded may be designated, namely, the carelessness, or more properly, heartlessness, with which the character of woman is treated. Let there be but a breath of suspicion against her fair fame, no matter from what vile source it may emanate, and the energies of man seem directed toward her destruction. "She is down, keep her down," is the almost universal cry, and this malignant process is continued until the victim is positively forced into a life of undisguised immorality. The sacred decision, "Let him that is without sin among you cast the first stone," is entirely forgotten, and the most violent in their denunciations are frequently those who are the most blameworthy themselves. The whole force of the world's opinion has been directed, not to the censure of actually guilty parties who induced the crime, but to the poor wronged sufferer. She, who is too infrequently the victim of falsehood and deceit, or the slave of an absolute necessity, must expiate her fault by submitting to a constant succession of indignities and annoyances. He whose conduct has made her what she is, escapes all censure. But some moralist will ask, how would you have us treat such women? Treat them, sir, as human beings, actuated by the same passions as yourself, as susceptible beings, keenly sensitive of reproach, as injured beings, who have a claim upon your kindness, as outraged beings, who have a demand upon your justice. Lead them into a path by which they can escape from danger. Protect the innocent from the snares which environ them on every side. And when this is done, pour the vials of your hottest wrath on those of your own sex whose machinations have blighted some of God's fairest created beings. Public responsibility must be understood in its broadest and most literal sense, as meaning the individual accountability of every member of the community. The time has not yet arrived, unfortunately, when this matter can be left in the hands of corporations or legislatures. Their constituents must be aroused to consideration of its importance before any satisfactory action can or will be taken by them, and it is to the thinking men of the age that these pages are addressed, in the full confidence that so soon as their sympathies are enlisted, public action will follow. To this end, an endeavor has been made to show the injurious effects of prohibition, disappointing expectation as a means of decreasing syphilis or of curtailing the limits of prostitution, the necessity which exists for effectual preventive measures, and the inefficient, or worse than inefficient, nature of the local arrangements of New York to accomplish this desideratum. Thus the way for a consideration of the remedial process has been opened, and now with such evidence as he has before him the reader may be asked, in all sincerity, if he does not seriously believe that it would be a prudent step, instead of trying to extirpate the evil, to place prostitutes and prostitution under the surveillance of a medical bureau in the police department. Extirpation never has been, never can be accomplished in any community. Repression and restriction, as proposed, have been tried and have proved successful. Assuming an affirmative answer to this question, and it is difficult to imagine it otherwise if the facts are dispassionately considered, attention is respectfully requested to the manner in which the change could be effected. To meet the exigencies of the case there are required: 1. A suitable hospital for the treatment of venereal disease. 2. A legally authorized medical visitation of all known houses of prostitution, with full power to order the immediate removal of any woman found to be infected to the designated hospital. 3. The power to detain infected persons under treatment until they are cured, a term of time which none but medical men can decide. By a suitable hospital is meant an institution devoted to the treatment of such diseases, like the special hospitals of Paris and other continental cities, and entirely removed from all connection with any punitive establishment. The rules proposed for the government of the Island Hospital, when its name was changed from Penitentiary Hospital, do not by any means meet the urgent requirements of the case. The penitentiary, its officers and inmates, must be entirely shut out from the desired hospital, and no prison warden or keeper of criminals must have any jurisdiction within its walls or over its grounds. Inmates of hospitals have too long endured the stupid interference of non-medical men, and it is time that medical law exclusively was considered in the direction and management of buildings devoted to medical purposes. This is especially necessary in a syphilitic hospital, on account of the character of its patients. No amount of imprisonment as a punishment ever yet reformed a prostitute, and it never will. All intercourse with prisoners, be it ever so transient, has but confirmed women in vice. The tendency of imprisonment is directly contrary to any reformation, confirming previous habits instead of rooting them out. The instinctive dread of incarceration has prevented many from availing themselves of the medical advantages offered them, particularly among the better and higher grades of frail women. We want a hospital exclusively for the treatment of syphilis, with the power to place and keep there all women so diseased until cured. Matters of detail can be arranged in such a manner as to admit of a proper classification, based upon the degree of moral turpitude belonging to each. Payment could and should be required from all who possess the means, for expenses actually incurred, and this would contribute a considerable sum to meet the expenditures of the institution. Among these women, as a body, there exists an excessive amount of pride. Those of the upper class will not associate with any of a lower rank, and in fact look upon them in very much the same manner that moralists regard the whole body. To be enabled to reach them at all, a liberal management must be adopted. But will not this be deferring to vice because it is dressed in silks or satins? Asks someone. Most decidedly not. Let the arrangements be what they might, such a hospital as described would afford no encouragement to vice, for in it all must submit to the same course of treatment, varied only in the minor accessories which surround it. Even if the arrangements were exposed to an objection like the above, the end would justify the means. The city of New York contains, at this day, venereal infections sufficient to contaminate all the male population of the United States in a very short space of time. It has been proved from official and medical statistics that this malady is rapidly on the increase, and a paramount question is, how to be relieved of the incubus. Rigorous prohibitory measures will not effect this, they only make the matter worse. Punitive hospitals will not effect this, they have been tried and found wanting. Free institutions would, in all probability, succeed in accomplishing far more than any other measure our citizens have ever tried. The question is one, if not absolutely of life, certainly of healthy existence, and its inestimable importance must override all doubts and difficulties. In view of the dangers surrounding our rising generation, even supposing the men and women of the present day exempt from them, it would be perfectly inexcusable to refuse any available plan because some one of its features might not please all tastes. Adopt an arrangement similar to that suggested, and if any crudities are discovered they can be readily cured as experience points them out. The plan is not presented as a perfect one, but merely as an outline sketch of what is necessary. A regular medical visitation of all prostitutes is an essential part of the scheme, and its organization should be a matter of serious consideration. The Parisian plan already submitted might form a very good basis, and an arrangement which throws the whole system of prostitution open to an effective police supervision and the establishment of a medical bureau in connection therewith for professional purposes, is suggested as most desirable. This medical visitation, conducted by physicians to be connected with the police department, and sustained by the power of that body, should be confided to men of recognized skill and known integrity. To ensure public confidence, so essentially necessary in the inception of any social innovation, it would be necessary that the agents upon whom its execution devolved should be men of tried probity and acknowledged reputation, both professional and personal. The slightest symptom of disease should be sufficient evidence to warrant the immediate removal of any woman to the syphilitic hospital. The residence of any woman, be it temporary or permanent, in a known house of prostitution must subject her to a medical examination, as it would afford a very strong presumption that she was there for immoral purposes. The propriety of a medical examination of prostitutes at certain intervals cannot be doubted, and, in fact, it is practically admitted at the present time by some few of the brothel keepers in the city. These pay a physician a liberal salary to visit their boarders every few days for the express purpose of carrying out the plan suggested now, resorting to treatment whenever he finds it necessary. Some of the most aristocratic houses of prostitution are thus attended, but the system is in use especially among the natives of continental Europe, who are now keeping houses of ill fame in New York, and who, in bringing to the New World many of the customs of the Old, have thus testified to the benefit of the regulations enforced there. But although such visiting physician may pronounce a girl infected, the world has no security that she will not continue her avocation, and in order to remove all doubt upon this question she should be instantly removed to an institution where she cannot possibly propagate the malady. This must be done under conjoint medical and police authority. Among prostitutes of the lower grades, systematic visitation is more imperatively necessary. They will not place themselves under medical treatment unless they are compelled, but until their disease assumes a character that prevents the possibility of farther concealment from their visitors, they continue to ply their loathsome and destructive trade. The summit of ambition with them is to keep their liberty. So long as they can earn enough to provide themselves a shelter and feed their ravenous appetite for intoxicating liquor, they are content to submit to the pains and ravages of syphilis, alike heedless of their own sufferings and the injuries they inflict on others. We have had cases under our own professional treatment where women have actually persevered in this course for many weeks after they had become aware they were diseased, solely for the reasons indicated. It may be objected that such a plan would offer a premium to lewdness by circumscribing the dangers of infection, but this argument can have little weight, as it is scarcely possible that promiscuous sexual intercourse can be carried on much more extensively than it is at present. The vice seems to have reached its culminating point. Experience proves that in all ages of the world there have been many men whose passions were so violent and ill-regulated that they would attain their gratification at any risk, even though that risk included the probability of venereal infection. As in games of hazard, every player hopes to be a winner, so in carnal indulgences every man flatters himself that, because some gratify their lusts unscathed for a long series of years, so may he. That as hitherto he has escaped disease in his unhallowed amours, he may continue equally fortunate to the end of his career. This is confessedly a poor dependence, but it is the reliance of hundreds and thousands of the followers of her whose house is the way to hell. Diseases of a syphilitic nature are viewed by some persons as special punishments for special sins, and hence they argue that it would be an interference with the order of Providence to attempt to eradicate them. The discussion of a theological question would be altogether out of place in these pages, but the supposition may be met by a parallel case. Delirium tremens is the result of an excessive use of intoxicating liquors, and may justly be considered a special punishment for that offense. But did anybody ever know a case in which those who object to the treatment of syphilis extended a single obstacle to the case of a drunkard? If it is right to adopt curative measures in one case, why exclude them in the other? But even supposing that the treatment of syphilis is open to this objection so far as the guilty parties are concerned, shall their descendants be involved in suffering because the parents sinned? If a rigorous medical examination offers additional inducements to prostitution by reducing the probabilities of disease, it also guarantees that helpless wives and unborn children shall not be included in its list of victims. Go to the thousands of married women now childless or suffering from abortion. Ask their opinion. Go to the thousands of disappointed husbands whose hopes of offspring have been blighted in consequence of their own youthful dissipation. Ask their opinion, and see what the answers would be. Go and ask the diseased children on Randall's Island, and in their emaciated frames read their testimony. The evidence thus obtained would prove unanswerable arguments in favor of the plan proposed. It cannot be imagined that forcing diseased women to submit to a specific routine of treatment in a special hospital involves any undue interference with their personal liberty. The right to commit a wrong, be it social, moral, or physical, never can exist. The slightest reflection upon such a proposition will at once prove it untenable. The spread of venereal disease is a positive wrong, and therefore a woman who is suffering from it, and is certain or likely to propagate it, is as legitimate an object for compulsory treatment as would be a maniac whom we should find roaming through the streets of the city, or a person afflicted with smallpox, yellow fever, or any other contagious or infectious malady. If either of these cases were to come before any member of the community, he would not for one moment regard it an infringement of personal liberty to place the subject under proper care and restraint. On the contrary, he would think of the danger to which he and his family were exposed, and, flinging theory to the winds, would immediately urge prompt and practical measures. This is all that is asked respecting prostitution. Let the public be once thoroughly convinced of the extent and danger of syphilitic infection, and there would be but few objectors to these suggestions. Among that few, the principal portion doubtless would be the advertising empirics, whose disgusting announcements occupy so much space in the columns of our daily journals. That they derive a large income from this source is indisputable, and it is equally certain that if the recommendations now made were adopted, they would find their occupation gone. Speaking in all candor, the health, decency, and good morals of the city would be better cared for in their absence than it now is, with all the combinations of their extraordinary success, unequaled experience, and unparalleled facilities. In a financial view, the money they extort, we refrain from using a harsher term, from their credulous patients, could be far better applied than in contributing to their wealth. Farther, such an institution and organization as has been described would be useless did it not possess the absolute power to retain every patient under treatment until cured. Whatever modification of principle or mode of action may be ultimately adopted, and sooner or later something must be done, this is an indispensable requisite. One half the danger of venereal infection arises from imperfectly cured cases. Under the existing system, as already explained, writs can be issued at an almost nominal cost to remove any or all of the prostitutes now under medical treatment on Blackwell's Island, and such an abuse of a valuable privilege on account of mere technical errors must be fatal to the success of any remedial project. It would be as reasonable for a lawyer to petition the courts to order a vessel detained in quarantine by the Board of Health because she was infected with yellow fever to be brought to her wharf in the city, and there to have permission to disseminate the disease on board, as it is for the same individual to apply for a writ of certiorari, the effect of which is to take an abandoned woman reeking with disease from an institution where she is under treatment, and allow her to extend the venereal poison to every one who may have intercourse with her. This must not be understood as indicating a wish to curtail the constitutional privileges attached to writs of habeas corpus or certiorari, but merely their applicability to cases like the supposed one. How can the evil be prevented? Simply by making any legislative enactment on the subject so plain that it cannot be misunderstood or evaded. No lawyer would find any difficulty in drafting a short act giving the police department the power, based upon an affidavit made by a member of their own medical bureau, to remove any diseased woman to a proper hospital, and retain her there until cured. It may appear to a casual observer that this detention would be of the same nature as the imprisonment required by the existing mode, but a little thought will point out a wide difference. Now we force a woman to become an inmate of a penitentiary, and add disgrace to her disease by assuming her to have been guilty of crime. Then we should require her to become an inmate of the hospital, with no additional disgrace but that arising from the fact that she had contracted syphilis by vicious habits. In the one case we make her the companion of some of the vilest wretches on the face of the earth. In the other she would have no associates but those of her own class. The medical bureau to whom these reforms should be entrusted, although connected with the police department, would require to be an independent body so far as professional duties are concerned. Its connection would be necessary because there would be many cases requiring the intervention of the civil power, and its isolation would be equally important because much would depend on the discretion of the examiners, and many contingencies might arise where a strict line of routine duty would defeat the object in view. They would be literally a detective corps, and with a known amount of duty before them must be left to choose their own method of performing it. Any definite arrangements or positive orders from a non-medical board would only embarrass their action, for medical and non-medical executives always clash when they aim at one common object. Of course, a leading requirement in their instructions must be that their examinations be rigid and thorough. No halfway measures in this respect could meet the absolute demands of the case, or satisfy the expectations of the community. It must be plainly understood by the world that the medical bureau was required to perform its whole duty, uncompromisingly and fearlessly, and that its members were men who would not evade the responsibility. In their investigations many cases would occur where their services would be valuable to society beyond the pale of professional duty. It is not to be expected that they would become evangelists, but they could be the willing and efficient coadjutors of those who delight to bear the gospel to these poor degraded beings, and even while listening to a recital of bodily sufferings, instances would arise where the acts of the Good Samaritan would be required at their hands. They would be the depositaries of many a narrative of wrong and outrage, of sorrow and suffering, and it is not unreasonable to believe that of the histories poured into their ears, some would indicate a channel by which the lost one might be restored to home and friends and virtue, or point to some chord in the mind which would give a responsive sound when touched by the hand of pity. The adoption of these suggestions would be, at least, a step in the right direction, and lay the foundation of a system which can be gradually enlarged until it embraces regulations as to registry, management of houses of ill fame, etc., to the same extent as is now done in Europe. And here a few words relative to the licensing system may not be inappropriate. The propriety of granting licenses, and thus making vice a sort of revenue, is open to grave objections, but on the other hand acknowledged social evils have, ere this, been made to contribute to the public funds. Witness the dealing in ardent spirits. The city does now, and has for years, derived a considerable income from licenses to sell liquors. A great number of wise and good men contend that the sale or use of intoxicating beverages is not only an unmitigated evil, but even criminal. They have entertained and publicly declared these sentiments for years, but still the license system is continued. It may be a question for decision whether prostitution is not as liable for taxation as drunkenness, and if both were equally taxed, whether, as a body, we should not be more responsible for the results of one or the other. En passant, it may be noticed that an annual tax of 1% upon the property engaged in the business of prostitution, and a similar assessment upon the revenue of houses of ill fame, would amount to over $100,000. The plan here shadowed forth would not be likely to extend prostitution, but on the contrary there is very little doubt but it would check it. Even if it did not, the community would reap an advantage in the sanitary reform it would enforce. In low neighborhoods, many of the brothels are as dangerous to public health on account of their crowded and excessively filthy state, as are the syphilized inmates themselves. Such places would legitimately come within the province of the medical inspectors, and their reports thereon to the police executive would ensure immediate attention. Public morals would be advanced by such visitations. These houses, or a great number of them, are the result of all species of dishonest characters, who would unquestionably abandon them, at least as places of residence, if they knew they were at any moment liable to a domiciliary visit. Again, almost every person has in his remembrance some female who left home and could not be found, because securely secreted in some one of these houses of prostitution. At least it is not uncommon to read of such cases in the daily papers, accompanied with an account of the unsuccessful search of her friends and the police. Occurrences like this could not take place if all known houses of bad repute were under the surveillance of the medical police department. Nor is it unreasonable to hope that prostitution would be diminished. It has flourished of late years in seclusion, but our plan would render privacy impossible. Seclusion has attracted many unfortunate women, whom shame or a dread of exposure would have deterred had they known that houses of ill fame were always open to the visits of the police, or that every few days a physician would make a tour of inspection and a personal examination to which they must submit. Generally speaking, these women have a dread of falling into the hands of a doctor, and in present circumstances they know that a medical examination is optional with themselves, until they become so sick as to render it unavoidable. But if their miserable life were burdened with the additional annoyance of a compulsory medical treatment, it is probable that a considerable check might be imposed thereon. Public decency would be advanced by such visitations. To effectually perform their duties, the medical bureau and the general police department would find it necessary to make themselves personally acquainted with these women, and to keep a register of all houses where prostitution was carried on. Now, the prohibition which has driven it into secrecy has also rendered it difficult to determine who are frail. Prostitutes are found in hotels, fashionable restaurants, steamboat excursions, watering places, and suburban retreats. They visit balls and other public entertainments, sometimes by sufferance, but more frequently because they are not known. It is needless to say how virtuous women can be annoyed and insulted by such companionship, or to what extent prostitutes can use their influence in miscellaneous society. If the police were personally acquainted with these women, they could act in the same manner as on the continent of Europe, namely, touch them upon the shoulder and quietly give them a hint to leave. Or another reform could easily be introduced, the confinement of all prostitutes to particular localities in the city so as to limit their influence. This would be tantamount to the ancient regulations prescribing their dress or some distinctive mark, and to the present arrangements in Europe, where the houses are distinguished by some specified peculiarity. It would also prevent the depreciation of property which takes place in any neighborhood where a brothel is established. End of section 60. Recording by Ramon Escamilla, Conway, Arkansas. RAMONESCAMILLA.wordpress.com. Section 61 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 61. Chapter 37. New York. Remedial Measures. Part 3. Public decency would be served in another manner. It is a most humiliating admission that New York is fast approaching to the condition of certain foreign cities, where unnatural practices first led to the contemplation and adoption of these or similar remedial measures. In our case, they are known to the authorities, but are so revolting that they never have been, and never can be, made public. Of course, such an organization would take special cognizance of these detestable abominations. Objections to the expense of the plan may be raised, and it cannot be denied that it will be large, yet it will be a matter of economy to incur it, even at the risk of increasing taxation, which it will not do. Recollect that every year, as the virulence of syphilis was abated, the cause of the expense would diminish, and that, in a direct ratio to the energy displayed in the examination, would be the progressive reduction of expenditure. It has already been indicated how some of the inmates of a syphilitic hospital, from whom hitherto nothing has been received, could be made to contribute their quota of the cost. Now the public bear all the expenses, either as assessments or as private payments in individual attacks. The magnitude of the latter item has been already estimated, and were it possible to calculate in addition the value of lost time, the injury to business, and the deterioration of the constitution, the total in 1 year would be far more than sufficient to carry out the whole of this plan for double the time. It would also be economy to incur the outlay on account of the benefits to succeeding generations. Syphilis is not confined in its effects to the lifetime of the men or women who contract it, but is entailed on their descendants. These, provided they survive its baneful effects during infancy, are mentally and physically unfitted for business or the active pursuits of life, and consequently are frequently indebted for the means of sustenance to their friends or to public institutions. If the liability to that disease among parents can be removed, no fears need be entertained about their children. We are not so sanguine as to imagine that all the good efforts above enumerated could be accomplished instanter. It would be a work of time, but the sooner it is commenced, the better for all the interests involved. Many persons will say, "Oh, these evils do not concern us. These diseases will never injure us or ours. Why should we trouble ourselves and give our money, time, and attention to such matters?" Stop, reader! While human passion exists, and while the means of gratifying it can be obtained, you and yours can and will, nay, do now, suffer from it, directly or indirectly. The first question for any citizen to ask himself is, can prostitution be abolished? Can it be crushed out? If this be answered in the negative, as it must be, then the next question brings him to the point sought to be attained in these pages, namely, the means that shall be taken to circumscribe and diminish its consequent diseases and evils. This question has latterly been attracting some attention in England, and plans to mitigate the evil have been publicly discussed. The chief grounds of complaint, or at least those brought most prominently forward, were the assembling of prostitutes in the streets, the annoyance they caused to passengers, and the disorderly character of night houses. This term is applied in London to those public houses, supper rooms, wine and cigar saloons, etc., which are situated near the theaters and places of public entertainment, and, being permitted to remain open all night, become resorts for prostitutes. A public meeting for consultation upon these evils was held in London in January last, 1858, and the remarks made by some of the speakers are so much in accordance with the general tenor of this work as to be worth extracting. In justice to the writer, it must be premised that the preceding part of this chapter was penned 12 months before the report of this meeting was made public. The chairman observed, "that he was glad to see so general an interest elicited on this subject, and that he hoped it would lead to some practical result. It would, in fact, be impossible to aggravate the evil, for neither in Paris, Berlin, New York, nor even in the cities of Asia was there such a public exhibition of profligacy." The following resolutions were submitted and adopted. "Resolved, that a deputation do wait as early as possible upon Sir George Grey for the purpose of most respectfully but earnestly representing to Her Majesty's Government the necessity of effectual measures being taken to put down the open exhibition of street prostitution, which in various parts of the metropolis, particularly in the important thoroughfares of the Haymarket, Coventry Street, Regent Street, Portland Place, and other adjacent localities, is carried on with a disregard of public decency, and to an extent tolerated in no other capital or city of the civilized world. That such deputation be instructed to urge upon Her Majesty's Government the following measures, whereby it is believed that the evil complained of may be effectually controlled. Firstly, the enforcement, upon a systematic plan and by means of a department of the police specially appointed and instructed for that purpose, of the provisions of the 2nd and 3rd of Victoria, Capitulus 47, in reference to street prostitution, which provisions have in certain localities been heretofore carried out with the best effect, and in others have been ineffectual only because acted upon partially, and not upon any uniform system. And secondly, the passing an act for licensing and placing under proper regulations, as to supervision and hours of closing, all houses of entertainment, or for the supply of refreshments, intended to be open to the public after a certain fixed hour, it being a matter of public notoriety that the houses of this description, popularly known as night houses, have, by becoming the places of resort of crowds of prostitutes, and other idle and disorderly persons at all hours of the night, greatly contributed to the present disgraceful exhibition of street prostitution. That the attention of the government be also directed to the number of foreign prostitutes systematically imported into this country, and to the means of controlling this evil." The substance of one of the addresses made on the subject was as follows. The speaker "begged to remind the meeting that a change had already been effected through the action of the police in the aspect of the Haymarket and Regent Street, heretofore so much complained of. The sense that the public eye was upon their class had caused a corresponding amendment in the dress and demeanor of the females frequenting those streets, and the objects of this association were, so far, in good train. Strongly oppressive, or, as some delicately said, repressive measures, could only be carried out by an extent of police interference inconsistent with the prejudices of English people, who were indisposed to deny a large extent of personal freedom to persons of even the most disorderly classes, who had not absolutely forfeited their civil rights. If the association went the length of advocating that the act of prostitution should involve such forfeiture, and the entire riddance of London streets from the presence of prostitutes, they would soon find their hands over full. Unless they thought it possible to exterminate the vice altogether, they would find that its wholesale clearance from the streets would necessitate registration, licensing, and confinement in certain authorized quarters or streets, as prevailed abroad. But such restrictions would entail a more ample recognition and legalization than had hitherto obtained, and so ample indeed as to be very distasteful to what was called the religious public. It would be obviously unjust to exempt from pressure the ladylike prosperous harlot, while a miserable vulgar painted outcast was consignable, because she stood out from the picture somewhat broadly, to the police cell and the bridewell. The meeting must be aware that there was already abroad among the lower 500,000 of Londoners an impression that the police was already strict enough, and that this opinion was shared by numbers of intelligent men, neither paupers nor criminals. They must remember that many a gentleman of character had passed a night in a police cell for interfering in the defense of prostitutes against the police. And this sentiment would deepen very dangerously if the police pressure were put on double, or, as some would have it, tenfold. The very policemen, too, men sprung from the same class of society as those female offenders, were as likely as anyone else to be faint-hearted in the work of relieving the eyes and ears of gentility from the presence of those whose situation they were not slow to trace to the schemes and desires of the genteel class. He did not think that the power of discrimination could be safely entrusted to the ill-paid constables of the Metropolitan Police, and the association of certain ratepayers with the police as witnesses, as hinted at by one of the delegates, would soon, if established, fall into desuetude. With the view of checking the evil in a satisfactory manner, he would recommend the institution of a special service of street orderlies or regulators in uniform, a well-paid, superior, temperate, and discreet class of men, if possible, whose function should be to observe, not to spy upon, all prostitutes, especially those of the street-walking order, and whose circulation, as opposed to loitering and haunting particular spots, they should insist upon. They should work not by threats, but by entreaty, advice, suggestion, but in the case of contumacy should have the right to call in the regular force. He believed that the right of entry and inspection of all places of ill fame should be vested in the Home Secretary and his delegates, and this would be attained least oppressively by a proper system of licensing. Forced concentration would not be tolerated here, but concentration was valuable, as bringing immorality under more control. Parochial crusades, though prima facie a public blessing, had often the effect of spreading corruption. It was recollected at Cambridge that when a certain proctor made very frequent descents upon the hamlet of Barnwell, where much of the parasitical vices of that university had taken root, the people in question, far from cure or conversion, merely extended their radius into more rural villages. These were so soon corrupted that representations were addressed to the university by the parochial clergy, praying that the plague of Barnwell should be confined to its old bounds, and not let loose upon their simpler parishes. It was notorious that the same kind of thing followed on a very large scale the expulsion of prostitutes from Brussels, and it could not be supposed that the attempt to strangle the growth of immorality by broadcasting its seeds, which was found impracticable under the powerful discipline of the English university and the Belgian capital, could answer among this enormous, and when roused, unmanageable population. The evicted of Norton Street, in the parish of All Souls, had settled quietly down in the next parish. Incompressible as water, the vice had but shifted its ground, and from a really moral point of view, more harm than good had accrued from the change." These remarks do not call for any amplification. A few days after the meeting, a leading article appeared in the London Times. It must be remembered that for many years the settled policy of the conductors of that journal has been to make it rather the exponent than the leader of public opinion, and the importance generally attached to it arises from a knowledge of this fact. We give the article almost entire. Quote, "There is a very disagreeable subject which we are compelled to bring, although most reluctantly, before the notice of the public, because it has become necessary to bring public opinion to bear upon it. Many clergymen and gentlemen are now associating themselves together for the purpose of dealing in some degree with the notorious evil of street prostitution. It is our earnest desire to give them all the support in our power, so long as they confine themselves to reasonable measures of discouragement and repression. Let us not nourish any visionary expectations. It would be simply idle to suppose that the evil against which we are now directing our efforts can be put down by the strong hand of power. It is with moral as with physical disease. There is no use in looking for an entirely satisfactory result from the treatment of symptoms. There may be alleviation, there may be diminution of the disorder, but there will be no perfect cure. Whatever tends to raise the standard of public morality will also tend to diminish prostitution. In such a case we are dealing with two parties, the tempter, let us say, and the tempted, with the man and with the woman. It is probably with the first of the two that we should principally concern ourselves if we would bring about any serious result. It is on the sacred action of family life, with the thousand influences it brings to bear upon the minds and conduct of men, that we must chiefly depend if we would see any notable diminution in the numbers of those unfortunate creatures who now parade our streets. Let it be once understood that even among a man's fellows and associates immorality is a thing to be ashamed of, and at least we should get rid of the contagion of vice. Time was, and the time is not a very remote one, when a British gentleman, we speak of all three home divisions of the empire, would nightly stagger or be carried up to his bed fuddled, if not absolutely drunk. A man who should thus expose himself in our own days would be set down as a beast, and his society would be avoided by all who set store on their own good name. In this respect there has been a palpable improvement in the manners of the age. Surely public opinion can be brought to bear against one vice as well as another. The time may come when a man may shrink from presenting himself in the sacred circle of his mother, his sisters, and his other female relatives, reeking from secret immorality. Conscience can turn on a bullseye as well as a policeman, and the culprit may stand self-convicted, although no one has been there to convict him save himself. The influences, however, of which we speak are of slow growth, and cannot much be quickened by the hand of power. It has become necessary to deal at once with certain results. Now we say it with much shame that in no capital city of Europe is there daily and nightly such a shameless display of prostitution as in London. At Paris, at Vienna, at Berlin, as everyone knows, there is plenty of vice. But at least it is not allowed to parade the streets, to tempt the weak, to offend and disgust all rightly thinking persons. If anyone would see the evil of which we speak in its full development, let him pass along the Haymarket and its neighborhood at night, when the night houses and the oyster shops are open. It is not an easy matter to make your way along without molestation. In Regent Street, in the Strand, in Fleet Street, the same nuisance, but in a less degree, prevails. Now we are well aware that if all the unfortunate creatures who parade these localities were swept away tomorrow, if the night houses and oyster shops were closed by the police, we should not have really suppressed immorality. We should, however, have removed the evil from the sight of those who are disgusted and annoyed by its display, and still more, we should have removed it from the sight of those who, probably, had they not been tempted by the sight of these opportunities, would not have fallen. Now, as one practical measure for the discouragement of prostitution, all these night houses and others might be placed under the surveillance of the police. Licenses for opening them and keeping them open might be given only in the cases of persons who offered some guarantees of their respectability. They might be compelled to close at certain hours. In point of fact, the community could tolerate well nigh any degree of inconvenience inflicted upon their frequenters. In two other analogous cases, similar evils have been dealt with in this way, and with the happiest results. We speak of gaming houses and betting offices. It is quite certain that persons who are firmly resolved to play and to bet will effect their purpose even now, but at least the sum of the evils resulting from these two vices has been greatly diminished since the community has resolved to withdraw from them its recognition. England should not grant her exequatur to prostitution. This is one thing which might be tried. Another would be to give increased force to clauses which, as we believe, already exist in police acts, by which the police are empowered to stop the solicitation and gathering together of prostitutes in the public streets. In such a case, we must trample down definitions and exceptional cases with an elephant's foot, and go straight for results. The rule in all such cases is to give the power, and to leave it in the discretion of the authorities only to employ it on the proper occasions. We have ample guarantees nowadays that such discretion cannot be abused. Here, then, are two things which may be done without opening any visionary trenches. The police may be directed to deal with prostitutes as they do with mendicants, and the centers of pollution may be brought under proper regulation. We know well enough that in such a capital as London it is hopeless to expect that vice of this description can be expunged altogether from the catalogue of our national sins, but at least let as many difficulties as possible be thrown in its way. Again, the benevolent persons who have taken it in hand to deal with this monstrous evil assert that the introduction of foreign prostitutes, or, what is still worse, of girls yet uncontaminated, for the purposes of prostitution, might be discouraged much more than it is, perhaps well nigh totally prevented. Undoubtedly, England does not desire free trade in prostitution. Preventive measures upon this subject are surrounded with difficulties, but that is no reason for despair, but for one additional exertion. Very numerous and influential meetings have been held upon this subject, and we augur well of their success. There was no display of ultra-puritanic rigor, no attempt to deal with impossibilities. The speakers in the main contended that the public exhibition of prostitution might be successfully dealt with, even if the vice were beyond their reach. Our streets, at least, can be purged of the public scandal, the disgraceful night houses may be deprived of their powers of corruption, the keepers of brothels may be brought under the lash of the law, and the importation of foreign prostitutes may be diminished, if not put down altogether, if the public will take the subject up in earnest. Such were the principal points on which the speakers insisted. At least their views deserve a trial." End quote. This plan is calculated to restrict prostitution by placing it under surveillance. It requires no additional licensing system, as every public house, wine shop, or cigar shop in London, whether kept open at day or night, whether of a respectable or immoral class, requires a license under the excise laws. The proposals just quoted urge that the permission to keep these places of entertainment should be limited, and "given only in the cases of persons who offered some guarantees of their respectability." It will be necessary for the reader to bear in mind that night houses are not houses of prostitution, but merely resorts for prostitutes, as already mentioned, as, in default of this, a natural construction would be that the Times proposed to license brothels. The two are as distinct as possible, and it would be as consistent to style some of the fashionable oyster saloons and restaurants of New York houses of ill fame because abandoned women resort to them, as to class the night houses of London in that catalogue. They are simply places for public refreshment in the neighborhoods of theaters, markets, etc., which are permitted to continue open all night in deference to a supposed public requirement, and though, from the character of their visitants, they cannot be considered schools of morality or decency, yet no prostitution takes place in them. The interests of the proprietors guard against this, as it would immediately cause the licenses to be revoked, and consequently close the place entirely. By placing the resorts of London prostitutes under this restriction, much would be gained, so far as the public decency of the streets and the transit of passengers are concerned, but no possible check would be imposed on the ravages of disease. The proposition at the meeting to license the brothels would do this, but, as was anticipated by the speaker, "it would be very distasteful to the religious public," and the act of recognition would be immediately construed as an act of approval, or at least of sanction. That it would not merit this censure must be evident. The only approval or sanction given to the vice would in fact consist in saying to the keepers of houses of ill fame, "We shall not attempt to close your doors, for we know that would be impossible, but we shall claim the right of entry at any moment to watch your proceedings." It has ever been an unquestioned policy to choose the least of two evils when you must take one, and if the British government should ever license brothels, they will certainly adopt the theory. To the population of London less danger would inure from this toleration than from the unknown, unwatched courtesans who haunt their streets. Many an apparently respectable man will follow a woman into a house of prostitution when it is conducted quietly and furtively, who would hesitate before he accompanied her into a known and licensed brothel; while many a stranger who may date his physical ruin, and possibly the loss of character and honor, from the hour when he entered a private house of prostitution, would be saved many a bitter memory had an official recognition of its true character met him on its threshold, and intimated that it was the resort of the abandoned and vicious. In London, as in New York, we do not believe that illicit sexual intercourse can be carried to any greater extent than it is now, so no danger of an increase of vice need be apprehended there from any measures calculated to remove some of the ulterior and fatal effects of dissipation. In contrast to the public display of immorality in the streets of London is the following description of prostitution in Paris. It is extracted from the foreign correspondence of a New York journal. Quote, Paris, Thursday, May 27, 1858. In a late letter on the subject of the turning boxes of the foundling hospitals, I spoke of the repugnance of Protestant communities to any official compromise with one sin in order even to destroy a greater. For, that the secret reception of illegitimate children by the state does contribute enormously to the extinction of the crime of infanticide, while it does not generally increase the number of these unfortunate children, is too well shown by statistics to remain longer a question for discussion. But we have another and a more striking example of this repugnance to a collusion with one evil in order to smother out another and a greater, in the want of legislation in Protestant countries on the subject of prostitution. For many months, as you know, the municipality officers, the church wardens, and the journals of London have been excited over this very question of prostitution, and no wonder. One need but to leave Paris and fall suddenly in the streets of London at an advanced hour of the evening to comprehend the excitement of its citizens on this subject. To the Frenchman, crossing the Channel is like crossing the river Styx. He falls suddenly into a pandemonium of street disorder and drunken licentiousness for which he is not prepared. He recalls Mary's terrible picture in Nazim, and does not find it overdrawn. He sees nothing like this in his own city, and he is surprised beyond measure, for he has been taught to believe in the Puritanism of Protestant countries. When an American or an Englishman, habituated to the revolting night scenes of New York or London, first arrives in Paris, he is astonished at the absolute absence of similar scenes in our streets. He has, perhaps, arrived here with the impression, most foreigners do, that prostitution and revelry and drunken debauchery stalk forth in the day and render hideous the night. But he forgets that he has arrived in a city where there are laws and a police to execute them, in a city where refinement and the proprieties of life are carried to their extreme perfection, and where such license and debauchery as prevails in English and American cities would be an absolute contradiction to the spirit and habits of the people. The reader will please observe that I do not speak of the morals of the people, but of their ideas of decorum and the proprieties of life, of what is due to decency and an ordinary respect for appearances. This extreme attention to appearances is, in fact, one of the principal attractions of a residence in Paris. The city is not only maintained free of inanimate filth, but of animate filth as well. At least, you are not forced to see it if you do not wish to. In London, no lady dare walk out unattended after 8 o'clock in the evening, and after 11 o'clock she will have her eyes and ears insulted, no matter how well attended, while in Paris she may remain in the streets to any hour of the night, and neither have her eyes offended nor her ears insulted. How is this happy result accomplished? In 1851 the official register of the police of Paris showed 4,300 public girls on its books. The number now may be stated at 5,000. These girls and the houses in which they live are subjected to a series of stringent laws which renders them innoxious and inoffensive to the community, the police adopting the principle that since it is impossible to suppress the evil, it should be rendered as inoffensive to the public eye and to the public salubrity as possible. All these houses are obliged to be closed at 11 o'clock precisely. The girls are obliged to remain in the house, and the windows are always covered with blinds, night and day. A few girls are permitted, here and there, to walk up and down, in front of their door, from 7 to 11 o'clock precisely, but it is against the law to accost the passers-by. The houses are visited once a week by a medical and an ordinary inspector, real inspectors, appointed by government, and not humbugging ward politicians. Another class of girls, and much the larger class, are those who frequent the public balls, concerts, and theaters; girls who live alone in public lodging houses, and who, for the most part, are not enrolled on the police books, nor submitted to the ordinary sanitary regulations. But this class are no more permitted than the rest, either in the street or at their favorite evening resorts, to accost people for the purposes of commerce. The streets and the public balls are full of policemen in citizens' dress, whose business it is to detect such girls as violate the law in regard to addressing people, and to put their names on the police books, thus requiring them to take out a license, and to submit to all the police regulations on the new class to which they have entered. As a girl regards herself as forever lost when her name is once placed on the police book, and as she never knows when an officer's eye may be upon her, she takes good care to violate as rarely as possible this law prohibiting solicitations in public. This class are always elegantly dressed. It is notorious even that they are the first to initiate and to propagate those very fashions which make the tour of the world as the latest Paris modes. Many of them are reserved and elegant in their manners, and require a punctiliousness of etiquette which would not be out of place in the most aristocratic saloon. But one of the great aids to the Paris police in the maintenance of public decency in this class is the fact that they do not use strong drinks. A drunken public woman is never seen. As liquor is the greatest debaser of mankind, this one fact strikes out a marked line of distinction between this class here and in England and the United States. The great majority do not lose their self-respect, and they take good care of their health, hoping later on to reform and get married. This is here the rule, whereas in England and the United States they throw themselves away as rapidly as possible. It is thus that the fashionable promenades of Paris, the public balls, and the gardens even, may be frequented by ladies and children at all hours of the evening and night without once seeing any of those offensive movements of public women so common in the streets of English and American cities. Contrast this state of things with that of London. Let the reader, if he has ever lived there, recall to the mind the Strand, the Haymarket, Piccadilly, Leicester Square, and Regent Street, the fashionable business quarters of the city. One hesitates to enter upon a description of such a scene. It refreshes his historical recollections of the decadence of Rome. His name should be Plato to look upon such sights. The streets swarm with drunken and foul-spoken young girls, often mere children, and when I say swarm, I mean that you have to push your way to get through them. Is it then strange that the citizens of London should feel scandalized at this state of things, or that its journals or its church wardens should seek to find a remedy for the nuisance? They will think of everything else before they arrive at the simple, effective, and beautifully working Paris system, because they are a Protestant people and must not compromise with a sin. It must be left to find its own level. Honorable citizens must consent to allow their sons, often their families, to come in contact with these demoralizing, stony-hearted horrors of the streets. They must suffer individually and as a community from the vile tendencies of street prostitution, because they hesitate to legalize it and to give it over to the care of the police. To see the finest evening promenades of a Protestant and Christian city given up exclusively to the unutterable shames and horrors of street prostitution is a problem in the catalogue of inconsistencies which Catholic and infidel France cannot fathom. In France, the law acts on the principle that for a public woman to be seen in the street is an insult to public taste, and hence when it is necessary for these girls to be conveyed to prison, to the hospital, or to the dispensary of the prefecture of police, they are mounted in close carriages constructed for the purpose; or when by hazard they are obliged to take a public fiacre, they are required to keep the blinds down. You may say what you please about the surface morality of the French, but their respect for the public eye does honor to their civilization, and their law on this evil would be well adopted elsewhere. There is no truer principle in civil government than that the moral sores of society should be hidden as much as possible from the public view, for it is now too late in the day to combat the maxim long ago put in print by Pope, that vice is propagated by a familiarity with it. The French law may be culpable in permitting masked balls and the keeping of concubines, but these are affairs that belong to the interior, which the public need not see if they do not wish to. The important distinction is, that the French law does not compel an honest father of a family, in returning from church or theatre, to push his way through mobs of drunken lewd women, who salute his children's ears with language they ought never to hear. In one of its last articles on the general subject of prostitution, the London Times makes some judicious remarks, which are completely verified in the same class as Paris. Thus the Times declares that the proper method of diminishing the number of these unfortunates, for to think of eradicating the evil is an illusion, is not by missionary efforts directed to them, but rather to their poor parents, for these poor girls were raised in sin, and never made a fall. The same thing holds good here. 95/100ths of all the public women of Paris are born and raised in filthiness of mind and body. At the age of 10, 12, and 14 years they are already prostitutes and thieves, and when they get their first silk dress, their first fine toilette, earned in their shameful profession, they take a step higher in the scale of morality, for then they cease to steal, they acquire a certain degree of pride in their conduct, they are more respectful and decently behaved. So that, paradoxical as it may seem, the immense majority of the public women of Paris, instead of making a fall, have actually been promoted in the scale of morality. But all these women know nothing else than the life in which they have been raised. They are fit for nothing else. They are incorrigibly averse to all the moral suasion that can be addressed to them, and the real remedy is an enlightenment of the parents of such children, a general improvement in the moral tone of the lowest classes. In fine, if it is an evil which cannot be eradicated, if the children of beggars and rag-pickers and concierges will fall into evil-doing, it is right to protect society at least from the public demonstration of their vile occupation by the passage of effective police laws. End of section 61. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. Conway, Arkansas. RamonEscamilla.wordpress.com. Section 62 of the History of Prostitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. The History of Prostitution by William Sanger. Section 62. Chapter 37. New York. Remedial Measures. Part 4. As an indication that the sentiments advanced in this chapter are entertained by others of the medical profession, and as endorsing our views to a considerable extent, the reader's attention is requested to the annexed report adopted at a special meeting of the Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital, New York, in reply to interrogatories addressed to them by Isaac Townsend, Esquire, President of the Board of Governors of the Almshouse, by whose direction they are embodied in this work, and also to a report from H. N. Whittlesey, M.D., Resident Physician of the Nursery Hospital, Randall's Island, on the same subject. Copy. Quote, Report of the Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital in reply to interrogatories of Isaac Townsend, Esquire, President of the Board of Governors of the Almshouse, upon constitutional syphilis. Office of the Governors of the Almshouse, Rotunda, Park, New York, August 24th, 1855. To the Medical Board, Bellevue Hospital. Gentlemen, I am led to believe that a large number of the inmates of Bellevue Hospital are affected with syphilis in some of its many forms, and believing that the governors of the almshouse are called upon to take measures to remove, as far as possible, the cause of this great malady, to dry up the sources of an evil which prevails so extensively, saps the health and taxes the wealth of the city, etc., largely, and believing farther that if the vice cannot be stayed, humanity as well as policy would suggest that the dangers which surround it can be lessened. I propose a few interrogatories tending toward the accomplishment of this great object, desiring your views upon them in reply as early as 1st of October. 1. What percentage of the total number of patients admitted to Bellevue Hospital suffer directly or indirectly from syphilis? 2. Are there not patients admitted to Bellevue Hospital whose diseases are attributable to the taint of syphilis, And have not many of the inmates been forced to place themselves under treatment therein, and thus become dependent on the city, from being unfitted in body and mind for the ordinary duties of life, in consequence of syphilitic diseases? 3. Are not the children of parents thus affected unhealthy? 4. What means, in your opinion, could be adopted to eradicate or lessen the disease in the city? By giving the above queries your earliest attention, you will greatly oblige your very obedient servant, Isaac Townsend, President. End quote. At a special meeting of the Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital, held December 18, 1855, the following report, in answer to a letter from Isaac Townsend, Esquire, President of the Board of Governors of the Almshouse, dated August 24, 1855, touching the subjects of syphilis and prostitution, was read by Dr. Alonzo Clark, chairman of the committee appointed by the Medical Board to consider and reply to said letter. On motion, the report was accepted and ordered for transmission to the President of the Board of Governors, after having received the signatures of the President and Secretary. John T. Metcalf, M.D., Secretary Pro Tem to the Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital. New York, December 1855. Report on Prostitution and Syphilis. To Isaac Townsend, Esquire, President of the Board of Governors of the Almshouse. In answer to your inquiries, the Medical Board of Bellevue Hospital respectfully reply that they caused a census of the hospital to be taken on the 24th October last, for the purpose of ascertaining what proportion of the patients had suffered from venereal diseases. From that enumeration, they learned that out of 477 persons then under medical and surgical treatment, 142, or about 1/3, had been so affected. In the several divisions of the house, the numbers are as follows, viz. Of 72 females on the surgical side, 17, or 1 in 4.24. Of 130 females on the medical side, 17, or 1 in 8 nearly. Of 118 males on the medical side, 45, or 1 in 2.6. Of 127 males on the surgical side, 63, or 1 in 2. So that out of 245 males then under treatment, 108, or 1 in 2.27, had had some form of venereal disease, and among 202 females, 34, or 1 in 6, had been similarly affected. Of the whole number who confessed that they had had afflictions of this class, 106 had had syphilis, and 36 had had gonorrhea. Of the 106 who had had syphilis, 53, or just 1/2, were still laboring under the influence of the poison with which they had been inoculated, in many instances, years before. As almost all these patients were admitted for other diseases, or with affections which the physician alone would recognize as the remote effects of syphilis, it is perhaps fair to assume that they represent, with some exaggeration, the class of society from which they come. The Board has been favored with the census of the New York Hospital, Broadway, taken for the purpose of ascertaining the proportion of syphilitic cases among the patients of that institution, from which it appears that the whole number of patients on the 8th of December was 233, and that 99 of that number had had venereal disease, and 37 were then under treatment for the same affections recently contracted. Counting the old cases alone, most of which were admitted, probably, for other diseases, this proportion considerably exceeds that above recorded for Bellevue Hospital, it being as high as 1 in 2.35. It is proper, however, in this connection to state that the returns for Bellevue Hospital are believed to be incomplete. They are based in a considerable degree on the confessions of the patients, and it is known that many, especially among the women, have denied any contamination, when facts, subsequently developed, have shown that their statements were not true. Is it to be believed, then, that 1 in 3, or even 1 in 4 of that large class of our population, whose circumstances compel them to seek the occasional aid of medical charities, are tainted with venereal poison? This the Medical Board do not think they are authorized to state. But the facts here cited, and others within their reach, justify them in saying that venereal diseases prevail to an alarming extent among the poor of the city. The large number of women sent by the police courts to be treated for these diseases at the penitentiary hospital would alone be sufficient evidence of this. Yet such persons constitute but a small proportion of those who, even among the poor, suffer from these disorders. Dispensary physicians, and those in private practice, can show a much longer list of victims of impure intercourse. But the disease is not confined to this class. The advertisements which crowd the newspapers, introduced by men who confine their practice to one class of disease, in which they have treated 20,000 cases, more or less, demonstrate how large is the company of irregulars who live and grow rich on the harvest of these grapes of Sodom. And yet their long list of unfortunates would disclose but a fraction of the evil among those who are able to pay for medical services. The Medical Board are unable to state what proportion of the income of regular and qualified physicians in this city is derived from the treatment of venereal diseases, but they know it is large, and that many who never advertise their skill receive more from this source than from all other sources together. They believe that there is no one among the avoidable diseases, however prevalent, for the treatment of which the well-to-do citizens of New York pay 1/2 so much as they pay to be relieved from the consequences of their illicit pleasures. The city bills of mortality give little information regarding the frequency of venereal affections. Lues Venerea keeps its place in the tables, and counts its score or two of deaths annually. Although this class of disorders is not frequently fatal, except among children, it is credited with only a fraction of the work it actually performs. The physician does not feel called upon, in his return of the causes of death, to brand his patient's memory with disgrace, or to record an accusation against near relatives. During infancy, the real disease is buried under such terms as marasmus, atrophia, infantile debility, or inflammation, while in adults, inflammation of the throat, phagedena, ulceration, scrofula, and the like take responsibility of the death. These affections are strictly what the advertised denominate them, private diseases. A leprosy which the unfortunate always strives to conceal, and, so long as it spares his speech and countenance, usually succeeds in concealing. The physician is his only confidant, and the physician refers all to the class of innocent secrets, which are not to be revealed. The public, therefore, know little of the prevalence of such diseases, and still less of the fearful ravages they are capable of making. Still, as has been just said, syphilis is not often the immediate cause of death in adults. After its first local effects are over, and these, though generally mild, are sometimes frightful, the poison lingers in the system, ready to break out on any provocation in some one of its many disgusting manifestations, often deforming and branding its victim, threatening life and making it a burden, and yet refusing the poor consolation of a grave. Like the vulture which fed on the entrails of the too amorous Titius, it tortures and consumes, but is slow to destroy, and often its visible brand, like the scarlet badge once worn by the adulteress, proclaims a lasting disgrace. The protracted suffering of mind and body produced by this class of distempers, the ever-changing and often loathsome form of their secondary accidents, and the almost ineradicable character of the poison seem almost to justify an old opinion, sanctioned by a papal bull as late as 1826, that these diseases are an avenging plague, appointed by Heaven as a special punishment for a special sin. The relentless character of syphilitic diseases stands out in painful relief in its transmission from parent to offspring. Here it is, indeed, that the children's teeth are set on edge, because the fathers have eaten sour grapes. The contaminated husband or wife is left through years of childlessness or of successive bereavements to mourn over early follies, and to repent when repentance is fruitless. The syphilitic man or woman can hardly become the parent of a healthy child. A young man has imbibed the contagion; it has become constitutional. After a few weeks, or months perhaps, of treatment, the visible signs of the disease no longer torment him. He has contracted a matrimonial alliance, and soon marries a healthy and virtuous woman. He flatters himself that he is cured. A few months suffice to give him painful proof of his error, for then his growing hopes of paternity are suddenly blasted. Instead of the child of his hopes, he sees a shriveled and leprous corpse. This is but the first in a series of similar misfortunes. He has poisoned the fruit of his loins, and again, and still again, it falls withered and dead. At length, nature seems to have triumphed over this foe to domestic happiness, and the parents' hearts are gladdened by the sight of a living child. Their joy is short-lived. The child is feeble and sickly, and in a few days or weeks another death is added to the penance list of the humbled and grieving father. This mournful story will need no essential changes in the narration should the poison of impure intercourse, legitimate or illicit, linger in the veins of the mother. A child of such a connection may be born in apparent health, but before 6 months have passed some one of the numerous forms of infantile syphilis will be likely to appear and threaten its life. In the contest which follows between disease and treatment, the physician is commonly victorious, but the contest is in many cases protracted, and often it is to be renewed again and again. And after all, it is not believed that children thus tainted at their birth often grow up and acquire that degree of health and vigor which is properly ascribed to a good constitution. These are facts familiar to physicians practicing in large towns. But the history of inherited syphilis is not complete. If, in the case just recited, the wife escaped contamination from her husband and her unborn child, yet the sad consequences of that husband's folly are not yet exhausted. That tainted child, now a sickly nursling at her breast, has a venom in its ulcerated lips which can inoculate the mother with its own loathsome poison, while it draws its sustenance from the sacred fountain of infantile life. But this is not all. These little innocents sometimes spread their disease through the whole circle of those who bestow on them their care and kindness. The contagion spreads through the use of the same spoon, the same linen, and even by that highest token of affection, a kiss. It has been known that a single diseased child has contaminated its mother, a hired nurse, and through that nurse the nurse's child, and in addition to these, the husband's mother and the mother's sister. Such are sometimes the weighty consequences of a single error. Prevention. That the great source of the venereal poison is prostitution requires no argument. The first question, then, to be answered is, can prostitution be prevented? In answering this question, it is necessary to remember that the history of the world demonstrates the existence of this vice in all ages, and among all nations, since the day its first pages were written. The appetite which incites it has always been stronger than moral restraints, stronger than the law. No rigor of punishment, no violence of public denunciation, neither exile nor the dungeon, nor yet the disgusting malady with which nature punishes the practice, has ever effected its extermination, even for a single year. Great as this evil has always been, it cannot be denied that in our own time some of the accidents of what is called the progress of society tend, at least in large towns, greatly to increase it. The expenses of living are everywhere the great obstacle to early marriages, whether such expenses be positively necessary or be demanded by the social position of the individual, the fashion of his class, and therefore become relatively necessary. Wherever these expenses increase more rapidly than the rewards of labor, marriage becomes impossible for a constantly increasing number, or can only be purchased at the price of social position. But abstinence from marriage does not abolish or moderate the natural appetites. The great law of nature on which the existence of the race depends is not abrogated by any artificial state of society. Moral or religious principles will restrain its operation in some, human laws in some, the fear of consequences in some. Yet there always have been, and probably always will be, many of both sexes who are not restrained by any of these considerations. These have sustained, and probably will continue to sustain not only prostitution but houses of prostitution, in the face of every human law. Suppressed in one form, it immediately assumes another. Again pursued, it retreats to hiding places where darkness and secrecy protect it from the pursuer. Severe penalties have heretofore only increased the evils of prostitution. If 100 women are consigned to prison for this vice today, before a month has elapsed 100 more have taken their places, and the 100, though punished, are not reformed. Impelled by a love of their profession, or some by the passion to emulate the more fortunate of their sex in the finery of dress, a passion which first occasioned their fall, many by want, and all by a sense that they are outcasts, they are no sooner liberated than they return with new zeal to the life from which they have been detained only by force. Severe laws compel secrecy, they can do no more. When prostitution is criminal, disease, if known to others, is a practical conviction. Under such circumstances, the contaminated will be slow to confess disease, and so subject themselves to punishment. Yet their passions and their necessities alike forbid even temporary abstinence. They spread disease without limit. Under this fact lies an important thought. Were it no more disgraceful to contract syphilis than it is to have fever and ague, the diseased would seek early relief, which is nearly equivalent to certain relief, and the disorder would soon be confined to the pitiable few who have lost in drunkenness and misery the instinctive dread of all that is foul and disgusting in personal disease. Prostitution, it is true, would then be restored to its old Roman dignity, yet venereal disease could then be reached and all but eradicated. But a respectable syphilis does not belong to our age and nation. It lost caste in the beginning, and its exploits in modern times have not been of a character to win it friends. The supposition aims only to show, by contrast, the evils of well-intended but probably injudicious legislation. Regarding pains and penalties, if the whip, confiscation, and banishment, in the hands of Charlemagne and St. Louis, aided by a right good will and all the powers of a military despotism, could not suppress prostitution, or even prevent the opening of houses of prostitution, if penal laws in Europe, from the days of these earnest princes until now, have utterly failed of their object, as they notoriously have, it is fair to ask how much more can prohibitory laws accomplish in a country where the right of private judgment and personal liberty in speech and action are the very foundation of the body politic? They have hitherto been ineffectual. In spite of such laws, the vice is increasing. In consequence of such laws, its most enormous physical evil is extending its baleful influence through every rank and circle of society. It is still emphatically the plague of the poor. It still brings sorrow and misery to the firesides of the affluent and the titled. A utopian view of the perfectibility of man might look for the remedy to this evil in universal early marriages, in domestic happiness, and in a universal moral sense which will compel men and women to keep their marriage vows. But taking man as he is, we find the tides of society set with constantly increasing strength against early marriages, that domestic happiness is not synonymous with marriage, whether early or late, and that the moral sense which should teach all men to observe even their solemn promises would be miraculous. For these things the law has done all that has been thought wise to attempt, probably all that it can do. But it may be asked, if government has the power to relieve society of the vice of drunkenness, why despair of its power regarding prostitution? In reply, it may be asked if the drunkard himself is ever cured of his vicious appetite by penalties. The statute despairs of this. It even recognizes its inability to prevent the sale of intoxicating drinks while they exist. It therefore claims the right to seize and destroy them. Can it seize on and destroy the inborn passion which fills and supports houses of prostitution? Then it cannot do for the one what it hopes to do for the other. Again, the suppression of slavery and the slave trade have been cited in this connection as illustrating the power of law. In trespass, theft, violence, or fraud, some one is wronged. and those who have been injured seek to bring the offender to justice. Here there is no aggrieved person. All who are in interest are so in interest that they deprecate the interference of all law, except what they claim to believe is the law of nature. But is there no hope in the societies of moral reform? For the suppression or even checking of the general vice, none whatever. The association in New York deserves much praise for its zealous benevolence. They have brought back some of these erring women to the paths of virtue, but they have done no more to stop the current of prostitution than he could do to dry up the current of the Hudson who dips water with a bucket. In truth, it may be said that the paths of virtue have been found to be slippery places for some that would be thought converts. Wisdom's ways have been found too peaceful for these daughters of excitement. This is said in no spirit of disparagement to the efforts of the society. They may well be proud of what they have done. But it is said to show how little the kindest and the best can do to reclaim those who have once fallen from virtue and honor. Let the great fact, then, be well understood, that prohibitory measures have always failed, and, from the nature of the case, must forever fail to suppress prostitution. Let this additional fact, illustrated in the foregoing remark, be well considered, that penalties do not reform the offender, but that they enforce secrecy in the offense, and silence regarding its consequences, which is a chief cause of the present wide diffusion of the venereal poison. What, then, is the proper province of legislation in this important matter? The wise lawgiver does not attempt impossibilities. He knows that laws which experience has demonstrated cannot be enforced teach disrespect and disobedience to all law. He knows that human passions cannot be changed by human legislation. He knows that, if he attempt the impossible greater in the control of vice, he is certain to neglect the possible and important less. He knows that the river will not cease to flow at his command. If it overflows and desolates, he raises its banks and dikes in the flood to prevent a general inundation. For hundreds of years the governments of Europe have tried in vain to dry up the sources of prostitution. With the opening of the present century they began to dike in the river and prevent avoidable mischief. For a long time we too have had laws against prostitution, which, with every proper effort on the part of those in authority, have proved as useless as those who live by this illicit traffic could desire, as mischievous and spreading disease as the quack advertiser could wish. Is it not time, then, to inquire whether we have not attempted too much? Whether, if we attempt less, we shall not accomplish more? May we not be able to limit and control what we have not the power to prevent? If we cannot do all that a large benevolence might wish to accomplish, in the name of humanity, is it not our duty to do what is useful and practicable, all that is possible? While the Medical Board are persuaded that by a change of policy, such as is suggested by the facts and reasons herewith submitted, much can be done to limit and control prostitution, and much more toward the eradication of venereal diseases, they are not yet prepared to offer the details of a plan by which they hope these important ends can be attained. With the assistance of the Board of Governors, they are now in correspondence with the medical officers of many of the larger cities of Europe, where restrictive measures have replaced prohibitory. When they have obtained the information which they hope this correspondence will furnish, they will ask leave to submit a supplementary report. John W. Francis, M.D., President. John T. Metcalf, M.D., Secretary pro tem. Note: it is believed that not far from 10% of the inmates of Bellevue Hospital are admitted for affections which have their origin remotely in venereal disease. A certain form of rheumatism, certain inflammations of the throat, eyes, bones, and joints, stricture and cutaneous eruptions are the most common diseases of this class. What proportion, if any, of those who suffer from scrofula and scrofulous inflammations, from consumption and other chronic diseases, owe their present illness to a constitutional syphilitic vice, inherited or acquired, there are no means of determining satisfactorily. Medical Board, Bellevue Hospital, New York. John W. Francis, M.D., President. Isaac Wood, M.D. John T. Metcalf, M.D. Alonzo Clark, M.D. Benjamin W. McCready, M.D. Isaac B. Taylor, M.D. George T. Eliot, M.D. B. Fordyce Barker, M.D. Valentine Mott, M.D. Alexander H. Stevens, M.D. James R. Wood, M.D. Willard Parker, M.D. Charles D. Smith, M.D. Louis A. Sayre, M.D. John J. Crane, M.D. John A. Liddell, M.D. Stephen Smith, M.D. Copy. Quote, Report of Dr. H. N. Whittlesey, Resident Physician of Randall's Island, in answer to certain queries of Isaac Townsend, Esquire, Governor of the Almshouse, upon constitutional syphilis. New York, November 28, 1855. Dear Sir, from repeated conversations with you, I am led to believe that many diseases incidental to the children on Randall's Island may properly be traced to parents who are affected with constitutional syphilis. Please give me your views as to the following questions as early as 10th December. 1. Among the children under your care, to what extent does inherited syphilis exist? 2. Under what form does constitutional syphilis present itself, and what diseases are attributable to its taint? 3. Are not the children of parents thus affected unhealthy, scrofulous, subject to diseases of the eye, joints, etc.? Very respectfully, Isaac Townsend, Governor, A.H. Dr. H. N. Whittlesey, Resident Physician, R.I. Randall's Island, December 24, 1855. Isaac Townsend, Esquire, President of the Board of Governors of the Almshouse. Dear Sir, in regard to the interrogatories contained in your note of a recent date on the subject of hereditary syphilis, I have the honor to reply. 1. Regarding its prevalence. It is a matter of record that 9/10ths of all diseases treated in this hospital during the past 5 years have been of constitutional origin, and for the most part hereditary. These diseases assume a variety of forms, and involve nearly every structure of the body, terminating in cachexia, marasmus, phagedina, etc., etc. The exact proportion which hereditary syphilis bears to this sum of constitutional depravity cannot be stated with accuracy for the following reasons. Children are admitted to this institution between 2 and 15 years of age, thus throwing out of the category infantile syphilis in all its forms, and except in few cases, showing none of its specific characteristics, having been modified by appropriate treatment, but manifests itself by general constitutional depravity, and determines a great variety of diseases, embracing nearly every form of skin disease, affection of the mucous membranes and their dependencies, diseases of the eye and ear, of the bones, especially of joints, etc., proving the prolific and lamentable source of many of the diseases incident to children of the class presented in this institution. Making, then, due allowance for its masked form, in which the consequences of inherited syphilis appear in this institution, together with the absence of the previous history both of patients and parents, it is believed an approximate estimate may be made of the part which this malady bears to the sum of constitutional disease. From the foregoing facts, and from careful observation during the past few years in this branch of the almshouse department, it appears that human degradation is the source of the stream of pollution supplying this hospital with disease; and farther, that of all of the vices which make up the sum total of depravity, both moral and physical, prostitution and its consequences furnish the larger proportion. Here we have the sad picture presented of a large number of children doomed to an early grave, or to breathe out their miserable existence bearing a loathsome disease, carrying the penalties of vice of which they themselves are innocent, being a generation contaminated, and capable only of contaminating in turn. In the above sketch I have confined my statement to syphilis as manifested in the nursery hospital, where the average number of cases of disease treated is about 2,000. From this field is excluded every variety of the disease except the one, viz., constitutional syphilis affecting children after having been modified by treatment in the infant. H. N. Whittlesey, M.D. End quote. It has been stated already that the information obtained in the course of this investigation is, to a very great degree, undoubtedly reliable, but a few words more in reference to the same subject will not be out of place, if we consider the importance such information assumes when it is made the basis of serious deduction. These women were examined singly and alone, and a person who has been engaged for a number of years in any particular inquiry is able, by his experience, to judge whether his informants are speaking the truth in their replies. For this, among other reasons, we are satisfied that in almost every case there was no deception practiced, but that the answers obtained were true in all essential points. Another evidence of correctness is the degree of congruity that characterized the greater part of the replies. Farther than this, a reference to the questions themselves, as reprinted in Chapter 32, will show that they were so arranged that falsehoods would be easily detected unless very carefully contrived before the time of examination, of which those examined had no notice, and consequently no opportunity for fraud or deception could possibly exist. It is not denied that there were many difficulties to be encountered, although the mode of operation was simple. It may be briefly described as follows. The captain of each police district, and oftentimes the writer with him, explained his object to the keeper of the house, assuring her that there was no intention to annoy, harass, or expose her, and particularly that no prosecution should be based upon any information thus collected. This latter promise was supported by a letter from a high legal functionary, addressed to the mayor and police department, assuring them that the particulars they collected should not be used in any manner prejudicial to the women themselves, as it was believed that a collection of the necessary information, required by such a work as the present, would be productive of good to the city. When satisfied upon the subject of prosecution, they were told that the real motive was to obtain correct particulars of prostitution without exposing individual cases, so as to enable the public to judge of its extent, and assist them in forming an opinion as to the necessity of arrangements which would ultimately become protective to our citizens at large, as well as to housekeepers and courtesans, and many of the housekeepers expressed a hope that the design might be accomplished. Their interests, therefore, led them to speak the truth. In short, from the precautions taken, and from the result itself, very little doubt can be entertained as to the authenticity of the principal part of the replies on all essential points. And upon this consideration these replies have been made the basis of the description and remarks upon prostitution in New York. The task is completed, and the reader's attention may be invited to the various facts substantiated, as embodied in the following. Recapitulation. There are 6,000 public prostitutes in New York. The majority of these are from 15 to 25 years old. 3/8 of them were born in the United States. Many of those born abroad came here poor, to improve their condition. Education is at a very low standard with them. 1/5 of them are married women. 1/2 of them have given birth to children, and more than 1/2 of these children are illegitimate. The ratio of mortality among children of prostitutes is 4 times greater than the ordinary ratio among children in New York. Many of these children are living in the abodes of vice and obscenity. The majority of these women have been prostitutes for less than 4 years. The average duration of a prostitute's life is only 4 years. Nearly 1/2 of the prostitutes in New York admit that they are or have been sufferers from syphilis. Seduction, destitution, ill treatment by parents, husbands, or relatives, intemperance, and bad company are the main causes of prostitution. Women in this city have not sufficient means of employment. Their employment is inadequately remunerated. The associations of many employments are prejudicial to morality. 6/7 of the prostitutes drink intoxicating liquors to a greater or less extent. Parental influences induced habits of intoxication. A professed respect for religion is common among them. A capital of nearly $4 millions is invested in the business of prostitution. The annual expenditure on account of prostitution is more than $7 millions. Prohibitory measures have signally failed to suppress or check prostitution. A necessity exists for some action. Motives of policy require a change in the mode of procedure. End of section 62. End of The History of Prostitution by William Sanger.